If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 121, Konosuba Side Part 6. Far away from Axel City, a large cloud was moving slowly. It covered the sky gradually, turning the warm sunshine into cold shade and bringing chills to anyone in the vicinity. The cold breeze was slightly blowing across the forest and hills before some sounds appeared from the distance. The sounds continued to increase slowly before some figures became clearer. Thud thud thud. With the sound of footsteps echoing, a huge army appeared in sight. They were dressed in different armors and holding a variety of weapons, which made them more like mercenaries than an army. However, they couldn't care less because they were dead. In addition to the sound of footsteps, the clicking of bones, the fleshless skeletons, the low grunts, and decaying flesh walking normally was enough to get the identity of this army. It was a horde of undead. However, unlike some mindless undead, this horde was walking at a stabilized pace, like it was being commanded by someone. In Konosuba, the undead are rather a normal phenomenon, which plague the whole world. An undead is born from a torment, grudges, suffering, or resentment soul of a previous living being. When a person dies while holding a huge resentment and some amount of power, there's a chance that they'll not pass to the afterlife, but they'll turn into an undead. The stronger the power they had in the previous life, the stronger they'll be as undead, although the normal people can be raised as undead as long as magic is being used. The army advanced slowly, but at a constant pace towards a hill at the side of the forest. In the hill, there was a gloomy old castle, filled with some undead, but when the army arrived, those undead joined the horde before moving to the side. When the wave of corpses and skeletons moved to the side, the slow footsteps of a horse echoed in the middle of the low grunts. A horse entered the castle slowly with a knight riding it. However, both of them didn't have heads. Even the knight was holding his head in his arm. This is Dullahan, Beldia, one of the Demon King's generals. He was wearing black armor and holding a giant sword. His eyes that shone red, glared through the hamlet like a vengeful spirit. When Beldia entered the castle, the undead followed him, but only after an undead in a luxurious robe, yet filled with holes and mud, moved first. Beldia descended from his horse before he looked at the Lich and said, "It seems you adapted well, rookie." "It's all thanks to Lord Beldia's help." The Lich, which is a player from the horror space, replied with a humble tone, even if his voice was hoarse. "No, I didn't do a lot. Your ability to rise and control the dead has even surpassed me. It was only because you met." Beldia shivered slightly and his eyes in the hamlet flickered with terror before he said them. The Lich shivered despite being an undead when he remembered the maniacs at Axis Order. After all these years with the dead, feelings like fear should already left him, yet, he saw something more fearful than death itself. "I know your pain. Don't worry about it, you're safe now." Beldia patted Lich's shoulder like comforting him as the Lich felt that he'll cry if his eyes weren't just a torch of flames. "Follow me, we need to talk," Beldia said before walking forward towards the stairs before Lich followed him. During this time, Lich had a very difficult life. Although he escaped the claws of the mad cult, he lost all his minions and army, leaving him with only his spells. But he doesn't have a lot of attack spells, so he had to work fast. Yet, reality hit him again. The madmen in Axis Order actually went over and purified all cemeteries around their city. They even took the trouble to purify any corpse they met in the wild. They were waiting for him to come to them, so they could greet him warmly. Using the advantage of the dead, Lich walked day and night without stopping. Only until he left the city with great distance, he felt slightly safe. However, when he wanted to create his army again, he sensed a huge dead energy. And that's how he met Beldia, who also sensed him and went to meet him. He thought that he'll have a battle, but instead, he was welcomed warmly. Especially after saying that he escaped the Axis Order, Beldia almost cried for him while admiring his capability, making him his assistant. Lich didn't care about it. He's in a very bad situation and Beldia is heading towards Axel, so he might join them. However, the main reason was that he was very, very grateful. Who said that Liches doesn't have feelings? He was almost moved to tears 3 times during this journey. He used to think that other undead are just slaves and minions for him, but after today, he'll treat them nicely. They are far better than humans. "You've a great opportunity in front of you, rookie." Beldia was walking and Lich behind him before he said, "I have already acknowledged your capabilities after surviving them. To actually survive one of the main causes that the Demon King's side and humanity are on completely bad terms, you've earned my utmost respect. But this mission is also a good opportunity." Beldia and Lich shivered again. it seems this shadow will follow them for the rest of their lives. I've been ordered by the Demon King to investigate a mysterious light that appeared around the city of Axel. Beldia crossed the long hallway of the castle before reaching a room. The Demon King. If I could get his support as fast as possible, Lich was thinking in his head before he heard Beldia's voice. As long as you perform greatly in this mission, with your capabilities and my recommendation, you'll get an important position in the army. Beldia said with confidence before opening the door. What appeared in Lich's eyes was a huge hall. It was wide and had several pillars in it. A tattered red carpet was on the floor, leading towards a giant chair in the back of the room. For Lich, this was basically the classic final boss room. I see, I'll never disappoint you. Lich said with a grateful, yet excited voice while watching Beldia moving towards the chair. That's the spirit. Now, let's start the mission, Beldia said as his head that was in his arm nodded slightly. I can send undead to capture some living and turning them into undead to get some information, Lich said immediately, but Beldia shook his head before saying good plan, but I already thought of a perfect one. Beldia sat on the chair before he looked at Lich before saying my plan involves all the aspects, it's a plan from the Demon King himself. The Demon King. Lich was surprised by this mysterious figure he never saw being mentioned here. Beldia nodded as his eyes shone with dreadful red light before saying wait. Ah, I see. Lich nodded before the flames in his eyes flickered before saying what? Waiting. We'll wait for those foolish adventurers here. Beldia said with a deep, scary, and serious voice, which left Lich with his flames flickering slightly, showing his deep confusion. But, don't we have a bigger force and that city is just a beginner town? Lich couldn't help but say that as Beldia shook his head. As the Demon King's general, I can't use those scummy tactics you're speaking of. Beldia's words made Lich dumbfounded. Aren't they already dead? Who cares about scummy crap? We're monsters and evil creatures, but even we have standards. Beldia's voice shook the hall. Lich's jaw opened wide, almost falling from the nonsense he's hearing now. Then why did we gather this huge army? Why did we even train them slightly? Why are you even using magic to change the weather if you are not going to fight? Lich asked quickly as the flames in his eyes were going wild. They went around most of the cemeteries in their way and gathered an enormous army. Lich even saw the dark clouds following them, which made him admire Beldia because the undead usually get weaker under the sunlight. Change the weather? No, that wasn't me, Beldia gravely said as his expression under the hamlet changed. To think about it, it's that time. Beldia's tone made the Lich nervous. Those creatures should have woken up and this weather is because of them. What wrong with this world? Danger after danger, is this really a fucking easy world? Lich shook his head before he said what it is. There. Closing his eyes for a moment, Beldia opened his eyes and said with a light and normal voice, the flying cabbage. The seriousness in the scene popped like a bubble as the flames in Lich's eyes became small and said excuse me, but can you repeat that? Lich asked with caution as Beldia replied casually, the flying cabbage. Oh. I thought I heard that, Lich said before lowering his hand, which made Beldia look at him with confusion. Did he say something wrong? With that, an awkward silence filled the hall, leaving only the grunts and the moaning of the undead outside as a green cloud was flying in the sky. Meanwhile, unaware of the great danger, Kazuma was having one of the most difficult times in his life. I should have known that something wrong was going on with her. Kazuma felt his head hurting while looking at darkness, whose eyes were sparkling. My senses were spot on. Like Aqua and Megaman, she also had some loose screws. Kazuma felt like he's a very difficult situation before he said, I'm sorry, but I don't think my party is suitable. No. On the contrary, it's wonderful. Darkness said with great vigor that made Kazuma retreat a little. No, let's talk. Kazuma wanted to refuse again, but Darkness stood up from her chair and caught Kazuma's arm. As a knight, I can't allow those two girls to suffer such fate. Darkness said as her breathing was heavy. Her eyes are scary. Super scary. My danger radar is going off again. Kazuma's face twitched as he sweated a little. Leon grabbed a bear from the side while Chris shook her head while also taking a one. Didn't you hear me? My party is trash. Look there, our priest actually knows party tricks more than spells. Kazuma took the chance and pointed at Aqua on the second floor of the guild, performing party tricks. I'd advise against Ow. Kazuma tried to be reasonable, but Darkness tightened her grip. Her strength was so strong it made him scream immediately before she let go of her hands quickly. That's even better. The truth is, this was a bit difficult for me to say, but while I have confidence in my strength and stamina, I'm clumsy. So, none of my attacks hit their marks, Darkness said with embarrassment while Kazuma was staring at her blankly. So, like you said, I'll charge in the front and you can use me as a shield. With some madness in her eyes, Darkness got very close to Kazuma as their noses almost touched. Close. Too close. Kazuma widened his eyes as his mouth opened from the surprise. The negative effect of my long life as a NEET is kicking in now. Feeling his heart beating loudly, Kazuma swallowed his saliva. No, that wasn't it. This is just too stimulating for an adolescent virgin like me. No, Kazuma. Stay calm, don't get seduced by her womanly charm. Think. I need a rejection, a big rejection. Do I know some? Yes, think what Leo would say in this situation. Kazuma closed his eyes while thinking deeply. The grand asshole is a master of the art of rejection against anyone. You filthy carbon-based creature. The image of Leo with a disgusting face like looking at an ant appeared in his head before Kazuma snapped. No, that's too extreme and it'll play the complete opposite effect. Tone it down, tone it down. I'll just play my winning card, the 2D is better than the 3D. But, do the people of this world, except for the reincarnators, know what does that mean? Kazuma sighed before he looked away and said no. Please, let me join. Darkness was going for another fight, but Chris finally had enough and stood up and stopped her. Come on, Darkness, you can't be that pushy. Take it slowly in these situations and you, dio, Chris said with a smile as Kazuma flinched and lowered his head. PFFF. Leon covered her mouth while looking at Kazuma's reaction. She didn't know the meaning of Dio's name, but his reaction was funny nonetheless. That bitch. Kazuma clenched his fist while looking at Leon's before he heard Chris' voice. I heard you were paying some adventurers to teach you their skills, but you stopped, why? Chris said with a smile, but her smile became awkward when Kazuma lowered his head again. It's not like I wanted to, but I've no money and a huge debt on my head. Hehe, even until now, the debt only increased, hehe. Kazuma laughed lightly as Chris felt a chill down her spine. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, I'm sure you'll be okay. However, for now, how about I teach you some thief skills, like trap detection, steal. It's free, don't worry. Chris laughed awkwardly before her words made the light go back into Kazuma's eyes. He got some skills of thieves, but because he wanted more power, he focused on ranged skills. Totally not because he doesn't want to engage in any close combat. Also, Chris said the magical words for Kazuma. Free. Really? Thank you. Kazuma thanked her sincerely, which made Chris smile before saying okay, it has been decided, let's go outside. Chris and Kazuma went outside before Leon and Darkness followed up. However, no one knew that on this day, Kazuma would receive an unimaginable power, a power that made him completely famous, especially with women. Just, not in a positive way. Chapter 122, Konosuba Side Part 7. With great power comes great responsibility, words to live by if you are a normal person with some sort of humanistic view on life or a spider boy with some things to take care of. Those words strangely appeared in Kazuma's head. Actually, he didn't care about those words at all, nor he gave them a damn, but today, he might have learned a little bit about them. Kazuma entered the Adventurer Guild while staring at his right hand in a daze, yet seriously. His look and face made everyone feel a strange pressure, a pressure that made them not dare to look at his eyes, of course, if you ignored Chris, who was crying, and Darkness, who was blushing like a tomato while breathing heavily. I never thought a day like this will come. Kazuma clenched his right fist while feeling his unimaginable power. He just learned a skill, a cheap, slightly useless, and weak for other adventurers, but he felt this skill was made for him. A skill that pushes his untouchable luck to its limits, like the skill Snipe and Auto Dodge. Kazuma knows his advantage clearly, which if this world has game elements, then luck is a thing and could be used. All those years as a NEET and a gamer showed him the power of luck, so he went for it immediately. He rushed to learn Snipe and Auto Dodge almost instantly after hearing Aqua's explanation. Sniper is a skill that allows shooting an arrow with accuracy depending on the user's luck, but Kazuma figures that he can use other small projectiles, although it'll cost him more stamina. Auto Dodge allows the user to dodge attacks, but the activation is dependent on luck. Equipped with Snipe, Aimbot, and Auto Dodge, Dodge Hack, Kazuma felt the ultimate power of luck, which was basically doing 360 while jumping with his eyes closed. He also wanted to learn Deadly Backstab, a one-hit kill skill based on luck, but his financial condition was hit hard. However, he knew that he can't always leave it to luck, but that doesn't deny its power, especially after getting another luck-type skill, Steal. Steal, like its name, allows the user to steal an item from the opponent. Higher luck results in a more valuable item stolen. Kazuma didn't have much hope for this, except for using it with stealth, because the versatility was low. However, he just learned the true nature of this skill. This is an attack on morals and shame. Aim to confuse the enemies and even make them lose their desire for battle. With those thoughts, Kazuma looked at Chris, who was covering her face, before he sighed. Truly, what a terrifying power that I got. Kazuma said with some emotions as he walked with heavy steps. Leon put her hand behind her head while walking. Her gaze was slightly weird while looking at Chris, and especially darkness. This world is honestly weird, or maybe I'm used to my world atmosphere. Of course, I'm used to it. Leon remembered the last scene she saw as she grinned. Kazuma waving Chris's panties in the air while laughing like a madman in the face of the tearful Chris and the aroused darkness. That was honestly a sight to behold for Leon. Oh, hi, Luna. Leon suddenly spotted someone before she went and greeted a receptionist from the guild. Ah, Leon-san, nice to see you. The guild lady, Luna, who registered Kazuma, smiled while greeting Leon. Nice to see you too, Leon replied warmly before she said, I wanted to ask you something yesterday, but I didn't find you here. I had some extra work yesterday, so I didn't show up. Luna shook her head before she said, however, you're talking about the capital, isn't it? You know me, hey. Leon smiled widely as it made Luna sigh and say, oh, you. In this period, she became very familiar with this new adventurer. Luna felt Leon like a very curious type of adventurers, always asking about the other regions and what happened in them to accumulate knowledge for her future adventure. With your current level, the capital is still a faraway goal, Luna said seriously, but Leon shrugged her shoulders and said, no worries, I know my abilities, but it wouldn't hurt anyone if I prepared early. At least you know. Luna's eyes flashed with some worry as thought about something and said, it's better if you choose another target instead of the capital, at least during these times. Did something happen? Leon said with confusion in her tone, but her eyes flashed slightly. Luna sighed again before looking around and said, it'll be announced shortly, there is a strong monster in the plains of the capital. A monster using arrows to hunt adventurers' parties. I see. Leon's eyes flashed slightly before she started a conversation with Luna while walking towards the reception table. Kazuma stared at this as he felt something weird. Not because Leon seemed to play innocent and get some free information, but because of the Japanese honorifics that everyone in this world used. As I expect from reincarnators, we've already assimilated this world's culture. Kazuma shook his head while having a feeling that this won't be the last thing he'd see from other reincarnators. Suddenly, Kazuma spotted two familiar figures up ahead. It was Missaka and Megaman. Staring at Missaka holding Megaman before dropping her on the chair like a sack, Kazuma didn't even flinch before he said, yo. It's Kazuma-san. Missaka didn't care about Megaman's protest about the bad treatment before she looked at Kazuma, who was walking with two strange women. Kazuma? Megaman raised her head with difficulty, just to see because her hat covered her face completely. Yes, I'm Kazuma. Kazuma replied like a reflex before Megaman said with difficulty, I want to. Rejected. Kazuma said instantly without bothering to hear what Megaman wanted to say. Why? Megaman raised herself a little before falling on the table again. Does it have something to do with explosions? Kazuma said with a smile as Megaman, whose head under the hat, flinched before she said of course. Then. Rejected. Kazuma's smile vanished before he said, you're already blowing up all Axel's fields. Don't tell me you want to blow up something bigger, little girl. Little girl. Megaman went silent as she was muttering something under her breath like a curse. Kazuma stared blankly at her before shaking his head. Where's Kagaya? After dealing with the explosion lowly, Kazuma raised his vigilance immediately. The time-stopping need is missing, and coupled with the chill he received in the morning, Kazuma doesn't feel good about this. She is with Whitebeard, sigh. You know, Missaka recalled something as she shook her head. Ah, it's that, sigh. Kazuma also sighed as he shook his head with Missaka. He clearly knows where Kagaya and Whitebeard are now. Meanwhile, outside of Axel City, exactly at the green fields where the newbie adventurers start their journey. *Bum. A loud voice echoed towards the sky, like a large hammer crashing rocks, large and loud it left the ears numb. *Bum. *Bayam. Asterisk. The sound continued, and with each moment, it grew stronger. Slowly but surely, the ground started shaking slowly, even the air was vibrating. The sound source was akin to the eye of a storm with some violent winds blowing the dust away. A large blurry figure was slightly being pushed back before it jumped with a huge vigor toward an equally large figure. Whitebeard stared coldly at the frog jumping towards him before the muscles on his arms bulged as veins appeared. Moving his arms and leaving an afterimage, Whitebeard caught the frog's mouth before he slammed him into the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ribbit. The frog hit the ground like a train, leaving cracks like spider webs. It was unharmed from the impact, but it seemed to be tired. Humph. Releasing a breath from his nose, Whitebeard's muscles bulged even further before he hammered the frog's head into the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk bayam. Asterisk. His fists turned into shadows while falling like raindrops on the poor frog's head. For the first time, the frog started to howl from pain, but Whitebeard didn't care as he gathered all his power and raised his arms. Whitebeard's two arms were like pillars on top of the frog head before he clasped his hands together. The frog felt something wrong, but couldn't move because it was deep into the ground. Ah! With a war cry, Whitebeard's arms exploded the air with pure strength before falling on the top of the frog's head like a giant hammer. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Everything, with Whitebeard as a center, was vibrating before a giant cloud of dust rushed towards the sky. After the dust was cleared, Whitebeard was breathing heavily while looking at the unconscious frog under his feet before he said I won. The dust, the broken ground, the wind breeze, everything showed how terrifying the battle was between this man and frog, but Kagaya, who saw everything, was staring with a blank expression. Why do I feel this was more important than the king of pirates? For him muttering those words, Kagaya continued to look at Whitebeard, who finally defeated the first frog after an hour. However, Whitebeard frowned after calming his breath. Taking a deep breath, he moved away from the frog. This isn't enough. I just used the weak point of the head to make my hits more effective and I still needed an hour. If I attacked their stomach, my attacks will still be ineffective. Whitebeard's eyes were burning like flames before he grinned and said, it seems that I still have a long way to go. Kagaya was beyond speechless while staring at Whitebeard, taking the frog's situation like life and death. Yeah, I can imagine it. Kazuma closed his eyes as he could guess what's happening outside. Anyway, who are these two? Missaka moved a little to see Darkness and Chris behind Kazuma. Chris was wiping her tears and Darkness was breathing heavily. Missaka frowned as she looked back at Kazuma and said, or a better question, what's up with her? Kazuma wanted to explain, but Darkness was one step ahead as she said, indeed, she's just depressed because when she taught Kazuma thief skills, her panties were stripped off and all her money were taken. Oi, what are you saying? Kazuma panicked immediately, but Darkness had a satisfaction on her face. He said giving him his money back wasn't enough. Chris suddenly entered the conversation as she wiped her tears. She told the magnificent story of Kazuma letting her decide the worth of panties before telling her that if she didn't pay, he'd revere them as an heirloom in his family. The adventurers split into two sides. Females looking at Kazuma like a piece of trash and males giving him a thumbs up. Oh crap, their eyes turned stone cold. Kazuma was panicking slightly. Megaman raised her head with difficulty while looking at Kazuma with terror while Aqua, who was on the upper floor, had the same look. Missaka didn't say anything, but she was completely expressionless while some electricity flashed was on her head. If Kazuma moved closer to her, he'd probably get electrocuted. Sighing, Kazuma just shook his head before returning to normal. The path of power is lonely and normal people, who were living a peaceful life, will never understand it. Getting something as powerful as this skill, Kazuma knew he had to pay something, even if it was his reputation. However, this event didn't end as easily as he expected. The great goddess Aqua descended from the upper realms, floor, and asked Kazuma about his skills, so he ended up taking the defenseless Megaman's panties. He can proudly say that he made Railgun so scared that she never allowed him to get more than 5 meters closer to her. Kazuma just sat down on a chair while rejoicing for his magnificent power and feeling the price he paid. Shaking his head, he ignored the stares before entering the chat room. Unlike the mega gods, Leo, Saitama, Kagaya, who say fuck off to the chat room store, he planned to abuse this as some sort of a cheat. However, he doesn't have any points left after wasting them all for buying skill points, so he's just checking to plan for the future. But he was greeted by a long conversation, which was very warm. Annihilation Maker, admin. So, you got paid by a cyborg so he can live with you? In that small apartment? A hero for fun, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin. Did he pay a lot? A hero for fun, yes. Annihilation Maker, admin. Understandable. It seems you've met one of the shonen protagonists in your world, the cyborg. I'll wait for the alien shonen protagonist. A hero for fun, Genos? Protagonist? Annihilation Maker, admin. Believe me. With time, you'll understand that you're more like the final boss than a protagonist. A hero for fun. Okay. Kazuma saw this conversation was new, but they kept talking for a while. It seems that Saitama is with his discipline, which was the cyborg Genos, running towards a place named the House of Evolution. Annihilation Maker, admin. Oh? The House of Evolution. That sounds interesting, at least better than what I'm doing. A hero for fun, what are you doing? Annihilation Maker, admin. I'm in my mind using a nebula as a couch while meditating by looking at a supermassive black hole. The usual. A hero for fun, oh. From here, Kazuma's eyes became blank while closing the chat room slowly and saying, okay, enough internet for today. Kazuma left the guild in the strange eyes of everyone. On this day, Kazuma had a new legend for himself in Axel, but he also learned that the other side of the chat room can be very scary. Chapter 123, Konosuba Side Part 8. When Kazuma witnessed the other side of the chat room, the situation in the grass field changed slightly. However, it was less than before as Kagaya almost finished the popcorn in her hands. After defeating his first arch-nemesis, Whitebeard didn't stop. He went to the other frogs, attracting the hatred of 9 frogs. The sound of punches kept echoing in the surroundings, ruining the peaceful green fields. Despite that, the battle didn't continue for long. Whitebeard had already finished his goal from today and even exceeded it by defeating a frog, so he was just blowing off some steam while trying to face numerous anti-physical attacks frogs. When Kagaya was wondering if she should get another bag of popcorn, Whitebeard released a soft sigh before raising his leg and kicking in a circular motion. The strength contained in his kick made the air turn into a fierce storm before it hit the frogs. Although the frogs are immune to physical attacks, their resistance didn't affect the wind at all as it carried them like leaves. It didn't last long before all the frogs were thrown like rages across the grass field. Glancing at the frogs retreating after they were thrown away, Whitebeard stood alone in a small whirlpool of dust and wind, like a giant that defeated his other opponents, coupled with the sun behind him. This made him somehow more heroic. Kagaya looked at this scene as she became more speechless. Her blank and weird expression failed to express her emotions. Why does this look cool and blood-boiling? They're just frogs. Don't you dare make me feel epic from some damn frogs. Ignorant of the internal conflict of Kagaya, Whitebeard sat on the ground as he released a stream of air from his nose, blowing away all the dust. This clearly shows how strong his body, even magma can be extinguished with a breath from his mouth. Kagaya saw this as she put the new popcorn bag in her sleeve before she said, so, did you finish or do you want to spread your wrath to all frogs? Rushing things isn't going to do anything good, especially in training. Whitebeard answered calmly while closing his eyes and thinking about the previous fight. The power, trajectory, and impact of his punches and kicks. All these were taken into consideration to master a way to hurt those frogs. Honestly, despite his first desire to defeat frogs easily, he has to admit that these creatures are the best punching bag for him. Usually, and after he reached his level in his world, he didn't have that much feeling to continue training without a stop. After all, it was rare for others to take a direct from him. Unless they used the devil fruit's power, even a giant won't be able to safely take his punch. How long has it been? This feeling, this desire to advance and push beyond the limits. Whitebeard grinned a little while thinking in his mind. I see, then did you notice anything during this time? Kagaya shook her head to clear the thoughts about the frogs. She had a feeling that she'll never see those Kappa in Gensokyo the same after this trip. Whitebeard shook his head before opening his eyes a little, like a slit before he said, I used the observation haki to scan the area multiple times, but there wasn't anything out of the regular. There wasn't anything during these days for sure, however, the enemy could be lurking around. Kagaya nodded before she said, moreover, how skilled are you in observation haki? Observation haki isn't my strong point. If I were to compare myself to the true masters of it, I'll be just in the middle level. Whitebeard shook his head, admitting his weakness without any change in his expression. Sigh, we also need to consider the fact that there might be some or even a lot of abilities that can ignore detection. Kagaya frowned, she felt this mission is annoying. To be honest, Kagaya doesn't care a lot about the mission, but if Leo cleared the mission in the Abyss, type Moon, and they didn't clear Konosuba's mission, she can clearly see the ending. Kagaya can feel that Leo would rub this event for more than thousands of years in their faces as long as they talk about the mission's subject. She can't give him that satisfaction. She refused to give him that. Kagaya was burning with her own fighting spirit, which made Whitebeard raise his eyebrow before he stood up and took his Naginata from space. Whitebeard doesn't have a storage type ability or even an item for that, but how to say, they had someone in the chat room, who actually bothered to check the whole chat and find some interesting things. That person was Kazuma. He didn't find a lot of things to do after he used all his points, so like every great NEET, who got a new game and finished it, he started messing around, maybe he'll find a glitch or something. He didn't find a glitch, but he found something interesting. In the function of sending gifts, the chat member had to select the item they wanted to send and put it in a small space. The small space can only contain one item, however, as long as he doesn't confirm send, he can keep that item there for a long time. Inspired by his great discovery, the rest of the chat room members did the same, except Kagaya with her dimensional sleeve. However, why didn't Kazuma find Satan to get or buy a space storage item? Well, he had all the reasons to think that the benevolent Satan would give him a bracelet with Poochie's face on it that can say Dio-sama. Just that thought was enough to send chills down Kazuma's spine. As for Kagaya, she had some of those items and can even bring some from Gensokyo, but she found this funny, so she's waiting for the climax. Good spirit. I never thought you'd actually get fired from this mission, Whitebeard said with a smile, but his thoughts were slightly wrong and Kagaya didn't bother to correct them. Although my observation haki isn't that strong, I might be able to advance it to the next stage, Whitebeard said while taking the adventurer card from his pants pocket. You can. Kagaya was confused, but then, she saw Whitebeard's card and said you actually used that card and got Thief class, hey. Kagaya felt this is ironic and fitting because Whitebeard is a pirate. However, she also understood. Using the skills of detection and perception in the Thief class, Whitebeard's trip to master the observation haki will be much smoother than learning it normally. So, how long will it take? Kagaya asked the important question as Whitebeard said I wasn't far from the advanced level, so it'll not take me a lot. Oh? Then you'll get an ability to foresee the future? I wonder what the limit of haki. Kagaya put her hand on her chin before she said will it be something like the voice of all things of Roger? The voice of all things? Roger? Gwahahaha. Unfortunately, that's impossible, at least in the regular ways. Whitebeard laughed like he heard a very funny thing. Roger was a dreamer, a man who can see the stars in the bright light of the day, gwahahaha. Whitebeard laughed again as his loud voice made the unconscious frog from earlier wake up before running away. It'd been a while since I heard someone mentioning his name. Whitebeard gazed at the sky before thinking to think I'll be completely healthy and even travel to such places, this is very interesting if I think about it. With this, I might be able to say that I explored beyond you, Roger, but if I didn't surpass you in our world, then, Whitebeard grinned like he could see the sea in his world before he said what pride would I have. Kagaya saw Whitebeard suddenly burning with an intense fighting spirit as she softly sighed before glancing at the chat room. The chat was flickering with light multiple times, which showed that the other members were chatting inside. Taking a look, Kagaya's face quickly became expressionless when she saw the Zyxia level stuff in her face. Neat princess, oi, what are you doing? Annihilation Maker, admin chilling in my mind for some time. Neat princess, next to a supermassive black hole? Annihilation Maker, admin very chill. I didn't move any muscle. Neat princess, any muscle? Annihilation Maker, admin yup, I even stopped some unnecessary organs, for example, my heart. Neat princess. You know what? I don't care, but I want to ask something. Annihilation Maker, admin Oh ho? Don't tell me, you're facing problems in your mission, isn't it? Kagaya could already feel the incoming sarcasm and even see Leo's annoying smile, which almost made her close the chat. Neat princess, no, of course, not. How could I, the moon's princess, get troubled by a small mission? Annihilation Maker, admin Is that so? Neat princess, yes, it's an undoubted truth. Annihilation Maker, admin it seems you're very capable, Kagaya-san, ha 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 ha. Neat princess, oh, you're sweet, Leo-san, you're also very capable, phew 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 phew. Whitebeard and Saitama stared at the chat as they felt a weird atmosphere. They could easily see Leo and Kagaya smiling, but their smile wasn't warm at all. Annihilation Maker, admin, so, what did you want to ask? Neat Princess, I just wanted to ask what the signs for the hook existence? Or if you can detect it. Annihilation Maker, admin, the hook? Who told you that you had one on your side? Neat Princess, what do you mean? Annihilation Maker, admin, as far as I know, there's two ways for the multiverse space to breach the world's barrier and the hook is just one of them. Neat Princess, what is the other one? Annihilation Maker, admin, I don't know. Neat Princess. Kagaya felt all her motivation was extinguished before she sighed and typed. Neat Princess, then can you detect something with your clairvoyance if I started a stream? Annihilation Maker, admin, well. No. Neat Princess, you're technically useless, Leo-san. Annihilation Maker, admin, oh really, Kagaya-san? I wonder who is asking me now? Both of them started using the Japanese honorifics as the weird atmosphere appeared again. Annihilation Maker, admin, I won't hide it, I'm not in my best conditions now, and even if I was, I wouldn't be able to detect anything. Those intruders can resist my clairvoyance. Neat Princess, the abyss wasn't easy, hey? Annihilation Maker, admin, of course, it isn't easy. To be honest, if it wasn't for the change in the scenery here, I would be blackout currently. After all, I slept for only 2 hours, 21 minutes, 41 seconds, 34 milliseconds, 2 microseconds, and 13 nanoseconds, probably. I'll black out at any moment, so if you have a question, say it now. Neat Princess, very specific, hey? Won't you come to this mission? Annihilation Maker, admin, no, my mind, soul, and body are all against that idea, and I won't give any blessings to that world. Neat Princess, blessings? More like curses, Mr. Satan. Annihilation Maker, admin, Kagaya, everything in this world has positive and negative sides. Blessings are just curses that you didn't know their consequences, and curses are just blessings that you didn't know their benefits. Neat Princess, here a better question, why are you suddenly wise? Annihilation Maker, admin, a beast's perk and staring at this black singularity of death might had an effect too, well, until we meet again. 3, 2, 1. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Sigh, more questions, Kagaya sighed as she closed the chat room, but her eyes flashed. There's another method to invade the worlds, a method that Leo doesn't know about. Kagaya is determined to know it before she'll rub this fact in Leo's face. Whitebeard stared at Kagaya, whose fighting spirit was ignited again, before he shook his head and walked away. For someone older than him, she sure has a completely young and childish mentality. Whitebeard went away as the golden red sunset shone brightly on this fantasy world, leaving the one in wonder for what is going to happen. Chapter 124, Konosuba Side Part 9. After some time, the night arrived quickly as the golden sunset was replaced with a black sky filled with stars. Under the silver light of the moon, the world became quieter, but it never stopped. In the forest far away from Axel City, a young man was dashing from a tree to another. His speed was beyond what the eye could follow, leaving a shadow in the night. Despite that, his movements didn't cause any sound, like he wasn't there at all. The tree branches only swayed a little, like it was the wind moving them. Once in a while, the shadow's speed will accelerate a lot, turning into a flash before slowing down. In the darkness of the night, Kyle was traveling at his fastest speed in the wild, even accelerating his speed using a shadow steps skill. It has been a full day and night in his journey towards Axel. Although the journey is long because he has to run from another kingdom, his speed is more than enough to cross this long distance in less than 3 days. It would have been less if he didn't have to take breaks. No change in the mission. Glancing at the side mission, Kyle narrowed his eyes while concentrating on jumping with quick speed. However, Kyle couldn't help but think about this mission. Looking at the unchanged progress, a frown appeared on his face. Should he feel happy that the competition is low, or maybe he'll arrive first? No, on the contrary, Kyle has a bad feeling about this side mission, especially after he headed to Axel. Usually, the players will feel happy with having a special mission, but no, for those who understand a little about the horror space, a mission like this means a good reward, yet a big danger. Moreover, this special mission seems much more tolerant than usual. Although death missions are rare in the horror space, having a special mission with no punishment is playing on Kyle's nerves. If Kyle saw at least one of the two devices being planted, he'll not be like this, but no progress, and a place like the main plot location is very suspicious. After all, those who love to get in conflicts will surely go to the protagonist's location and try to fish for benefits. However, he chooses to go into the other kingdom and steal some stuff while waiting for the storm in the plot points to calm down. Yet, nothing happened. For a player, this calm is really abnormal. The more he thought, the more Kyle felt something big was happening behind his back. This feeling is the worst because it reminded him of his first mission where he was almost completely helpless. I have passed the capital, so it shouldn't take me a long time. I need to change my plans. Kyle thought about his situation, but then, his eyes widened. Without any hesitation, he moved his head back at his fastest speed. A black shadow of an arrow passed in front of his eyes. The arrow didn't have any sound, and if it weren't for slight airflow and Kyle's instinct, he'd be headshot now. However, he didn't have any time to slow down before another arrow appeared like a ghost behind him. Ignoring the pain in his neck because of the sudden movement, Kyle took his dagger and blocked the arrow before jumping to another tree. Despite that, the arrows were like ghosts in the night, coming from random directions while aiming at his vitals. Kyle twisted his body in midair, avoiding another arrow before landing on a new tree. Damn it, is it a player or someone else? No, that's not important for now. Quickly scanning the surroundings with his eyes, Kyle didn't have hope of finding anything, even after looking at the chaotic trajectory of the arrows. He can clearly see that the enemy is very professional and didn't leave any clues to their location while gasping Kyle's location precisely despite him using stealth. No, this isn't completely helpless. The arrows aren't that fast, maybe it had something to do with their sneaking ability. Kyle thought of a quick plan before he moved because the arrows appeared again. The enemy changed his location, or maybe this is a trap avoiding an arrow by moving arrows. The numerous trees, Kyle frowned because of this slight pause in attacks. The arrows were a lot, but they were very precise and hidden, which means the enemy is trying to play safe. Kyle waved with his dagd, shattering 2 arrows before activating a speed skill and disappearing. When the buff disappeared, Kyle appeared 10 meters away, but he met with 3 arrows from different directions. Switching his grip on the dagger, 3 flashes appeared before the arrows were cut down, but before Kyle calmed down, his eyes widened. Just behind the arrows, 2 others were hidden. Even Kyle couldn't detect them because the airflow of the first 3 disturbed his senses. Gasping my weakness this quickly. Using all his strength, Kyle rolled backward, avoiding his death before trying to stand up. However, the enemy didn't let him go as 5 arrows arrived. These were more visible than the others, but they were faster and blocked his escape route. Not only that, when Kyle tried to stand up, his foot slipped a little because of the mud on the ground. In this situation, this is fatal. Kyle didn't even have the time to curse in his mind as he waved his dagger desperately and blocked 2 arrows. This was definitely a trap. He was guided into this muddy ground as he lost his chance to escape. In his desperate expression, another arrow appeared from a hidden position. It had a slight shade of red color and was treating the air like a missile. However, at this moment, Kyle's desperate expression vanished as he touched the sheath of his dagger. A transparent barrier instantly appeared, blocking all the arrows before Kyle used shadow steps. He vanished from his place like a flash before flying towards the red arrow's direction. 140 meters away, a woman holding a longbow frowned before she used her finger to tape the bowstring. When Kyle passed the red arrow, the arrow shone with a bright light before exploding. An ear-splitting explosion echoed in the night as the forest was ignited on fire. However, the woman didn't care about the result as she wanted to retreat. The last arrow should have exposed her location, but then, she raised her bow. From behind her, a dagger appeared like a mirage before getting blocked by the bow. Then, like mist vanishing, Kyle appeared like a ghost behind her. Fuck. It's the wind freak. Kyle cursed when he saw the crazy woman before he stabbed again in a tricky angle. The dagger moved like a snake while aiming at the woman's neck, but she just let go of the bow and rotated to the left, avoiding the hit before grabbing the bow with her other hand. In an instant, she took another arrow and aimed at Kyle in this close distance. Kyle had to retreat while throwing the dagger in his hand. The woman also had to move back a little before she changed the target to the dagger. The arrow deflected the dagger, but the woman didn't relax because Kyle took an Uzi from his storage space, and without another thought, he shot. Kyle saw the wind freak had a barrier expanding from her bow before he closed the distance while using all the bullets of the gun to suppress the woman. His speed was very fast as he was already near her and ready to attack from the gap in the barrier. The woman was slightly blinded by all the bullets on the barrier before Kyle raised the dagger as she opened her mouth and bit some sort of a pill. Bang! The pill did the same effect as a flashbang, which made Kyle miss the attack, but he didn't stop. Despite being blind, he still raised her leg and kicked the woman, sending her flying, but she just used his kick to make a distance. What the fuck is wrong with you, wine freak? This isn't even a killing mission, why are you after me? Kyle cursed while staring at the woman he called Wind Freak, landing on the ground. Humph! You're just in the way, that's all, the woman answered coldly before she frowned and said, and you dare to insult my way of wind? What a joke! Come back when you have a fucking wind ability, you delusional bitch! Kyle directly mocked the woman like he already had enough of the wind bullshit. You! Clenching her teeth, the woman stared at Kyle with hatred as the pupils started to grow larger, almost covering all the green color in her eyes. Is that the gene lock? A terrible chill engulfed Kyle's mind, but he quickly calmed down. Are you wasting that now? Or do you really have the confidence to catch me now? If you had a good wind ability, that might be possible, Kyle said with a smile, because he knows that there's no way that the women have a high-rank gene lock. Tisk. The woman calmed herself as she stopped the skill activation. She's well aware of how slippery her target is, so she just missed the chance, and now Kyle should have a couple of ways to escape. It's not like she didn't want a wind skill, but in the horror space, you can't always get what you want. A normal wind skill is useless for her at this stage, while the strong one will cost a lot and won't necessarily be the best option to get stronger. Kyle also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gene Lock is one of the signature skills that separate them from the world's aborigines. Although it's risky to get and expensive, even at the lowest rank, it can turn a pussy of a man into a killing machine. Then what do you want? The woman asked with a cold voice. She didn't have any good impression of Kyle, especially when he always called her a wind freak while her name is Susan. That was one of the reasons she wanted to kill him. Cooperation. And before you laugh or sneer, tell me, did you feel something wrong in this mission? Also, don't tell me you didn't notice that the chest's drop became almost non-existent in this world. Kyle's words made Susan frown, like recalling some of those accidents. The chest drop is like loot. Killing people or creatures from the world will lead to a chance for a chest to drop. The drop chance and rarity are related to the strength and luck of the player, but in this world, it became almost non-existent, which made Susan and Kyle feel something off. The monsters chasing after her, almost falling from a cliff, and some other accidents that made her doubt her luck. Susan didn't understand why, but that didn't stop her from grinning and saying, cooperation? On what basis? Stabbing each other in the back. Of course, what else would the cooperation be? Kyle lifted his eyebrow as Susan lowered her bow slowly before she said, then, what do you suggest? If the cooperation between them was something else, both of them will not accept it. They know that only benefits were the reason for them to be here, so a small cooperation while guarding against each other is the best for now. Of course, if this was a killing mission where you can get a player chest, it'll be a different story. I assume you're going to Axel, right? Let's take a step back and try to gather information from the nearest towns before advancing any further, Kyle said as Susan pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although her style is to sneak and kill from afar, she had to admit that the situation is so weird. I see, then happy cooperation. Kyle jumped from the tree and got closer to Susan to handshake, but she made some distance calmly while walking forward before saying, from you look, you should know this world better than me. Sigh, I spent 3 missions in movies world, I forget anime's world exist. He might be trying to act nicely, like a sign of goodwill, but Susan knew he's just trying to close the distance because close combat isn't her strong point. Kyle waved his hand like he didn't care at all. He didn't bother answering Susan because her words are basically trying to get information for free. However, this conversation raised some doubt in Kyle's mind. I have only been to movies world, this has to be the first anime one. Why did I forget about this? Suddenly, Kyle frowned, but he hid it from Susan as they sprinted to the next town. However, how could he forget that the horror space mainly consists of movies-themed worlds? Only because he was a part of a big guild, he knew about Konosuba's secret information. But if this was the case, then why didn't his guild master tell him about this? Kyle kept those doubts in his mind, but he already changed his plan. At the first sign of things going out of control, he'll immediately abandon the mission because at that moment, the danger will surpass the benefits. Probably, Susan is thinking the same. After all, their lives are more important. Meanwhile, at Axel's town, 2 shadows were jumping from one building to another. However, no one could spot them, like they didn't exist. These thief skills are really convenient and effective. Leon couldn't help but to be amazed, even if she had them for a couple of days. Unlike the normal assassins, who need to take years of training, just having a card and some skills allow a complete novice to perform some very difficult skills, even some abilities that match Tygus. At first, this made Leon sigh for how lucky this world's people are. Leon-san, why are following me? Again Chris, who was wearing a mask, said with helplessness while looking at Leon. She sighed when remembering how Leon actually spotted her at night, trying to steal from the same noble. That situation was really awkward as Chris didn't find a way to explain herself. Why can't I follow you? You've to admit that we make a good team to steal from the rich. Leon landed on top of a building as Chris held her forehead and said, no, I'm not stealing, I'm just... What? Then taking those expressive and rare artifacts isn't stealing, hey? Interesting. Leon's look made Chris blush because she really can't explain it. Also, I'm disappointed. Leon's words made Chris tilt her head in confusion. I thought you're professional. We, true thieves, never steal, we only borrow. Leon made Chris stare at her with a blank expression before she said borrow. Yes. We only borrow, just permanently. Leon saying those words with full confidence made Chris sigh again before jumping away. Wait for me. Leon said before following Chris. They are both going to the same noble mansion anyway. However, Leon had another goal aside from making some money. The noble they're robbing have good connections to the guild and the capital because his son works in that branch. She wants to borrow some papers and documents from his office, nothing more. After all, what the guild announced for adventurers isn't fake news or lies, but they don't always say the full story. Leon felt like she's working a lot these days, but this is worth it because she had her plans in mind. With those thoughts, Leon increased her speed, turning into an unnoticeable black spot with Chris. Chapter 125, Konosuba Side Part 10. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. With the sound of a heavy stack of papers being slammed on the table, Leon stared at everyone in the room before she said, I finally found something while all of you are being lazy. In Kazuma's mansion, everyone gathered here while staring at Leon and her heavy stack of papers. Kagaya was calmly sipping some tea, Kazuma was yawning, Whitebeard was cleaning his naginata, Missaka was staring at the thunderstone intensely, Megaman was laying her head on the table after she used all her mana, and Aqua was drinking in the morning, but Kazuma was too lazy to care about her. After joining Chris yesterday, Leon entered the noble office in a friendly manner and borrowed some papers. Actually, she just saw the word report from the capital and took all the papers away. So, she took them out before continuing her adventure in the night, until she came back and found everyone here. Nah, Kman, where do you see me lazy? Kagaya calmly slipped some tea without opening her eyes. She was almost melting on the chair with a blissful expression on her face. She has to admit that having a special chef for herself is one of the best things that happened to her, which says a lot for someone who lived a long life. We're very productive people, always on the move. Calling us lazy is like saying that the sky isn't blue. Kazuma nodded seriously while grabbing a piece of cake from the table. Actually, the sky is purple. It's blue just because our eyes are more sensitive to the blue color of scattered sunlight. Also, the sun emits a higher concentration of blue light. Misaka added from the side with a reflex, but Kazuma cut her off. Let's keep it civil and don't jump into science, thank you. Misaka glanced at Kazuma before noticing that everyone else in the room was confused by her words, so she puffed her cheeks before staring at the thunderstone. But we're really not lazy. Look, even Kazuma volunteered to become a bait if things didn't work out, Kagaya said calmly while looking at the heavy stack of papers. Yes, yes. Kazuma subconsciously nodded his head before he snapped and said oi. I never said such a thing. No, wait. You're the reason for my bad feelings these days. I can't possibly understand what you are saying. Kagaya just looked to the side, completely denying Kazuma while taking a note of his sharp feelings for trouble. Enough with your nonsense. Can your information locate the problem here? Whitebeard said while looking at the papers, but actually, there's no way he'll read them. Just their numbers are enough to give him a headache, so he just wants to know where to go and punch. Does this have a relation with the enemies, who are worse than the Demon King's army? Megaman raised her head before falling down again. Yeah, they're pretty much hidden very well. Kazuma rubbed his head like he's having a headache. He never saw a day of peace from the day he arrived in this world, and especially after this mission started. Can I ask why you know about them while the kingdom is completely ignorant? Megaman looked at Kazuma, who just sighed, and said, do you want to keep using explosion magic every day? Megaman lowered her head again, like she was chanting a curse under her hat. Sip anyway, the clues are leading to the capital, right? Kagaya took another sip before asking Leon, who almost had enough and was just about to explode from anger. It's the largest forest in the capital's south. Some adventurers' groups got attacked by the so-called monster that used arrows. The shape or type of monster is completely unclear because the victims didn't see it, yet, they only called it a monster because of these people's habits. Leon's words were clear. People in this world won't assume the killer is a human because humanity is really united here. Although there's selfishness and fight for benefits, but how could Leon put it nicely, they are too dumb for deep schemes. So, their thinking will always go for monsters and especially the Demon King's army. Although we can't deny the fact that it might be a new monster, we can't ignore the possibility. Leon finished what she had to say before she sat down and took a piece of cake for herself. Kagaya frowned because of Leon's words. Looking at the papers, the murder actually killed some adventurer parties, which means, she can rule out the cheat holders. After all, they are too happy-go-lucky and dumb for this. Next is the Demon King's army, which is more likely the source, but Kagaya didn't remember any plot in Konosuba for this event. Maybe it just didn't appear in the original, but it also raises the doubt. Sigh, there's no helping it. Stopping her train of thoughts, Kagaya sighed helplessly before making up her mind. Did you figure it out? Kazuma asked, but Kagaya just shook her head and said no, but I'll. What do you mean? Kazuma had a bad feeling about this. I didn't want to use this, but it's the time to affect the world. Kagaya smiled mysteriously, but Kazuma widened his eyes at the keywords he just heard. Bibakana, impossible. Kazuma stood up in a hurry, but Kagaya calmly lowered her cup and said, now, witness the power that'll change all what you know about the world. The world. When the cup of tea touched the table, a wave appeared from Kagaya as a center. The wave made a weird noise while changing the colors of the surrounding, then everything stopped. People, animals, the wind, everyone in the room, and everything else was paused in its place, leaving the world in complete silence. Time has stopped moving. Kagaya stood up slowly before her seat before grabbing a paper from the stack. This paper had the story and names of the party that survived and reported the murderer. Walking away from the table, Kagaya suddenly stopped and stared at Kazuma. Thinking for a moment, she walked towards him and took the sword at his waist. Kagaya can easily choose if a target is affected by her ability as she releases the sword. It's time to do God's work. She raised the sword as it reflected the light before a faint whisper was heard, WWRRRYYY. Without stopping, Kagaya flew out from the window at a very fast speed. Her spirit power made her like a meteor in the sky before she landed near a particular store. Entering it quickly, Kagaya spotted a beautiful woman with brown eyes and long brown hair. She wore a long purple dress while standing behind the desk. Kagaya walked quickly and removed the time stop from the woman and said, Whiz, wake up, I need your help and fast. Kagaya-san? How did you come here and What is happening? Wiz was surprised because Kagaya suddenly appeared, but then, she noticed the frozen world. Whis is a lich and the owner of the magic items shop in Axel. She's one of the Demon King's generals and a very strong archmage. In Kagaya's opinion, she's actually a very good person in the middle of this retarded world. In this period, Kagaya visited almost all the important places in Axel and one of them was Wiz's shop, so she knew her very well. No time to talk or explain, I need you to teleport me into the capital. Here, take this. Kagaya waved her sleeve as a bar of gold flew out and stopped in mid-air. What? Wiz didn't understand anything, but Kagaya wasn't going to stop. There's no time. The whole world is in danger, Wiz. Look. Even a goddess was dispatched because of the situation. Kagaya stopped the time on Wiz before she went back and dragged the drunk Aqua here, which was all done instantly in Wiz's eyes. She doesn't want to do this, but she didn't have a choice. Although she has her own teleportation magic, Kagaya doesn't have a mark on the capital. Wiz started to feel dizzy. She clearly saw that Aqua is a goddess, but what is happening now? The world has stopped. Kagaya is telling her that something big happens. She doesn't know what is going on. Wiz didn't understand anything as Kagaya kept pressuring her again and again before she just gave up and said teleportation. Kagaya made sure her ability doesn't affect the teleportation before a colorful magic circle appeared under her feet. The light gathered around it before it flashed and Kagaya disappeared from her place. Just, what is going on? Wiz was still able to move in the stopped time as she looked at Aqua, smiling weirdly while floating in the air. Kagaya opened her eyes to see herself arriving at the capital. This was a hidden place where Wiz has a mark for her teleportation magic. She quickly flew away and scanned the capital from above. Spotted the guild building, she just landed down before storming inside. Her eyes looked at everyone, who were frozen, before locking a guild's receptionist and walked toward him. Removing the time effect on the man, Kagaya looked at his shocked expression before she said in a heavy voice, where is she, he, or maybe it? WRRYYYYY. Dio's sword added a more threatening aura as the man was panicking. What is happening? The man was shocked by everything and everyone froze around him before Kagaya waved her sleeve and smacked him on the forehead. Slap. Her sleeve did the same effect of a slap, which made the man retreat a little, but there was a weird talisman on his forehead. His eyes lost focus before Kagaya said, tell me, what do you know? The man started telling Kagaya everything about the murder case because of her hypnotizing talisman. Using his talisman, the weak target will tell Kagaya all that she wants while deleting the memories of their meeting. When Kagaya got what she wanted, she just took the talisman back before applying the time effect again. As I expect, the where is she interrogation method is only effective for the Og Edgelord Batman. Kagaya shook her head before checking her gains from this raid. I have a location and some information, but just to make sure. Kagaya whispered before entering deep into the guild. After a while, Kagaya came out with a frown. She just asked all the big figures in the guild, but she didn't get anything useful, so she left and flew to the sky towards the market. A team of adventurers were frozen when they were chatting before Kagaya landed from the sky and raised her sleeve. The team leader, who survived Susan's arrows, got the same treatment as the guild's receptionist before revealing more information. Out the capital, in the South Forest. Near the Griffin's hunting ground, Kagaya got a more precise location before she flew in the sky. Her speed was like a missile in the sky, breaking the sound barrier before reaching the location. It was a burned ground filled with ash and dust, like a large fire ignited here. Tisk, there's nothing at all. Kagaya covered her mouth with a sleeve before flying away. She took this place as a center and started checking for any clue. After almost an hour of flying around, Kagaya only found a broken arrow, which didn't have anything on it, even a string of energy or aura wasn't present in the arrow. Humph. We really lack some proper investigation methods. No, we need some mystical ways to find something from this site. Trying to find a very small number of people in a large world is very hard, especially if you didn't have any good clues, as Kagaya felt helpless. Grabbing another talisman, Kagaya put it on the broken arrow before hiding it inside of her sleeve. Maybe it could provide a good clue and assistant in the future. But at least, I know there's a high possibility for it to be the target. From all the different sides of the story and clues that Kagaya heard in the capital, the attacker should not be from the Demon King's army because the strongest generals are all known for Kagaya and only them can do something like this. It's very unlikely for the humans to target each other, not to mention killing, so this had to be our target, but they have completely vanished during these days. Kagaya floated before looking around one last time. Teleportation. Finishing her business, Kagaya used the teleportation magic as a colorful magic circle appeared under her. However, if their goal is to kill adventurers, they can't hide for long. As long as the slightest message arrives about a murderous archer, Kagaya will stop the time immediately and check. With a flash, Kagaya disappeared from her place and appeared inside Kazuma's mansion. Sigh, this was tiring. Complaining, Kagaya walked slowly and returned the sword to Kazuma. Sitting down on her seat, Kagaya raised the cup of tea before saying, the time resumes. What happened to you? Leon asked Kazuma, who stood up with a panicked expression. Kazuma checked his surrounding and belonging before he patted his chest and said, I'm safe. Everyone, I just checked and we finally know one of our targets. But they are nowhere to be found, yet. We didn't come out empty-handed. Kagaya sipped some tea, which was still hot as everyone was staring at her. What just happened? Everyone had the same question inside of their heads, but only Kazuma said, damn time manipulators. With that, Kagaya just shrugged her shoulders before starting a long conversation about the capital and the murderous archer. However, they all forgot about Aqua, who was lying down inside the shop while Wiz didn't know what to do. Chapter 126, Konosuba Side Part 11. After the great time movement by Kagaya, everything went back to the usual routine. Despite knowing the result of the investigation, which is a player using arrows, the group didn't know where or how to find him, her, or it. Honestly, the group started to get annoyed by this mission. How the hell are they supposed to find someone in a vast world? Both conditions and means are bad, leaving them empty-handed. Whitebeard saw that things had ended as he left the mansion immediately. He just said that he's leaving for a while before heading out of the city towards the mountains. Maybe he took a quest or he's just walking around, the group didn't know. Leon didn't have more means. Although she's used to gather information, her work zone was never this huge. Sighing, she also felt a little frustrated, but this isn't enough to put her down. She also left while dragging Missaka away. Missaka said that she's going to check the market, which coincidentally, was Leon's goal. So, she just dragged her with her. Kazuma just chose to not think about the mission and focus on other things. Although he doesn't know how big this planet is compared to Earth, he was already over it and classified the objective of finding something as borderline impossible. Anyway, he has more important things to take care of, like the kind woman who was assaulted by Aqua in the morning. It was direct death threats and an attempt to murder as Kazuma had to hold Aqua. The kind lady, Wiz, actually delivered Aqua to them, after she fell asleep in her shop. Apparently, Wiz is a strong mage. She was using magic to make Aqua float while delivering her to them. Despite all his desires to say keep her, Kazuma just sighed and thanked Wiz. He just talked with her for some time, but Kazuma can already see that Wiz might be one of the nicest people he saw in his life. He couldn't throw a curse, Aqua, at her, he still has principles, goddammit. However, at that moment, Aqua rose from her sleep like a zombie and attacked Wiz, telling Kazuma that Wiz is a lich. If this was a lich, then what does this make you, Miss Goddess? Staring at Aqua, who was struggling like a madman, and the worried, yet concerned Wiz, Kazuma felt his world's view was broken again before he just stopped Aqua and bid farewell to Wiz. Despite being angry, Aqua shut up immediately after taking a hit to the head and receiving a threat to make all her missions involve frogs from today. After solving this problem, Kazuma faced his second challenge. The city finally couldn't handle the brilliant ball of flames and ashes every morning, especially after the apocalypse that day. The guild directly told Kazuma, as the leader of his party, to stop Megaman's explosions or choose a far place from the city if she wanted to train her magic. Kazuma agreed with a blank face. To be honest, he felt slightly sorry for the citizens in this city. They actually tolerate those explosions until now, even asking them politely to stop. They are very nice people. Megaman complained that these people didn't understand the charm of explosions before quickly crumbling and apologizing under the eyes of the guild's staff. Meanwhile, in a place near the forest outside of Axel, two tigers-like monsters were walking and trying to find prey. Suddenly, their ears raised up, and stared to the side. The sound of leaves and twigs getting broken alerted the two monsters, but then, they saw three humanoid figures. Spotting the prey, the tigers wanted to lurk around, however, the sharp voice of wind was heard before their heads were pierced by small objects as the blood bloomed like a flower. The bullet is a bullet, and the gun is a gun. I still have no idea why people say they are a bullet or a gun. Do they want to shoot themselves? Kazuma lowered the sniper rifle in his hands when he confirmed the death of the monsters. With a quick turn, the rifle magically transformed into a pistol before Kazuma turned around and said with annoyance, "How far is this place? You shitty neat, how did you find a way to cheat?" Ignoring Kazuma's question, Aqua directly pointed at the pistol. "Shut up, useless goddess, you send a lot of heroes all these years. Do you think it's impossible to find one or two cheat items?" Kazuma retorted directly while giving Aqua a "Are you dumb" look. "Really? But I don't remember giving something like that." Aqua frowned while trying hard to remember. "Do you recall what did you eat yesterday?" Kazuma shook his head as Aqua was directly confused because she didn't even remember that. Megaman watched Aqua and Kazuma's exchange before she said, "Let's move, the faster we are, the faster we finish this nonsense." Kazuma was still going on at it with Aqua before he reacted instantly when he heard Megaman. "No. The faster I can use my explosion magic." Megaman corrected Kazuma, but he and Aqua just said, "Isn't that the same thing?" "No, it's not." Megaman waved with her staff while her eyes glowed red, like she won't accept this humiliation against explosion magic. After getting the notice from the guild, Megaman decided to change her usual place of training, which made her fall into some trouble. When using her magic, she'll lose all the power to stand up, which means she needs a helper. Everyone left in the morning, leaving only Kazuma and Aqua as they were forced to go with her. Mainly because Kazuma doesn't trust Megaman's choice of place and he isn't settled by leaving Aqua alone. From his experience, Aqua will surely do something that'll increase his debt if he left her alone after the accident with Wiz. So, they gathered here as Megaman wasn't satisfied with a normal place and started a journey to find the so-called perfect spot, also known as the nuclear testing site for Kazuma. Also, Kazuma is avoiding the crazy night woman in the guild, so he chooses to leave early. Anyway, can you just choose a place? Kazuma lacked any motivation as he looked at the forest around him. He just remembered that day on the ship, when Leo told him about getting his own nuke. He never thought it'll be like this. No, he should have known that Leo was a natural-born devil, even before he became Lucifer. Anything he says has a bad twist in the middle. No, for the explosion magic to show its true might, a good place is required, Megaman said with her eyes glowing as Kazuma started to think if she was looking for a sacrificing place. There isn't anything special on this side of the forest, but it's been a while since I checked. Aqua shrugged before Kazuma said Oya, Oya? Said the goddess that doesn't know the guild place. You shitty neat. Aqua was furious before quarreling with Kazuma, but Megaman stared at Aqua with pity. She heard from Kazuma that Aqua is delusional and thinks she's a true goddess, even Megaman couldn't help but feel sad for her. With this period, the group went further into the forest while trying to find a good place to try the nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, Kagaya felt that this is one of the worst times in her life. At first, it was good to run around Axel, but now, Kagaya started to get fed up. However, what makes it worse is the fact she can't do anything about it. Kagaya began to feel that someone or something is insulting her majesty and IQ during these days. Like she was some sort of a joke to watch. Don't ask her how she felt it, but it was annoying and making her mad. However, what is it? A higher being, multiverse space, or the world? The more she thought about it, the worse her mood became. Kagaya already started to feel that the world is trying to make fun of them, especially if she thought about it. Konosuba is a comedy world. Don't tell me that the world is trying to make a big joke using them. With just that idea, Kagaya's mood hit the rock bottom. Why does she feel this is correct? Ignorant of Kagaya's conspiracy theory, Missaka and Leon were walking around in the market. Axel's market wasn't that big, instead, it was slightly small. It mostly contains the daily necessity of citizens and some equipment and items for adventurers. Despite that, the market was crowded with people, old and young, buying or selling their goods. So, why are you dragging me around? Missaka said with a frown while looking at Leon, who was checking some stores. Oh, come in. Don't be like that. We're both coming here, so why don't we stroll together? Also, what do you want to buy? Leon waved her hand and said with a smile. She didn't seem to be concerned about Misaka's frown at all. Missaka clenched her fist as she calmed herself a little. She didn't know why, but she had a feeling that Leon is laughing at her actions, like it's very amusing. I'm looking for a holder for the Thunderstone. I can't keep it in my hand all the time. Missaka shook her head before walking again. Although she can put the stone inside the chat room, she can't use that during the battle. Even if she wasn't all that professional in fighting, Missaka knows that she can't use the chat room during a fight, so she wants something to quickly access the Thunderstone's power, like a necklace or a bracelet. However, if this was the Academy City, Missaka is sure to get what she wants on the spot, but in Konosuba's world, she can't be sure how they'll make something that can fit the Thunderstone. During these days, she found the Thunderstone is like a battery. It can generate and attract the electromagnetic fields easily, allowing Misaka's power to grow and reduce consumption greatly. So, you want a necklace or a bracelet to hold the stone, right? Seeing Missaka nodding, Leon thought for a moment before saying, "Got it, follow me." Leon smiled before walking forward. Missaka hesitated a little before going after her. They walked on Axel's roads as Missaka saw a lot of new interesting sights. She noticed that this was a new place in the city where she never came before. Well, Missaka always went around the guild's location and the mansion, which made her never check the whole city. Suddenly, she noticed that people in this place know Leon. A lot of them greeted her, especially some children who went toward her with excitement. Leon played a little with the children before she grinned and pointed at Missaka. Missaka had a bad feeling before those children surrounded her. They kept asking her if she was also an adventurer, about magic, and a lot of other questions. This made her in a dilemma, but then, she noticed that Leon was laughing at her situation. Okay, everyone, leave that big sister alone, we still have things to do. Leon clapped as the children showed a reluctant expression before she said, "Don't worry, I'll come later." With a big cheer, the children waved as Missaka and Leon left the place. You're sure popular, especially with those children, Missaka was liberated before saying with some curiosity. She noticed that Leon seemed more local in this place than some citizens. Me? Well, I have my way with children. Leon shrugged her shoulders before looking forward and saying, oh, we have arrived. Missaka looked to see an old shop with some weapons hanging outside and the smell of the burned wood coming from inside. Oi, Al, are you there? With Leon's shout, a middle-aged man walked from inside while rubbing his hand with a cloth. It's you, Leon, how has it been? The man named Al said with a smile before Leon started a conversation with him. After a while, Leon mentioned Missaka before Al said sure, no problem. Looking at you as Leon's friend, I'll give you a discount. You're okay with iron as a material? Al said before Missaka, who was still figuring the situation, nodded and said yeah, it's okay. It's settled then, let me measure the gem, Al said before Missaka gave him the Thunderstone. He was surprised when he looked at the stone, but then, he just measured it before giving it back. When it's ready, I'll tell Leon. She's always hanging around here anyway. Al took the material before waving goodbye to the two girls and entered his shop. Well, that's it. Let's go. Leon called Missaka back to her senses before they walked away. During the journey, Missaka looked at Leon for a while, which made the latter notice that and said him. Is there something? You blend very well with this place. Missaka thought from a moment before saying what was in her mind, which made Leon chuckle and say of course, as an assassin, you need to learn how to blend with your surroundings. Also, I grew up in places like this, so it's like returning home. Places like this? Missaka asked before Leon looked at her oddly before tapping her forehead while saying this world or at least this city condition isn't all that bad, it even made the slums look quite good. This is the slums. Missaka lifted her eyebrow before looking around. Even if it didn't look that different, it was truly in a slightly more bad condition than the main area of the city. Yeah, this is the slums. Sigh, although this place is quite unbelievable to me to be so. Leon sighed while looking at people walking around. To your world, right? Looking at Leon, Missaka couldn't help but blur out, when she recalled the information that she learned about Akame Kill's world before recognizing what she just and apologizing to Leon. Don't worry about. How much do you know about my world? Leon looked at Missaka, who said not that much, except basic understanding. That's good. I thought you're like those three. Leon scratched the back of her head before she winked at Missaka and said that was just the past, let's not think a lot about it, okay? Can I ask about what happened after we left? Missaka asked before Leon said sigh, you're still asking. Well, it isn't that important, but do you know how much trouble you caused? Leon just waved her hand before becoming serious, which shocked Missaka. What? After you blew up the empire, the whole pressure on the revolutionary army increased by 10-folds. Luckily, I got the Taigu back, or else. Leon started to complain about the situation she had in the past days in her worlds as some sweat appeared on Misaka's forehead. She first talked about the citizens that Pakia teleported from the empire. Honestly, that was a big pain in the ass according to Leon. They had to sit in camps, build houses and try to provide shelter and safety to those people. At first, it was a very tiring job, but then, with the power of Tygus, especially Susanoo, who built houses like the greatest builder in the world, the pressure lowered a lot. This also worked out because the army always thought of going to battle in a far place, so there's a lot of tents and materials to make camps, especially danger beasts to hunt for food. Susanoo? A god. Misaka recovered from the embarrassment before she asked when she heard the name of a god from Japanese mythology. What? No, he's a Taigu. Anyway, let me continue then. Leon began to talk about the war that almost started. With the message of the empire vanishing and the Taigu gone missing, all the other countries saw the empire's land as a big pie, ready to be split and eaten. However, after getting the Taigu, the revolutionary army quickly found people, who were compatible with the wide damage Taigu, and sent them to battle. Getting some losses against the Taigu's users and knowing that those weapons still exist with a huge army, the other countries stopped temporarily. I am sorry. Misaka bowed as her face was very red. All the things were caused because of the chat room members, as Misaka didn't know what to say except apologizing. Nah, don't be. Even if the situation was bad, it was far better than the estimated situation after the war with the Empire. Also, you guys didn't have a reason to help us nor care about our condition. Leon shrugged like she didn't care a lot, but looking at Misaka's face, she sighed before saying but. Count it as selfishness, I want to thank you. In Misaka's surprised eyes, Leon said I had a feeling, but after joining this chat room, I was completely sure about the end of my team and friends. Although you guys' solution wasn't the best, but for me, it was quite satisfactory, so this extra work is worth it. Leon smiled brightly, leaving Misaka in a sigh as she didn't know what to say. As they walked, the two of them already left the slums before Leon said seriously, now, we're in a pretty much stable situation, but another problem appeared. From the north, Asteth and her army learned about the Empire situation. According to Boss, Asteth won't run from a battle, even if her life is on the stack, especially without her Taigu. She'll surely take her army to fight us. So, it's time to kill that general and remove the last bit of that cursed empire, Leon said with some hatred as her killing intent followed out, giving chills to everyone in the street before she returned to normal. I see. Although I don't think I can do much, if you need me, I'll help, Misaka said seriously, but she only got a laugh from Leon, which made her blush and scream, what's funny? Nothing, nothing, you're really cute. Leon's laughter made Misaka grit her teeth. Don't think about it too much. We, the night raid, can manage. Also, I don't think you're really helping in those bloody situations, little girl. Leon's words made Misaka silent because, deep in herself, she knew that's true. However, I still wonder how my team will handle the period of peace after everything gets settled. After all, we have a lot of special guys with us. Leon sighed again before shaking her head, but even if she was smiling, her eyes still had some worry. Because the unknown third party, chat room, destroyed the Empire, the Revolutionary Army doesn't have any problem with taking its place, they were even considered heroes by citizens. So, the night raid became one of the strongest forces of the army, without the need of getting dispatched. However, Leon isn't sure how the particular members of her team will deal with the situation after the period of peace comes. I see, maybe we can make them help us? After all, we are after some enemies in other worlds, but I don't know if the chat room will accept or even have this option. Misaka talked seriously to the surprised Leon before she remembered something and said also, according to our rules in the chat room, the day raid rules and night raid sucks. PFFF. What the heck are those rules? Ha 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 ha. Leon couldn't help it as she started laughing before she looked at Misaka and said, I change my mind, you're absolutely cute. Come and give big sister a hug. What? Misaka wanted to run, but Leon was quick as she hugged Misaka and started to mess her hair. However, and unfortunately, Leon didn't seem to be capable of reading the invisible sign around Misaka that only a few can perceive, which said warning. High voltage. The electricity suddenly appeared and shocked everyone in the street before a scream filled the surrounding. Chapter 127, Konosuba Side Part 12. In the castle above the cliff next to the forest, a gloomy aura was radiating slowly into the air. The old castle that was abandoned for years became more creepy, even the animals and insects didn't dare to get closer. Inside of the castle, several corpses and skeletons can be seen walking around or just standing in their place. However, even if they were still, they would immediately move away, when a particular undead in a mage robe arrived. In the middle of the castle's hallways, Lich was walking slowly while thinking about his plans. After the first accident, he has to admit that these days are quite peaceful, almost like death. Anyway, Lich found this peace to be weird and even stressful. He knew that these feelings are because of his usual habits as a player. After all, they basically don't have the luxury to relax a lot during missions, but this mission is weird. How it can be weird? Well, even if Lich rejected his humanity like he heard from a certain player, the species change in the horror space are somehow special. Unless you completely desire to change, you'll never truly become a part of the said species in the horror space's eyes. This came from a rare message that appears to certain players. Do you really want to change? Yes? Or no? The message was short and for Lich, it's funny. Is the overbearing horror space actually asking for consent? Except for the first invitation, messages like this were rare, and even slightly unheard of. However, even if the message still didn't appear in front of him, Lich can't see a real serious change in those who accepted, except they were slightly stronger obviously. Or maybe he doesn't know many details. Regardless, Lich remembered this information by talking with Beldia, an undead with a lot of feelings, he must say. For all the reasons, why does this mission sound all this friendly? It's so friendly, it gives the dead Lich chills, of course, not as much as the Axis order. Now, I think about it. Didn't the idiots Zhang brothers chose to go to Axel? Lich remembered a certain 3 players, who supposedly went to Axel, as his expression twisted a little. Let's say, his relationship with those 3 players wasn't friendly. This was confirmed again when this mission started. When he first arrived in this world, he bumped into Zhang's brothers. 3 dumbass wearing an AJO hoodie didn't think twice before attacking him while declaring a robbery. However, when Lich summoned his army and tried to catch them, they used some sort of a stun skill. All the undead around them were paralyzed, letting the 3 brothers run away, but he wished it ended like this. The 3 brothers gave him a middle finger while screaming from afar that he was a coward, cursing him multiple times, and saying he can't catch them. Lich obviously used his army again, but those players were too slippery, just running and jumping around. This didn't end until Lich summoned the bone dragon, which made the 3 brothers curse one last time before stunning the dragon with a strong skill and running away without looking back. Lich swears if he saw them again, he'll sacrifice their souls in the most painful way he knows. Hold on, if they went to Axel. Why the hell this mission is still incomplete? Suddenly, Lich finally realized the critical problem. How could 3 top players, even if they were annoying, not finish a simple mission in a newbie town? The Zhang brothers are kinda special. Their strength is only top level when they fight together, but they also aren't weak individually and use the most disgusting, yet effective abilities in fights. They all have the 8th, 9th, 10th rank in the arena of the first floor in the horror space. Lich himself is ranked 5th in the arena, so he got harassed for some time by these 3 brothers because they couldn't defeat their next opponent, so they used the free chance to pick on him as a spellcaster. Anyway, Zhang's brothers are masters of running and crowd control with their stunt, silence, bleeding, and other debuff skills. Even if there was something in Axel, they could easily run around it. Unless they couldn't run around it this time. More and more thoughts filled Lich's head, making him look gloomy. But then, the whole castle trembled and a red gleam shone on everything. What is going on? However, without even giving him a chance to notice the violent mono-reaction, Lich was blasted away by a wrathful crimson explosion. Like taking a hit from a meteor, the whole castle started cracking as a flower of flames blasted towards the sky, bringing a cloud of smoke and dust. Luckily, the explosion hit the castle directly, so the undead weren't affected much. Some of them were blown to pieces, but those were skeletons, who immediately started to look for their bones around. At a corner in the broken hallway, a wrinkled hand appeared from under the rubble before Lich stood up and looked at the flames burning around him. The sun was clearly shining from the large hole, which brought him some discomfort, but he didn't care about that. What? They fuck staring at the cracked castle, those were the only words Lich could say to express his faint emotions. Meanwhile, on the road where people can see the castle, Megaman fell on her face while Kazuma and Aqua were staring at the ball of flames as their clothes and hair were moving with the wind. That was the best. Megaman whispered softly while kissing the ground with her face. Her tone was like she did one of the biggest achievements in her life. However, her 2 partners didn't share the same feelings as her. Blowing this castle won't cost me money, right? It's an abandoned property, right? There's no way its owner would pop up someday, right, right? Please, someone, tell me I'm right. Kazuma hung his head low while praying for a bright future. Why should a goddess like me waste her precious time here? Moreover, when is lunch? Aqua didn't care that much while looking at Kazuma, picking Megaman up. Let's go, Kazuma said before walking forward with a grim look about his future. Sure, Aqua agreed before leaving with Kazuma while thinking about lunch. When the 3 left the place, Lich rushed to Beldia's room to talk about this situation. However, when he arrived, he saw Beldia sitting on his throne with a dreadful aura. So, they finally came. Adventurers with a deep and grim voice, Beldia's red eyes shone with an ominous gleam before he said, "Rookie, it's time to start." What? Lich would blink from confusion if he had eyes. Foolish humans. Always running to the danger like moths in flames. Now, with humans knowing our place, they'll gather their warriors, mages, and come to fight us. And when that happens, we'll get everything we want. Beldia stood up from his throne as his aura of death was blowing around. Beldia-sama, why don't we chase after them now? Lich didn't understand what was happening anymore. Someone came and nuked your house, but you are still hanging around. No, need. During my life, I understood adventurers clearly. They'll always come and raid any place with a lot of monsters. They'll directly fall into my trap, where I, Beldia, will capture them easily. Beldia's eyes shone with a red light, but in Lich's eyes, he looked like one of those scammers that say trust me, I got this or there's nothing to worry about, I'm a professional. Enough with that. Suddenly, Beldia walked forward and passed Lich before he said come with me. We're going to track them. The flames in Lich's eyes burned brightly. No, we're going to something more important. Beldia waved his hand as his cape was flaying before he said we'll help the undead to fix the castle. Excuse me. Lich tilted his head like he had trouble hearing. We'll go and fix the castle to show those adventurers what is waiting for them, Beldia said with a deep voice, but then his voice became mild and said also, our look is very important. We can't keep it like this. Lich had many questions as a lot of complicated thoughts flashed in his brain before he said we're undead, why do you care about looks? Despite his internal conflicts, Lich sighed as he joined the construction team made from the dead. There's still time for the mission and he can take things slowly. However, he also needs to take it carefully after remembering Zhang's brother, even if he saw the castle bombing in the information he brought, which shows that the plot is at least still moving normally. Chapter 128, Konosuba Side Part 13. After bombing the castle, Kazuma and his party walked towards Axel. It didn't take them long to reach the city, especially while using a gun. They didn't stop at the gates as they walked towards the guild because Kazuma wants to see how much he can get for the monsters. However, when Kazuma opened the guild's door, he was comforted with a scene that urged him to close the door. Please, let me join your party. Darkness stood up as soon as Kazuma arrived, like she was waiting the whole morning here. Darkness was standing heroically with the attitude of a knight while looking at Kazuma. The perseverance and firmness were clearly shown in her voice, but her sparkling eyes made Kazuma almost raise his pistol and shot a paralyzing bullet. Sadly, Kazuma has more than one feeling that Darkness will like that instead. He let out a sigh of helplessness, but then, he noticed her eyes were on Megaman on his back. Megaman collapsed on Kazuma's back because she wasted all her mana. Kazuma didn't feel anything except a pain in his back because of this lowly, but seeing Megaman completely vulnerable, thousands of unspeakable fantasies were unfolding in Darkness's eyes. Oi! Why are you looking at me like some sort of a criminal? And why do you seem jealous? Noticing the watery eyes of Darkness, Kazuma had a chill all over his body. This woman seriously has a problem. Ignorant of Kazuma's dilemma, Megaman raised her head slowly before she said you still won't accept her, Kazuma. Right, Kazuma. She's a crusader, with her, we'll have 3 advanced classes. There's no reason to refuse. Aqua tilted her head while looking at the Kazuma sighing. Kazuma knows that it'll go this way if his two good-for-nothing teammates knew about this, so he was just sighing. However, at this moment, he felt something weird as his eyes looked behind Darkness. Kagaya was sitting on a seat at an empty table at the corner of the guild. Her eyes and smile were clearly saying that she was watching a good show. Just that look was enough to make Kazuma clench his fist, and with a furious expression, he said you bastard. However, at the line of sight, his target was misunderstood by Darkness as she twisted her body back before trying to resist, but still, she released a slight moan. Kazuma took a step back at this reaction. Honestly, he started to feel scared from this level of masochism. However, Darkness didn't care about his reaction as she recovered a little and said barely knowing me, and even when I talked to you politely, you called me a bastard. My eyes didn't mislead me. Kazuma solidified in his place before he looked at Kagaya, only to see her smile getting wider. He instantly knew that he fell into a trap. No, it was more like Kagaya giving him a shovel to dig his own trap before falling into it. Sigh, let's just sit down and talk slowly. You are also here, hey. Sighing helplessly, Kazuma walked forward before he noticed Chris at the side. He would have noticed her faster if it wasn't for this female knight outbreak. Regardless, Kazuma took the group to the table of Kagaya before he glared at her, but then, he chose to solve the problem at hand first. There's no point in focusing on a losing battle against a time manipulator. Dropping Megaman on a seat, Kazuma and Aqua sat down next to Kagaya while facing Chris and Darkness. Even if he knows it's hopeless, Kazuma tried to be logical. He explained his goal of defeating the Demon King while saying it's one of the strongest beings in the world. Then, he said the possible consequences of the failure in such a quest. However, and to his helplessness, Megaman stood up with a grand declaration before she fell down on the table because she still didn't completely recover. A female knight is always looking forward to being caught by the Demon King, then being subjected to all the ill treatment. Darkness's response rendered the whole group speechless. Hey, Kazuma! After listening to what you said, I think we also should back out. The Demon King is really dangerous for us, Aqua whispered to the annoyed Kazuma as he covered his face and said, You of all people should be the most motivated. PFF. Hearing the strange sound, Kazuma looked to the side to see Kagaya holding her laughter back. You know? Everything you are doing is basically useless, Kazuma, Kagaya said with a bright smile. What do you know? Kazuma snapped as he stood up, but Kagaya just covered her mouth and said a lot of things, especially about here. Despite the confusion of the others, Kazuma knew what Kagaya was talking about. She was talking about the plot of his world. Darn it, I swear that I'll never try to act cool again. Kazuma started to regret not asking for his plot, and he knows that Leo and Kagaya won't say it. No, there's still a chance. As long as new members who know my show entered the chat room, I'll be able to scam. I mean, ask them nicely. Kazuma started from now to prepare to trick the new members in the chat room. Suddenly, when Kazuma was thinking and Kagaya asked Megaman about the castle bombing, a loud sound echoed all across the city, like an emergency warning. Hearing the voice, Kazuma figured that it was Luna, the receptionist of the guild, calling all the adventurers because of an emergency. Without any delay, the whole city was in an uproar. Citizens were running away, fleeing to their homes before closing the doors and windows. The adventurers in the guild also moved quickly, grabbing their weapons, and storming outside the guild. Crap, what's happening? A monster invasion of some kind. Kazuma exclaimed before he jumped from his seat to check the situation outside. Darkness, Aqua, and Chris also ran immediately while following behind him. Megaman, who couldn't muster any strength, was left as she said, Hey, wait for me. However, she could only move a little and she needs more time to recover, but even so, she won't be able to launch the explosion magic a second time today. Kagaya watched Megaman with amusement before she grabbed a talisman from her sleeve and said, Don't worry, I got you. With a swift movement, the talisman was put on Megaman's hand before a link was established between her and Kagaya. Using the link, Kagaya moved a little of her energy into Megaman. Without any warning, Megaman jumped from the table as her eyes were glowing with an intense red light before she trembled and said how? Megaman felt her body was filled with mana and recovered rapidly, then she looked at Kagaya with stars in her eyes and said You did it, right? Can you do it again? Megaman was excited. If Kagaya can use this power again, even for one time a day, she'll be able to use explosion magic more than once a day. Kagaya just smiled at Megaman's question before she said They already left, you know. Megaman felt like she had been splashed with cold water as the glow in her eyes dimmed before she ran out of guild while screaming Wait for me. When everyone left, the guild became quiet. Kagaya tapped the table with her finger before she grinned and said All according to the plan. As a woman of culture, how could Kagaya not know about the flying cabbage's horde? And more importantly, darkness performance during it. However, what is important now is Diojima, who has a gun. Unlike taking missions and hunting monsters alone, Diojima will really show his might in front of everyone, and it'll be much better if he used his arsenal cube. There's no way this event won't spread and attract some attention, especially the attention of people that know about guns. Also, Kagaya was to film this glorious scene of darkness and Kazuma's reaction as a trophy from this world. With the sight of a new collection at hand, Kagaya's mood became better after she felt the world is playing tricks on her before she said I honestly don't understand why people want to keep the plot intact, unless they get benefits from it, but most of the time, they don't. Well, Megaman already started bombing the castle of Dulahan and the flying cabbage arrived. Kagaya stood up from the seat before she sighed and said Sigh, I also wanted to see that scene. I really wonder how much different it'd be from the original with the addition of Dio-Zuma. Suddenly, Kagaya, who wanted to cover her mouth with her sleeve, stopped her hand in midair, even her expression froze. Diojima. The sword. The gun. The more she spoke, the weirder Kagaya's expression and quieter her voice became before it turned into whispers. The cabbage and the castle. But shouldn't the cabbage be first? No, it shouldn't be because the timeline is wrong. Wait. Kagaya snapped before she said no, this can't be. At that moment, Kagaya froze in her place as her expression was gloomy before she said wrong. Everything is wrong. Without any warning, a wave of power rushed from Kagaya before everything was frozen. The time has stopped. In the absolute silence of the time stop, Kagaya stood there quietly. Her expression kept changing. sometimes like she was in deep thoughts before frowning. However, Kagaya suddenly looked at her hand before her expression sank immediately and even became slightly pale. No, I need to see it myself. Kagaya's eyes flashed before she rushed outside the guild before flying. Crossing the distance quickly, Kagaya arrived at the gate as she saw the adventurers and Kazuma's party here. They were holding weapons and staring at the front, like waiting for something. Flying above the gate, Kagaya landed on top of the wall before she applied a simple illusion on herself. She immediately removed the time stop and watched the group underneath. Is this really a monster invasion? Kazuma questioned, but he still took his gun and sword while looking at the front. Here they come. One adventurer said before a green cloud appeared from afar. What is that? Kazuma was shocked as he saw a huge horde of flying cabbage. Prepare yourself. Suddenly, Megaman rushed to the front and did a pose in front of all the adventurers. As everyone was cheering explosion. When everyone was in a commotion because of the flying cabbage, Kagaya was observing the scene as her expression became gloomier with every second passing. She saw Aqua explaining the situation and the guild staff announcing the cabbage's price, then darkness rushed forward to protect some adventurers, but she ended up taking all the hits while everyone praised her heroic deeds, which left Kazuma speechless. If this was any other time, Kagaya would be laughing at Kazuma, but now, she only felt a terrible chill. When she saw Megaman's using explosion magic, her expression sank completely as her face became paler, even her body shivered a little. However, Kagaya quickly recovered before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. After a moment, she opened them and continued to observe the situation. The fight continued normally until the adventurers defeated most of the cabbage and started collecting their loot. Aqua helped to keep the goods fresh while Kazuma was using baskets to collect the cabbage. Suddenly, Missaka and Leon arrived at the scene. It seems they were late because of a certain accident, however, Kagaya only clicked her tongue when she saw this. Anyway, the battle against the cabbage finished successfully as the adventurers carried their goods to sell them to the guild. Kazuma and others weren't an exception, even Missaka and Leon helped them. Time passed quickly when someone is focused on something as the dinner time arrived when everything was completed. The adventurers gathered at the guild to have dinner, which was mainly dishes cooked with the cabbage. It was a very popular ingredient. Kazuma's party with Leon and Missaka gathered at the table and had dinner. They can't believe that some cabbage can taste this good, which made them wonder if they gave it to the octopus chef. Good sir, I look forward to working with you. Darkness smiled brightly while extending her hand for a handshake. Kazuma was completely helpless as he just accepted it. During this dinner, Darkness finally joined Kazuma's party, even if Kazuma was completely annoyed. Actually, he isn't against Darkness joining if she was slightly normal. After all, she's very beautiful, but she's also a complete masochist, a masochist of the higher levels. This made Kazuma wonder if he'll ever have a normal teammate at this rate. Did anyone see Kagaya? Misaka noticed someone missing as she asked, but Kazuma just waved her hand and said, probably spreading pain to the world, don't worry. Although the explanation is far-fetched, everyone knows that Kagaya will be okay. After all, her eternity manipulation isn't to be scoffed at. Meanwhile, Kagaya was on top of the guild's building, staring at the moon in the sky. Her long hair and dress were moving with the wind, which made her look more beautiful under the moonlight, but her expression was completely gloomy. To think it'll be like this. This is really ridiculous. Kagaya glanced at the guild under her before she sighed and looked at the moon. Her mood was very heavy now. Every single thing that happened during this period was wrong in Kagaya's eyes. If any other person witnessed these events, he might not notice something, but Kagaya, who watched Konosuba and joined the chat from the start, knows how wrong this situation is. She closed her eyes and remembered all the plot of Konosuba and all that happened during this period. First, they came to this world via the chat room. Meeting with Kazuma was simple as he introduced Aqua to them before they got the adventurer cards. Everything was pretty normal. In the following days, they went to hunt the frogs. However, Kagaya focused on a certain scene. It was on the last day they were hunting frogs. The day when Aqua said her encouraging words to Kazuma before falling in a puddle of water because of mudcup. After that, Kazuma and Aqua met Megaman for the first time. Only when everyone from the chat was far away from them. Then, Megaman joined Kazuma's party after she and Aqua got eaten by the frogs. More and more memories kept racing in her head. Kazuma refuses darkness, then learns the steel skill from Chris, and Misaka tells Kagaya about what Kazuma did to Chris. Today, Megaman used an explosion on Beldia's castle while the flying cabbage arrived and darkness joined at the dinner. However, nothing of this should happen because Konosuba's plot was destroyed from the first days. How? Well, Kazuma in the original show had to work with Aqua for some weeks to buy equipment, but at this time, that didn't happen because Leo gave him Dio's sword. From that point, coupled with the marvelous butterfly effect, everything should be changed, or at least be much different than the original, and it did, well, until this mission started at least. Even if the chat's members interfered, the events would still maneuver around their actions and made the perfect adjustment to move according to the original plot. Like Kagaya's explosion made Megaman's attack the castle early, and because of Kazuma's change, the cabbage's arrival was delayed until he talked with darkness. Kagaya looked at the moon as she remembered a certain line in the original and in this timeline. A phrase was said by Megaman at the first meeting. That we would meet is a fate chosen by the world itself. Kagaya smiled helplessly before she said, what kind of bright, yet shady foreshadowing is this? Foreshadowception. Of course, if the correction was simple while slightly looking like the plot, Kagaya won't be like this. What made her really shocked and even slightly scared was a simple, trivial thing that happened earlier. If I didn't give Megaman the talisman of mana, she wouldn't be able to use an explosion against the cabbage. Kagaya looked at her hand as she was in deep thoughts. If Kagaya didn't interfere, the plot would have been changed, but unintentionally, she helped in the correction of the plot. This was enough to send chills down her spine. The whole world was moving toward the plot, like it being guided by something. However, the correction was so perfect that it even made Kagaya feel okay. Because even if she did notice this, she'd help Megaman to recover to join the battle on her own. And his party behind the scene is without a doubt, the world's will of Konosuba. There's no other explanation. But why? Why is the world's will doing this? Recovering the plot in a way that it even made them help without knowing. What is the goal of this? Why does it want to keep the plot in its original form, or at least very close to it? Does it want to confuse the players or something else? I don't know. Kagaya felt she was at the end of her wits. The information is too little and she doesn't know anything deep about this mission. However, now Kagaya is in front of a difficult situation. Will she tell the others about this or not? This crossroad has both advantages and disadvantages, but Kagaya didn't take long to decide. There's nothing about it, I'll tell them. Sigh, this is really getting out of hand. Kagaya sighed before staring at the moon in the sky to calm down. In the chat room, there are some unwritten rules that anyone slightly smarter can guess easily. In the subject of telling the other members about their futures, she, Leo, and Kazuma look at the situation first. They won't say anything if one of these conditions were fulfilled. Is it funny, like with Kazuma? Do they want to know, like with Saitama and Whitebeard? Is it appropriate to say, like with Misaka? Misaka's world, Toru, is the top level of danger. No, it's the extreme level of danger. If they told Misaka about her future and she went to destroy the level 6 shift program now, she'll affect the Upside Down Man, Alistair, plans. If something happened to his plan, Alistair won't hesitate to flip every stone in the Academy City to know what happened. No, he'll even check atoms if necessary. And now, it's one of those situations where she needs to talk about this because things went out of control, or she should say, they are strictly under control. Chapter 129, Konosuba Side Part 14. After a long day of cabbage hunting, the city recovered its calm and the night arrived. The night passed calmly and peacefully on Axel City, like the morning uproar and warning alarms didn't happen at all. Kazuma, who went to sleep early, kept wondering why did the city and the guild exaggerate their reaction to some flying cabbage? Again, Kazuma failed to understand his world's logic. This day was tiring for adventurers because of the battle against Cabbage, but they also got a good amount of money from it. Kazuma was particularly satisfied by his gains during this battle. Using a shotgun to shoot freezing bullets at the Cabbage, Kazuma managed to gather quite a lot. Apparently, his luck played a role and he got some good cabbages from that battle, which sold for quite a sum, letting Kazuma see some light of hope to clear his debts. It seems he's really kind of fitting to be a merchant according to the guild lady. However, Aqua kept staring at him with blank eyes. Kazuma could feel like she was looking at some sort of a cheater, which in fact, made him feel great. Like he's using a hack or cheating in front of the GM, but the GM can't do shit about it. Although Kazuma doesn't count Aqua as the GM, even if she was responsible to send the reincarnators from Japan, that feeling was great nonetheless. Honestly, Kazuma felt that his mental stress during all these days has been cleared by a lot, even the world seemed brighter. However, that feeling only lasted for one night. The next day, in the mansion, on the breakfast table, Kazuma clapped his hands, took a very deep breath, and said, "Can you repeat that?" Slowly. Kagaya sighed helplessly while looking at everyone's astonished reaction before repeating her words. On the table, everyone gathered to have breakfast, but currently, only the chat members were capable of moving because Kagaya stopped time. Megaman, Aqua, and Darkness didn't need to hear the next things, nor Kagaya planned to involve them in these complicated things. Using time stop to have meetings, probably only a few like Kagaya could have this luxury. After preparing the place, Kagaya started telling everyone about her discovery as she watched their expressions becoming odd, solidifying, then turning into pure shock. Just the look of their mouths opening and closing a couple of times made Kagaya feel funny, but she didn't have the mood to laugh. "So, this is what I noticed after these days. You might think I'm overthinking it, believe me, I also want to believe that, but I really can't ignore it like this." Kagaya took a deep breath after telling everyone everything she knew. The biggest and heaviest responsibility that someone can have is the responsibility of others' lives, especially if they were your close ones. Although Kagaya lived for a long time, witnessed a lot of things, and these things almost lost their meaning for her, she still didn't lose all her compassion. Living for a long time can turn even a dumb and pure person into someone who can see through people easily, which drastically lowers the number of people who you can call friends. So, Kagaya really cherished those who trusted her, especially to leave their backs for her. She doesn't want her hiding for information, especially this important piece of intel, to be the reason for anyone in this room to get hurt. Clearing her thoughts, Kagaya observed the people in the room. Leon covered her face with her hand as she smiled wryly. For something like this to pop up in the morning, she really felt a great need for a beer right now. Missaka was still opening her mouth and closing it, like she wanted to say something, but didn't know how. Her mind is currently chaotic. She wants to say this is unscientific, but after all that she witnessed here, the clarification of science became very pale and almost completely meaningless. "I see." Kazuma, who was affected by the modern era's information, was the first to recover before he crossed his arms, leaned his back on the chair, and said, "So, what to do now? If it's like what you're saying now, then what's the point of doing anything? After all, it seems like all fate is controlled by a great god," Kazuma said with annoyance. "Nobody likes to be controlled like a puppet, and he's no exception to this. Putting like that, I see this situation took a very weird turn." Leon shook her head, but from her facial expression, Kagaya can see that she's also uncomfortable by this. "Then, does this plot correction work as a mental control against us?" Missaka closed her eyes for a moment before asking Kagaya directly. Her eyes mean no joke, and that question made Leon and Kazuma stare at Kagaya because this is really a very, very important question that'll determine a lot of things for the future. "Although I can't say that I know a lot, but I can assure you that we're not mind-controlled. It's just, if my theory is correct, this world's will is too sly and good at manipulating the situation by using different events and actions." Kagaya shook her head while calming the chat members' suspicions. "Also, this world's will know us." Kagaya's words made Kazuma frown and ask, "What do you mean?" "It knows us very well. It can guess our choices and prepare to use them to correct its plot without making us feel anything wrong. Also, if this chat room wanted to control us like that, it'll not invite any member who knows the world's future." Kagaya talked slowly as she stopped and let everyone comprehend the current information. Indeed, if the world's wills wanted some puppets they could control using the plot, they would never send an invitation to someone like Leo, Kazuma, and Kagaya. Also, from what they have seen these days, the world's wills, even if they are still mostly mysterious, seem to be sincere in making this chat room. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a mental control, the situation can still be salvaged. So, in the meantime, what we'll do? No, here a better question: if the world's will is correcting its plot, what is the reason for doing that? Tricking the players or preparing a stage? Although he asked, Kazuma didn't expect an answer as he leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Preparing a stage, huh? Like chess pieces being placed in the correct time and place. Missaka said as she was trying to find a good reason, but the electric sparks on her forehead showed that she isn't calm. "I see the latter is most likely. After all, a commander will always want to make use of his troops to the maximum," Leon said with a smirk, "but apparently, she wants the most casual about this. As an assassin, she is used to taking missions and being ordered by the higher UPS. Seeing the conversation become more and more intense, Kagaya tapped on the table before she said, let's calm down for a moment and not antagonize one of our bosses casually without any proper evidence. It still didn't cause any unfavorable situation for us to be this wary. Kagaya's words calmed down the heated discussion as the chat members sighed. To be honest, this situation is really nerve-wracking. I see, then let me ask again, what we'll do in the meantime? Kazuma opened his eyes and asked Kagaya. Missaka and Leon also stopped and waited for Kagaya to answer. Kagaya sighed helplessly because it seemed that the temporary position of the leader went to her. The chat room doesn't have a clear leader and probably will never have. This is an unwritten rule agreed upon by all the current members. Everyone here has their own goals, morals, principles, dreams, way of thinking, and pride. Putting a leader on different people from all over the worlds will produce more negative effects than positives. Not to mention who might join in the future. After all, the multiverse is very vast. So, everyone completely agreed to help and listen to each other without any clear leader as long as it doesn't affect their principles. Even Leo, who is the admin, completely agreed on this. The only time a temporary leader is being nominated is when the situation needs someone to organize it. So, everyone will listen to that person to guide them while putting their trust in him/her. In other words, the leader is someone who works overtime in this chat room during the said mission, which is why Kagaya was sighing, but who made her seem the most reliable during these times. Just as I said, let's not antagonize our boss and think about our future moves. And for this, we have two ways: keep playing along while checking the situation, or we'll actively wreck the plot, leaving no chance for it to recover. Kagaya waited for everyone to digest the current information before she continued. However, the two plans have a very critical condition. Which one? Missaka asked before Kagaya answered directly. Will I tell you about this world's future or not? Kagaya's words made everyone silent as they looked at Kazuma, whose subject is mostly about him. Feeling everyone's eyes, Kazuma took a deep breath before he said, although I really want to know my plot, especially from you two assholes, but let's hear the benefits of the two ways. Everyone continued to look at Kazuma as Kagaya smiled and said, there's not a big effect, at least for us, but if we use the fist way, we can always switch to the second one at any time. And if we wreck the plot, the first way will be completely inaccessible, which is probably wrecking all the world's will's secret goals or preparations. So, will we put our trust in the world's will? Kazuma said as he closed his eyes and started thinking. After a moment, he sighed and said helplessly, well, fuck me, this is still my world, so let me give it a chance. I really feel that this will haunt me in the future. Despite his completely annoyed and helpless face, everyone was able to see Kazuma in a new light as Leon tapped his back. Oi! What was that for? Kazuma questioned this out of nowhere act, but Leon just smiled before sitting down. So, it's settled. We'll continue in our lives, but I need you to report to me what happened with you at the end of the day. Although I don't dare to say I'm completely correct, I can see a little of why the world's will is doing this. Kagaya grinned while standing up. Oh yeah? What happened, to be honest? Kazuma looked with a blank face at Kagaya. You're making me work overtime, so deal with it, Kagaya said as Kazuma and Leon looked at the side, like they didn't want to admit it as Missaka blinked at this situation. Oh, right, how do you plan on telling the old man? Leon suddenly asked because Whitebeard left and still didn't come back. Use the chat room and ask for his opinion, Missaka said as Leon tapped her forehead and said, ah, right. I completely forgot about it. It's really an easy way of communication, not gonna lie, Kazuma answered before he clasped his hands and looked at Kagaya seriously. This change made everyone look at him. Kagaya, before everything begins, I still have one thing I want to confirm, Kazuma asked as Kagaya signaled to continue before he said, my plot. Isn't that bad, right? Nothing bad will happen, right? Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. You'll even benefit from it. Kagaya looked at the confused Kazuma before she said, you'll become rich. Kazuma solidified in his place as his eyes became more serious than ever. Even Leon and Missaka felt the heavy aura around him before he asked in a deep voice, how much? You'll be able to give Aqua an allowance. When Kagaya finished her words, Kazuma moved immediately. *Bum. He slammed the table, but nothing happened to it because of the time stop as he stood up. I see, my world's will seems to be very good. With a deep voice, Kazuma left the table before moving towards the door. Opening his arms wide, like holding the whole world, Kazuma said, come at me, plot. Ha 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 ha. With a very loud laughter, Kazuma left the room as the rest looked at the door and heard his voice become smaller and smaller until it vanished. Leon was still smiling and Missaka had a blank expression. The new light they saw was smashed by Kazuma in an instant. But you'll probably suffer from some mental traumas suddenly, Kagaya spoke as everyone stared at her. What? It isn't my fault he didn't wait. Kagaya blinked like she was stating the obvious, which made everyone speechless. With this, Kagaya removed the time stop before resuming their lives and mission after they explained briefly why Kazuma suddenly vanished for Aqua and the rest. When everyone left, Kagaya looked out of the window to see Axel City before she muttered, if my guess is correct, then in a week at maximum, we'll be able to see a result or we'll have to use the second plan. Looking at the clouds moving slowly, Kagaya finally started to feel that this mission began moving in front of her eyes, even if it was a very weird and surprising progress. Chapter 130, Konosuba Side Part 15. When everything was settled, the chat members went back to their usual lives, but they couldn't take it slow and easy like the last time. Although they choose to be ignorant about the plot temporarily, the group kept their eyes on all what is happening around them. Even Kazuma, who was feeling mentally tired these days, decided to focus on the bullshit that's happening around him. Kazuma's party kind of felt something different, but they shrugged it off as Kazuma continued his accompanying surveillance to Megaman and Aqua, just so they wouldn't cause something big. With everything happening, the last thing Kazuma wants is another dead on his head. If not for the Cabbage, he'll be using stealth skill to be hidden from the store owners. Not only do they taste heavenly, but they're also a gift from heaven. These were Kazuma's thoughts when he was eating the cabbage cooked by the octopus chef as some tears slipped from his cheeks. Missaka suddenly became completely serious after the meeting. She started to get used to a certain usage of her ability, which is literally a radar. Using her ability of electromagnetism, Missaka, as a center, can release electromagnetic waves to see images of the surroundings without using her sight, giving her no blind spots. Even living beings can't escape her detection easily because they have bioelectricity inside of them. However, this ability strains her brain far more than regular calculations. The electromagnetic energy echoes a lot of information each time, even more, when Missaka holds the Thunderstone. For this, Leon chose to go with her as Missaka wanted to increase the detection range slowly. At this rate, time passed quickly until the second day, when Whitebeard came back. Apparently, he found nothing important was happening, so he wanted to roam this kingdom's interesting places. However, after reading the message in the chat room, he only responded with "I'm coming back" and closed the chat. When he came back, Whitebeard went directly to Kagaya to understand the situation, but one thing was for sure, he was angry. Kazuma has to admit that he felt his legs weak when Whitebeard passed him that day. The aura around him made Kazuma lose all desire to fight, even Missaka was slightly pale. Whistle the old can be really scary when he's angry, right? Leon asked Kazuma with some sweat on her forehead, but Kazuma couldn't really answer her because this is the first time he saw Whitebeard like this. Facing Whitebeard, Kagaya could guess that he was angry because someone was playing tricks behind his back. Although Whitebeard doesn't understand, nor does he want to understand the way the worlds will think, he will not allow someone to try and decide his actions. He is Whitebeard. He prefers death than becoming someone else's puppet. He'll never fall down before giving his all. Kagaya sighed again as she really confirmed that the chat room really can't have any leader at all before she raised one finger to Whitebeard and said 1 week. After a period of silence, Whitebeard released a deep breath from his nose before standing up and leaving. Despite his emotions, he didn't lose his rationality and had to admit that Kagaya's plan is the best for now, so he agreed to wait. But he really needs to cool down, so he went to Axel's fields. On that day, Kazuma sipped tea calmly as he watched some frogs flying in the sky from the window. It was a glorious sight that made him sigh and say, "Luckily, there's no PETA here." However, this didn't stop Kazuma from admiring the animal Abukoff, the fantastic fight between the frogs and Whitebeard. After that day's events, the time passed quickly as the darkness of night was replaced by the bright sunlight. Waking up early, Kazuma went with Megaman and Aqua to do another round of bombing on the poor castle. Darkness wanted to come with them, but she had to go to church with Chris, which made Aqua's expression darken when she heard the name of Eris Church. "I can't believe this. How could she choose Eris over the great me, Aqua?" Aqua was complaining because Darkness said that she doesn't have any desire to change her beliefs. Kazuma and Megaman were walking with a blank expression. They listened to Aqua whining all the way to the castle, even Megaman stopped casting a sympathetic look at Aqua. She's beyond saving, Megaman thought before looking at the castle at top of the hill while preparing to cast magic. Well, I don't know why. Maybe, just maybe because it's a better goddess than you. Kazuma finally exploded as Aqua froze in her place. Her expression was quickly replaced by horror while pointing at Kazuma before she said, Kazuma, don't tell me that a demonic presence has affected your mind. What nonsense are you talking? Kazuma suddenly saw Aqua jumping towards him and holding his hands. Oh, poor soul, the demonic clutches are very horrible, but fear not. The great Aqua-sama is here. Now, say with me and strengthen your belief. Eris, pat her chest. Aqua was shining with a holy aura while holding Kazuma's hands, which was like casting a blessing. Oi! Let go of me! Why the hell is your strength so high as a priest? Kazuma was struggling to escape Aqua, but her strength was too strong. Hey! Pay attention you two! Megaman pointed with her staff to Kazuma and Aqua, who ignored her. They wanted to continue ignoring her, but to be honest, having that staff pointed at you was far scarier than a rocket launcher for them. Humph! Darkness blacker than black and darker than dark. Megaman quickly chanted as the mana was going high wire around her before she screamed explosion. A red gleam descended on the castle far away before a huge explosion fell on it, making the air vibrate and wind raging a little. And we're done. Let's go back, Kazuma said while releasing Aqua's cheeks that he was squeezing. When Kagaya walked to pick up Megaman, he noticed something from the forest to the left. Even Aqua, who was massaging her cheeks, snapped and turned to look. With heavy steps, several skeletons and zombies appeared from the forest as they slowly surrounded Kazuma's party. Zombies, skeletons, classic undead. Kazuma lifted his eyebrow while looking at the classic monsters. Looking at how the monsters were slowly surrounding them, Kazuma grabbed a cube from the chat room before he turned it into a shotgun. However, despite the current situation, he was excited. Kazuma, what are? Megaman wanted to stand up, but Kazuma stopped her and said, don't worry, I got this. All those hours in LEFT4 DEAD prepared me well. Finally, they will show a result. Kazuma raised his shotgun to aim, but suddenly, he noticed a change. The undead, who were surrounding them, walked past Kazuma and Megaman and headed quickly towards Aqua in the back. Feeling the divine and holy aura in Aqua, the dead souls, who desired to go to the afterlife, rushed directly to where they'd most likely get purified. Turn undead. Despite being shocked, Aqua quickly cast purification spells and obliterated all the undead in the vicinity. Kazuma had to close his eyes because of the dazzling light before looking at Aqua standing in the middle of rags and bones. Humph! How could undead actually appear here? Is this an evil plan from that Lich? Aqua recovered from the shock as she stood proudly. What wrong? Did this goddess dazzling light fascinated you, Kazuma? Don't worry, as long as you join the Axis order, you can observe the god. Wait. Don't point that thing at me. Aqua had a smug look before noticing that Kazuma was pointing a pistol with a paralyzing bullet at her. Kazuma sighed and held his head like he received a headache before picking Megaman and deciding to return. He already had enough, especially after he wasn't able to test his gamer's skills. Aqua quickly followed them while looking around if another group of undead will appear. However, during their return journey, Kazuma thought about it before activating the chat and wrote a small report for Kagaya. He didn't know if the current undead were a part of the plot, but he felt that this change was worthy of a report. Meanwhile, at Kazuma's mansion, Kagaya was looking from the window before she noticed a message from Kazuma. Undead. Now. Kagaya frowned while reading Kazuma's report. This is a weird and a clear change in the plot. If the world's will is correcting the plot, then why did this happen? Because it was too small of a change, or, Kagaya started to think about the situation as she got a few ideas. First, a random situation because of the change in the plot can be ruled out because the world's will shouldn't let this happen. Second, this could just be Aqua's fault. Because of the holy aura, Aqua can literally work as a magnet to the undead, who seek the afterlife. Maybe the undead with Beldia felt Aqua's powers and went on their own. After all, Aqua didn't go with Kazuma and Megaman in the original. Third, this also could be Kagaya's fault. The event on the Apocalypse Day still lingers in the people's minds, so she wouldn't feel surprised if the Demon King's army started an investigation. Lastly, an irregular change, which has no relation to the original plot. Now, what to do about this? Kagaya started to think about the best form of action for now. Do they let this situation slide and keep walking with the plot while treating it as a weird coincidence, or check the situation? No, let's just check it out without affecting anything. After all, a little check won't hurt anyone, but just to be sure, let's see how it'll go first. Kagaya made up her mind before she noticed a notification in the chat room. Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm back. I have to say that the sleeping experience as an angel sucks, coupled with this morning, I prefer to never sleep again. Annihilation Maker, admin, well, you guys are still in the mission. Interesting. Looking at the asshole angel making his comeback, Kagaya blinked her eyes before they flashed. She wanted to ask about the situation they are currently facing. After all, Leo, the eldritch-looking angel, is a higher dimensional being. Unlike them, even Kagaya, who lived for so long, he should be more aware of things like fate and destiny. However, before Kagaya started to type the first word, another notification appeared. And unlike the message one, this notification was big and all the members heard it. GOOOOOSE has joined the chat room. The literate or verbal laws are unable to convey what I want to say now, so no comment. Annihilation Maker, admin. Annihilation Maker, admin. Annihilation Maker, admin. Annihilation Maker, admin. Kagaya continued to look at Leo's messages of silence filling the screen as she lifted her eyebrow. However, before she focused on the new member, another notification came from the chat room. With the addition of the member, GOOOOOSE, a new channel, Chaldea, was created in the chat room. Member GOOOOOSE was automatically selected as the secondary admin on Chaldea's channel. Eggplant Cowherhay has joined the chat room, Chaldea's channel. Sword Mom has joined the chat room, Chaldea's channel. Kagaya stood there in disbelief. Another channel? New members? This was really something out of nowhere, but then, messages filled the screen. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have the authority to permanently ban GOOOOOSE. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have the authority to permanently ban GOOOOOSE. Annihilation Maker, admin, doesn't have the authority to ban GOOOOOSE for 100 billion years. Kagaya then witnessed hundreds of messages flashing across the screen with a blank face. The period of ban that Leo was putting, quickly decreased. From billions into millions, until they became a small 0.01 second, but still, he didn't have the authority to ban GOOOOOSE. GOOOOOSE, Chaldea's admin. Hello? I can use my thoughts? Annihilation Maker, admin number Kagaya saw a very long message appear, but it was all hashtags as she didn't know if Leo broke a key. However, the next message made her beyond speechless. System notice, the following message has been censored because the angelic text, which is a higher dimension language, is bad for some members' mental health, and sometimes, physical health. System notice, we ask Annihilation Maker, admin, to refrain from using these types of languages, especially when he curses, and use a language that the human's brain can comprehend. Thank you. Annihilation Maker, admin, nice save, but still, fuck you. Advocate of gender equality, what the hell is going on? Annihilation Maker, admin, oh, nothing. Just run away and don't look back, goodbye. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. So, the higher dimensional beings can really kill using a keyboard normally. Kagaya shook her head at this ridiculous situation. However, she glanced at the chat room again. Eggplant Cowherhay, senpai. Can you see this as well? Archer can see it too. Is this Chaldea's emergency protocol? Sword Mom, what's the meaning of this? And what island? Meaning of this nickname? Kagaya quickly noticed a second channel appeared in the chat room as everyone logged in quickly, but then, she frowned. Hold on, Sword Mom, Eggplant, Chaldea. GOOOOOSE. No way. The blood was drained from Kagaya's face as she shivered. Then she held her forehead, like experiencing a huge headache. Looks like a huge problem is coming from this chat room and Kagaya doesn't feel good about it. Maybe she should take the advice and run away too. Chapter 131, Konosuba Side Part 16. Before the ancient god of chaos breached the chat room, the silver moon was flying in the sky as the darkness of night was like a veil on the world. The stars were shining in the sky, yet, they were numerous and sparkling, like a blanket across the vast darkness. This is something that you can't see, it's a rare scene in the modern era because of all the pollution. In Konosuba's world, a scene like this isn't rare. After all, the nature of a simple technology world filled with an energy like mana is way more healthier than regular worlds. This raises the question if there's a god or a goddess responsible for this scenery. Although such a god isn't necessary to be present in the current reality where Kazuma lives. However, such a scene had taken form in a world that experienced explosive growth in technology, which rendered a lot of people speechless and also surprised. Despite the magnificent sight, another scene was taking place, a view that cannot be explained by the word exaggerated. In the deep void of space, the stars were flashing everywhere, like pearls under the light. The whole scene was vibrating with different colors, blue, red, purple, green, yellow, orange, and the mix between them were floating like giant clouds, which were genetic nebulas. A few spinning disks were floating around the stars and nebulas, some of them were very close, which made them very big, yet, all of them were shining brightly. They were galaxies floating in space. In the middle of this insane picture, a deep dark hole was twisting the space and time. It was far bigger than anything in the vicinity, even light wasn't able to escape from that darkness. It was a supermassive black hole, however, despite being this close to other celestial bodies, the attraction force from the black hole didn't affect anything around it. This scene was on a completely different level than the beautiful starry sky in the real world as it became very pale in comparison. There were even 1 or 2 quasars far away in the distance. However, in the middle, facing the supermassive black hole, is the most inconsistent area in all this place. A small portion of the space gas of a dark blue nebula gathered together and made a form completely out of place, a couch. Something that shouldn't exist here. And on the nebula's couch, a person was sitting on the couch. However, his eyes were closed and his arms were resting on both sides of the couch, like he was sleeping in that position. Next to him, a card was floating in the space and spinning slowly. Suddenly, the bright red necklace on his neck flashed with a green color. The green gem in the middle flashed a few times before a deep voice sounded, "What is going on here?" With that voice, the young man's eyes twitched a little before opening directly, like he was just resting his eyes rather than sleeping. "Oh, good morning, Drake. Although I don't think there's a day or night in this place." Looking at the deep void of space, Leo greeted the Red Dragon Emperor's soul in his necklace. However, Drake didn't talk immediately as he took a moment of silence before saying, "I have to admit, that look of yours became rather disturbing." Hearing that remark, Leo's eyebrow twitched, but he only sighed before saying, "Believe me, this is beyond my control and I also want to stop it." The beyond perfect look according to human standards, coupled with the deep, different colored eyes that almost could reflect the whole cosmology here, made Leo sigh helplessly. He already went beyond the level of turning back. Honestly, he doesn't like this at all, not at all. Each time he remembers this, Leo will curse Venus and the logic that insists that angels should be perfect than all humans. This shouldn't happen only because of the angels' physics, but Venus's concept was like throwing fuel on the fire. Then, what happened to your spiritual landscape? Drake looked at the wonders of space shining brightly as he wondered what happened here. "Oh, this. Well, let's say, my mind was fucking with me and this is the result of my retaliation." Leo shook his head at the cosmic scenery. "Ha!" Drake wondered if he didn't hear that correctly as Leo sighed and told him a small story. After sleeping, knocking himself out, Leo shouldn't have any perception of the outside world, unless an enemy or an energy fluctuation appeared around him. However, something has changed suddenly as Leo opened his eyes. He was standing in his spiritual landscape, but instead of being a pitch-black space, it became the same scene inside his origin. The very, very deep ocean with the unfathomable cliff at the front. Glancing at the cliff for a moment, Leo noticed the tarot card of the Fool was floating next to him and releasing a small golden light with a tiny platinum gleam. The light from the card brightened the darkness, illuminating the dark blue floor. However, the picture on the card changed. The jester stopped laughing as he stood in front of the cliff with a blank expression. Did this become some sort of the unchanging scenery of my heart or what? Leo shook his head at the condition of his spiritual landscape before he got an idea. Compared to the origins domain, the spiritual landscape is very flexible, which made Leo want to try to change the current picture into something else. With a snap of his fingers, the deep ocean vanished and was replaced with a green forest. However, Leo stood in his place because just in front of him there was a cliff. Like the forest and earth was cut off at that position and turned into a bottomless cliff that the wind was whistling around it. Leo didn't believe this as he started to change the scenery over and over. A river? It'll have a bottomless waterfall. A sea? It'll be cut off and turn into a cliff. A volcano? The magma will cool down and drop into a deep hole. Even a city will be cut in half just for the cliff to exist. Reaching the limits of patience, Leo dropped the Big Bang and manifested the cosmic scenery. However, he stood there silently looking at the supermassive black hole. Staring at the black hole with emotionless eyes, Leo had a pretty strong feeling that his mind is fucking with him. Like perceiving his emotions, a table appeared as Leo, who saw it, took a deep breath and flipped it over. It flew quickly and vanished inside the black hole. Feeling a little better, Leo turned a nebula into a couch and sat down while noticing that he could use the chat room. Well, it wasn't a surprise because he could use it inside his spiritual landscape during Asgard's accident. He chatted with Saitama, who was the only member online, before talking with Kagaya, then he knocked himself again, and now, he was awakened by Drake. Drake was speechless by this small story before sighed and said, "The more time I spend with you, the more I can't understand what is going on in your mind." Is that so? Great. Leo clapped his hands, which made Drake sigh again in annoyance. Even a dragon will suffer with this guy. Come on, don't be like that. Look, if you want to know something, why don't you just ask? Leo looked at the necklace as Drake said, "Are you sure you'll answer?" Nope, Leo answered immediately as the Red Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and said, "For someone aiming at power, you're really jumping everywhere." Without the need for me to continue, Leo smiled as he chuckled and said, "Really? Honestly, the purity of dragons is one of the few things I can agree on in DXD. The power is just a tool to achieve goals." Leo crossed his arms as he floated from the nebula and moved around. Power can change people or turn situations, but in the end, it's still a mere tool, which can be thrown away at any time if Leo saw doing so as the best outcome. This is the definition of power for him. Even if he knows it's important, there are far more important things than it. If someone thinks power is something more than that, even more than themselves, then they're probably stroking their fragile ego or something. Leo chuckled as Drake became silent before saying, "A tool? Hey. Well, you're probably one of the few people I can trust my back to, so stop thinking deeply about it." Like seeing through Drake, Leo said with a small voice. "Sigh, you must be the most unique host I ever had." Drake sighed, but for some reason, the tone of his voice changed slightly. "Like I said, that's good." Leo nodded with satisfaction as Drake laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Let me add the weirdest host, but I guess that's good too, after all, dragons aren't normal." "Well, normal is just an ever-changing logic put by humans. Ugh, forget it, at least you get it." Suddenly, while looking at the cosmic scenery, Leo touched the back of his left shoulder. There was a milky white star mark, which was glowing with very faint light. This is the magic crust of the incomplete heavens feels. Honestly, compared to what people say, the soul's injury isn't that painful. For sure it's more painful than a physical one, but Leo only found it static. Yes, static. Compared to the physical pain, the soul's injury will stay at the maximum degree of pain and won't change at all, just sending the pain signals like there's no tomorrow. "You okay?" Noticing this, Drake said as Leo shook his head while saying, "No, nothing." Hey, Drake. What? Drake noticed Leo looking at the necklace. Thinking for a moment, Leo said, "How about I show you an interesting scenery when I recover?" Drake didn't know why, but he has a bad feeling about this. "Nah, don't worry. Although it isn't pretty like this one, I guess it's worth witnessing at least one time," Leo said with a small voice, which made Drake confused. Unlike the usual tone of his voice that sounds like he's planning something, Drake felt Leo's tone was calm and slightly hesitating. The problem is, he usually makes you know that he's planning something, but even so, you can't escape. So, this is weird for the dragon. "Sigh, I wonder how those guys are doing," Leo whispered as he looked at the galaxies and quasars in the distance. "I hope they didn't finish the mission too quickly. Someone will gain weight, and that might become a very problematic," Leo thought as he shook his head. "Thelma, Ian's, Kolanoth, and Psy True Will. This will be very troublesome," saying some terms that made Drake confused. Leo calculated the time as he noticed that it was almost the time for his alarm to go off. However, as he looked at the black hole and checked the situation out, his expression darkened immediately. Taking a deep breath, Leo snapped his fingers. The cosmic scenery vanished like a bubble. Meanwhile, in Kuah town, inside a certain house and room, the sun slowly rose in the sky as the sunlight was slipping from the window to the room. The alarm clock next to the bed was going off like crazy. Crack! Suddenly, an invisible force crushed the clock before it spun and turned into a small ball. The ball fell on the desk and continued spinning. Leo was lying on the bed, however, he wasn't in a normal condition. His pupils became a slit and his eyes were gleaming with mana, showing that his emotions weren't in a complete check. Regardless, he didn't care as his brain was working at a high speed. His bed seems to be 2.13 centimeters lower than usual and the temperature around his body is higher than normal. And in front of him, a blonde girl is holding his body like a pillow as she was sleeping soundly with nothing on her body except the blanket. Ha 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 ha. Drake was laughing at the current situation while rolling inside the necklace gem. He finally knew why Leo's expression was like he ate a fly. She invaded my room. The mana, which was almost turning into alter talisma, was rippling in Leo's eyes. Despite him being unconscious or Nero having his mana, Leo still didn't understand how she could escape his perception and sneak up on him like this, but he didn't care. His room is off limits. Off limits? It's like you invited yourself into a dragon's lair, the hell's pit of a demon, or heaven that the angel guards. Which by surprise, he's all the above. Especially if you look at the things in his room. At the top of the bed, there's a large plushie of a blue, cute, and small devil with yellow eyes, or the small animals plus highs on the shelves. No soul shall walk out with full memories after seeing this place. Well, except his parents and Drake, who doesn't understand or bother with these things. Nero seemed to notice something as she was slowly waking up, without noticing Leo's eyes that were glowing with mana. Suddenly, Leo's eyes glanced at the side as the walls weren't able to stop his gaze. His mother was just next to his door and was about to open it. Leo's expression became odd. It's too much of a coincidence for his mother exactly when Nero was able to escape his perception. Wait. Leo's eyes became wide. Everything suddenly became clear, too much clearer. Nero rubbed her eyes slowly before she managed to wake up a little and said good night. Leo quickly tapped Nero's forehead. A wave of mana engulfed the surprised Nero before she returned to the class card state. Sorry, but this is a battle against the world. Catching the class card, which was flashing, Leo's eyes sharpened as he stood up before his mother opened the door. She wasn't all that surprised to see Leo awake. After discovering the potential system and recovering his memories, Leo always woke up early to train to make the maximum use of his time. She told him that she needed him to go buy some things, as Leo agreed. Leo nodded as he watched his mother leave before his expression darkened and said, "Do you think you can make me fall into a cliché? Over my dead body? It's you or me, DXD." Looking at the very familiar formula of a harem anime, Leo quickly guessed what was going to happen. This world's will think it can make him fall into such a cliché? Not even in its wildest dreams. I didn't expect that to happen, Drake said with an odd expression, but Leo didn't care about his reaction as he opened the chat room. Clearing his thoughts about the stupid laws of this world that somehow lead to these events, Leo started browsing the chat room. He wanted to see if they passed the mission or not, but then, Leo lifted his eyebrow when he saw reports messages filling the chat room. It seems something interesting is happening. Checking the messages, Leo saw the date and time on them as he felt weird. 8 hours here are almost 6 days in Konosuba? But it wasn't like this. Did it change because of the mission? Leo didn't find an answer, but well, he decided to stop and send 2 messages. However, when he did, he received a very big surprise. The ancient god of chaos joined the chat room as Leo, who is a beast, tried to save the world again, but he failed. So, he bailed immediately. With the addition of Chaldea's channel, the chat room is about to reach the conditions to unlock a new quest system, the infected replicas. As an admin, you have the authority to know this information before other members. We ask you to prepare and organize the situation with Chaldea's admin Good Echo to achieve better results. However, Leo didn't care about that message or the class card that was vibrating in his hand. He felt the world darkened and everything was crumbling apart. After trembling for a few seconds while his brain was simulating the possible bad endings, Leo calmed down as his eyes became firm. No. I'll never give up. Leo recovered as he started to think. The transformation into the horror that can make Saitama look like a child hasn't been completed. In fact, maybe Ritsuka is still a normal person. As a beast, he'll do his duty and save the world from the humans. So, where can I complain? I want to call the manager on this shit. If you want chaos, just call an eldritch god or something. Leo started to look in the chat room, but then, he received a private message. A certain world's will, to our world's will. Hello, how may I help you? What the hell are you doing here? Wait. Leo was surprised by the uninvited guest, but his expression changed after that. A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. I'm the manager. Mew ha 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 ha. Fear me, you peasant. Leo stared at the screen with a blank face. He has a strong feeling that the other world's wills had enough, and threw this guy here so they can relax a little. A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. So, are you complaining about your admin's authority? Nah. Leo shook his head. He actually never cared about the admin's identity or if there'll be other ones. He only cared about the banhammer and the username change disabling function, only those two are important for him. However, they took a part of his ability as an angry Discord mode. Honestly, it looks too much of an extra work identity, so if someone can share it, then he'll be rather happy to throw the work at them. But if it was good echo. Leo shivered again. A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. Guess. Nope, not interested. Leo instantly refused to think about this. A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. I would like to remind you of your debt, but let me tell you something you'll be interested about. I'm the manager of the notes function. It's you fucker. Leo snapped at that message. All those stupid remarks and notes were coming from this bastard. A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. Yes, it's me. What are you going to do about it? Destroy me? PFFF, think of something new. Taking a deep breath, Leo shook his head before saying, what are the infected replicas? A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. I'm the stupid remarks manager, not the explanation manager. Go ask Boob's Power, he has an interesting past with them. He. DXD, hey. Leo nodded at this remark. A certain world's will, to our world's will / the manager. But hey, I left you a small present, but for now, I'll watch your career with great interest. Leo stared at the last message before he sighed and fell on the bed again. He lost almost all his energy to do anything now. Writing with this primitive language is hard. Why can't I use an eldritch one? Anyway, I found the comment for good echo. For a special person, you can't hide or run from the madness. Leo just closed his eyes and decided to ignore all the reality for some time. Meanwhile, in Konosuba's world, Kagaya shook her head to clear the headache. Then, she took some very deep breaths, just to prepare her mind and heart. No, they can't send that abomination here. Be logical, Kagaya, we kinda are saving the world, so something like that is unaccepted. Calming her heart, Kagaya looked at the chat. Good echo, Chaldea's admin. Hello, can someone explain to me this? Chat? It's called that, right? Sounds like a normal person. A rare species in this chat room. Kagaya felt slightly relaxed, but she still didn't drop her guard. Advocate of gender equality, that name. It makes fear itself afraid. Bree, stop scaring the new member with your nonsense. Neat princess, we need to explain the chat room to an admin. Big sister Lion, oh, the new member is a new authority figure. Good echo, Chaldea's admin. Sorry, but I really don't know much about this. I only accepted the invitation because a screen that told me that I can meet Lucifer. Advocate of gender equality. Bree, Big sister Lion, Neat princess, oh my. Good echo, Chaldea's admin. Did I say something wrong? Neat princess, no, but. Please take a seat and let's have a talk. Currently, Kagaya was grinning for some reason while covering her mouth with her sleeve. She had a quite good feeling that this will be an interesting talk. Chapter 132, Konosuba Side Part 17. In a world filled with the technology of the modern era, a huge fire that spread to the whole planet was burning slowly. The cities, buildings, even the smallest creation made by humans on this planet was engulfed in the red-orange flames, blackening, melting, and crumbling under the flames. Looking at what happened to this planet, one might think it's a dream or a nightmare, but the dust and hot air made the one realize this is reality and everything was getting consumed by the raging fire. In this doomsday scene, no person, well, at least no human was visible around the globe anymore. Instead, some weird skeletons and zombies were visible everywhere, even some ghosts-like creatures, which were wraiths, were wandering aimlessly. The number of undead in a certain place usually shows how many people died in all the massacres that went around, but this scene was repeating all around the globe, like the human race was completely extinct, which was, in fact, the truth. The history, civilization, achievements of humans, and all their traces on the planet were vanishing bit by bit, starting from their lives to their creations, slowly melting under fire. In the year of 2004, the world was still normal and everything was proceeding in the usual ways. Suddenly, a large, bright light appeared in the sky on a certain day. Humanity, including Magi, didn't understand the nature of the light, nor they ever will. The light didn't halt for a moment before it fell down. Like a massive tsunami, the light shone on the whole planet. The light that carried so much heat values, which made it the hottest thing on the planet, swept the world like a storm and ignited it on fire. Yet, like it was a judgment from the sky, the light mostly targeted a specific target, the human's race. No human was able to escape the blazing brightness as they burned into ashes before melting into the light. On that day, humanity, which ruled the planet as the self-proclaimed superior race, vanished like snow melting in summer. The counter-force, especially Alea, stood helplessly, without any power to resist as the humanity turned into heat values and merged with the light ring in the space. However, not everything was burned to the ground. In the nuclear city of Fuyaki, a particular activity called the Holy Grail War is still active. 7 mages and 7 historical figures, sometimes more, fight for the not-so-almighty Holy Grail to achieve their wishes. Apparently, the Holy Grail won't wait for anyone, even if humanity was extinct. But if you look at it in another way, the Holy Grail was one of the causes of this event like always. However, when the light swept the Magi, who summoned servants, were directly burned into dust, leaving the war and their servants. But their servants didn't care that much about the situation. The 7 servants, well, at least what is left of them, are still fighting against each other, even during humanity's visible extinction. Yet, the fighting suddenly stopped as a new force emerged, which attracted the hatred of the defeated servants, who turned into shadow servants. A state of heroic spirits that's one rank less than actual servants. Despite that, in an abandoned school building in Fuyaki, the new force that joined the war was having a weird time. That's quite the look you have there, archer. Did you pierce yourself with your swords? Quite interesting for an archer leaning on the wall, a man with long blue hair and robes said with a lot of sarcasm in his tone. However, his grin was wide while looking at the reaction of a tall man with red clothing despite being unable to see the screen in the air. The man in red clothing was looking at the air, exactly at the holographic screen, as his expression darkened. Hearing the voice of the other man, Archer snorted and said, "Did you only learn to bark after losing your teeth, caster?" The caster of the current war, Cu Kulane, clenched his long staff before he said, "Nothing to worry about, I can still easily crack your skull with my staff. No need to waste my spear on you." Cu immediately knew that Archer was talking about his current class, so he retorted immediately as the smell of gunpowder was filling the air between the 2 servants. "That stick, hey? You're really becoming more and more honest with yourself." Hound of Killen. Archer glanced at Cu as his tone was calm, but Cu felt a vein had popped on his head. "Oh? Really, Archer?" Cu said as the atmosphere was showing the sign of an upcoming fight, but then he heard, "Caster, Archer, please stop. Our current situation is very bad and the last thing we need is a fight here. TCH. Cu just leaned on the wall again while clicking his tongue. Humph. Archer snorted before returning his attention to the screen in front of him. Despite their reaction, both of them stopped as an orange-haired girl sighed before looking to the side. "What do you mean by the emergency protocol of Chaldea? How come I never know about this? Also, why is there nothing at all, even a fluctuation of mana? Mash Kyrie Light, are you making fun of me?" A girl with long white hair and orange eyes said to a servant holding a giant shield. She had a stern expression while looking at the pink-haired servant. No, you got me wrong, director. I would never dare, but there's clearly a screen in front of me." Mash, the servant with Shielder's class, panicked a little while explaining, but the white-haired girl, who is the director of Chaldea, Olga Marie Animusphere, still has a lot of doubts. Ritsuka massaged her temples while looking at the current situation. Chaldea's group was standing inside one of the classrooms, which Cu reinforced with runes and made a lot of anti-tracking spells around it. This was their temporary base in Fuyuki's singularity. After getting her wish and returning to 2004 Fuyuki, Ritsuka started her new battle immediately. This period was one of the hardest for Ritsuka, yet it could also be called the easiest. Using the memories in her head, she was able to quickly get a grasp of the situation and led Mash to find Olga. Although Mash was just a new servant without not a lot of experience, her power was more than enough to take care of the skeletons in the city. But what really made Ritsuka shocked was the so-called Chaldea powered up by salt. At first, she thought this was some weird illusion, maybe Merlin left a parting gift, which reminded her of the woman's voice in her head. However, after studying it a little, she was beyond startled. She followed the instruction and rolled her first 10 gacha. After getting Torch of Wisdom X5 and Blaze of Wisdom X3, she got Craft Essence Steel training. But that wasn't the most important because, after the last pull, she summoned a servant. Yes, a true servant. The red magic ritual appeared from the void as the mana was raging before a pillar of light flashed and Archer appeared. With this summon, Archer also appeared as a card like Mash in this system. The miracle of summoning a servant casually on the spot was something Ritsuka only saw with another servant, but that servant was a beast. A being who the counter force is mostly helpless about his existence. Mash was surprised and Olga's eyeballs were almost popping out of their sockets. Archer, who just got summoned and saw Ritsuka, pulled a long face as he started looking left and right. Only until he confirmed something, he breathed a sigh of relief. Ritsuka knew that he was looking for Lucifer, Leo, which made her smile wryly. After looking at the burned Fuyuki, Archer shook his head. However, without getting a chance to talk, he projected his swords and Mash picked up her shield. The mana of the summoning ritual attracted some uninvited guests as a battle started immediately between Shadow Servants and Ritsuka's group. But the combination of Archer and Mash, coupled with Cu, who appeared suddenly, was more enough to defeat all the servants. However, that was the end of the easy part. In the middle of the battle, several red lasers fell from the sky, targeting everyone in the area. This was beyond Ritsuka's speculation as Mash and Archer used their own shields to block them before a giant pillar-like creature with a lot of eyes appeared. The creature rushed directly while firing a lot of lasers. The battle was very big as Chaldea's group couldn't defeat the creature. So, they could only retreat after Ritsuka reinforced Cu, who used his noble phantasm to entangle the creature. The blazing wooden giant, who was a symbol of sacrifices, hugged the creature and gave Chaldea's group the time to run away. Losing his target, the creature started wreaking havoc before leaving as Chaldea's group found the school and made it their base. Ignoring Olga's questions, Ritsuka was lost in thoughts. That creature was clearly one of Solomon's demon god's pillar, which she saw from the core of Shinji's reality marble, but what is it doing here? Regardless of her current thoughts, Ritsuka knew that everything changed and the memories in her head won't help her much. She didn't know if she should laugh or cry because this change of events was clearly what she wanted. A new opportunity to change everything. It seems it came before she even did a meaningful thing. However, her thoughts were cut off again by a new screen, which resembled her system screen a lot. A battle to save the world and restore history. The path for humanity's salvation is not an easy one, it may even be impossible. But if this reality didn't allow it, then another reality must have the solution. If you wish to walk on this path and protect those around you, then this deal is for you, Master of Chaldea. It might be another disappointment or maybe it'll have what you're looking for. Ritsuka was surprised by the sudden message while looking at the yes and no buttons. Without giving her a chance to think, another message arrived. P.S. Lucifer has taken this deal and gave it 5 stars, totally recommended. What are you waiting for? Join now and you can even ask him yourself. Ritsuka blinked her eyes as she started to really feel that this is a prank from Merlin. However, she is still hesitating to agree to this unknown deal, until she took a deep breath and said, "Are you the one that gave me this thing, Chaldea's system?" Ignoring the other's eyes on her, Ritsuka didn't wait long before one message with yes appeared. So, she sighed and accepted the deal. The one who can easily give her the ability to summon servants wasn't someone who she can mess with, nor a being like that has any gain for messing with her. Also, maybe it has a relation with the woman's voice in her head, which helped her once. Ritsuka was surprised after that. Honestly, her mind thought of this deal as a contract with a demon, which is definitely not Lucifer because she felt that he's trying to avoid humanity-related stuff a lot. A chat room like the one she used before she joined Chaldea appeared in front of her. The small notice about the infected replicas in the Chaldea's channel made her confused, but it seems everyone in the chat was okay. Nothing like selling your soul. However, Ritsuka now was sweating slightly while looking at the chat exploding. Advocate of gender equality, wheeze. Neat princess, PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Neat princess, now. Master of Chaldea, carry this blessing and curse, go fight, struggle. Maybe you'll be, PFFFF, the one. Ha ha ha. Advocate of gender equality, write that down. Write that down. Neat princess, I don't understand, why does it sound so fitting with that world? Advocate of gender equality, well, maybe because it's the beauty that even I can't call it superficial. Ha 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 ha. Neat princess, we need this version of Beast 6 in FGO. Gods of the chat room, make it happen. Advocate of gender equality, yes. And include these lines, so I can play them in front of him. Ritsuka saw the chat exploding with messages from these two. Although she joined, she is still wary of this unknown chat room, so Ritsuka didn't say anything about Leo's powers or abilities. Luckily, those two only asked if Lucifer said something to her. At first, she didn't want to answer, but she also wanted to verify if Lucifer was really here. Although these people seemed to know him, Ritsuka wasn't taking any chances, so she only said the last words she heard from Leo. Those words were meant for her and they have a little relation with Lucifer, so she thought that's okay. However, after looking at Kazuma and Kagaya losing their shit, Ritsuka started to feel that joining this chat room might not be a wise choice. Chapter 133, Konosuba Side Part 18. Ritsuka massaged her temples while closing her eyes. Luckily, Archer stopped the quarrel with Cu and Mashes under the interrogation of Olga. Regardless, she needs a few seconds to regain her composure. Also, the chat room's members need those seconds so Kagaya and Kazuma can calm down. Those two were spamming the chat at an unimaginable speed, making all the members wonder what the hell is happening. Kagaya can be understood because she is a supernatural being that can stop time, but why Kazuma can keep up with that speed? Bree, you two. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? No, it's a lot. The strongest man in the world, goo-ha ha ha ha. Of course, they're going overboard, which sounds interesting, yet, I don't understand why. A hero for fun, a lot of notifications. Saitama, who doesn't log very much, kept his messages short as always, but his presence was still weak as long as he didn't punch stuff. Big Sister Lion, now, they are just having fun, let them continue. Everyone was already in the chat room by the moment Chaldea's channel opened. After all, that notification was sent to everyone without an exception because it's very important. However, they were quickly baffled by the duo spamming messages. Yet, there was an anomaly in the chat now, which was spotted by Missaka. Bree, hey! What are you trying to do? Big Sister Lion, who? Me? Bree, is there someone else encouraging them? Big Sister Lion, well, the new member seems to be the spark that started this, so yeah. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin please, don't involve me in this. Bree, oi! Don't involve the new member in this. I'm speaking about you. Big Sister Lion, what? How could you say something like that, Mikoto? I'm just trying to be a good big sister and provide support. Is that wrong? Bree, you're just trying to see where this will go, and why I'm talking to you in the chat room. Misaka clenched her fist while the blue arcs of electricity flashed on it. Her gaze was fixed on Leon, who hugged the back of her head and started whistling while saying the wind is sure loud this day despite the weather being completely calm. Neat princess, you're physically, mentally, and spiritually unqualified to be my big sister. Advocate of gender equality, like she said, you crude women. A vein popped on Leon's forehead when she saw Kazuma's message while Misaka sighed softly. She felt a useless battle will start between Kazuma and Leon. And why is it useless? Well, because they can't do anything to each other. Kazuma can't hit Leon because of her speed and experience, and Leon can't hit Kazuma and his dodge hack skill. So, it'll probably be a funny scene to watch. Anyway, Misaka stopped paying attention to this and typed using her thoughts. At first, when she joined the chat room, using thoughts to type was slightly confusing, but after optimizing the data and making some calculations, she got used to it instantly. Bree, anyway, can you stop? Although I'm also interested in the story of Leo in the Abyss or whatever you call it, does a single phrase deserve to be worked up? Advocate of gender equality, shut up. You can't possibly understand our pain. Neat princess, our pain is far greater than yours. Bree, I regret asking this, but... What pain? Advocate of gender equality, the banhammer. Bree, the what? The strongest man in the world? A hero for fun, oh, you mean the block? Even Whitebeard and Saitama were confused, but after thinking for a moment, the former ignored the chat and the latter treated it as nothing and went back to cook his dinner. Neat princess, for ages, months, the devil used the evil of humanity. The darkness of mankind was filled with resentment and grudge before it manifested as an anti-freedom of speech noble phantasm, the banhammer. Advocate of gender of equality, will never miss a chance to make fun of him, and this is a very rare opportunity. Neat princess, down with the power abuser, down with the tyrant. Viva la revolution! Advocate of gender equality, come everyone. Let's take down the banhammer from the devil's hands. Bree, straight face. Missaka was trying to be reasonable, but she quickly realized that things backfired when the chat was going plus 10 messages in each 5 seconds. She wasn't alone in this, as Ritsuka was blinking while looking at the revolution messages flying across the screen. However, compared to Missaka, who decided to just ignore the usual bizarreness, she forced her tired mind and started to analyze the messages. Although it was a complete mess, Ritsuka managed to salvage a few important pieces of information and keywords. Abyss, devil, which sounds weird, but she remembered that's what Lucifer kept calling the world, or she should say, Leo. Advocate of gender equality, but for our ambitions to sprout, we need your help, evil god, Good Echo. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin at? Neat princess, I hate to admit it, but we're still much weaker than the authority abuser, so it's up to you, the other authority figure, to lead the way. Ritsuka was shocked by the sudden revolution declaration as she froze in her place. Also, when did she become an evil god? Advocate of gender equality, and don't think I forget you, Leon. Big sister Lion, how did the conversation come to me? Leon was just chilling and watching the madness. She thought this would be a good show until she was involved. Advocate of gender equality, you're an expert revolutionist, right? Big sister Lion, nope, I didn't hear or see anything. Advocate of gender equality, now, join the cause and the dark side, and I'll reward you handsomely. Big sister Lion, reward? You mean more debts on your shoulders, right? Advocate of gender equality, humph. It seems you didn't know about it, but you're talking to a future billionaire. Big sister Lion, future, hey? So, you're still penniless. Advocate of gender equality, well, yes, but actually no. Big sister Lion, no deal. Advocate of gender equality. Neat princess, future is a period that comes after time passes in present, Kazuma-san. Advocate of gender equality. Ritsuka never felt this confused in her whole life. What is exactly going on, kept repeating in her head, but without any result. However, if these guys are going about a revolution against the devil, doesn't that mean? Bree, just ignore them and don't take their nonsense seriously. Just for you know, this is the 5th time they announced the revolution. Suddenly, Ritsuka received a private message from a member called Bree, who seemed to be the only person she can have a normal conversation with. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin, what do you mean? Bree, like I said, it's just nonsense they use to pass time. Mostly joking and stuff, but it's easy to get confused if you're new. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin, IIC. Bree, usually this would end quickly if Leo blocked them a few times. By the way, you're also an admin, can you block them? Good Echo, Chaldea's admin at? But... Fine, let me see. However, when the idea of blocking the chat appeared in Ritsuka's head, a notification appeared and told her that her authority can only manage Chaldea's channel. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin, I can't, but can you explain the chat room for me? Bree, sure, but just wait a minute. Back into the main channel, Missaka put one single message. Bree, the new admin can't block or ban anyone in this channel. Advocate of gender equality ****. Neat princess, is that so? Kazuma and Kagaya deflated like a balloon as their motivation vanished completely. Missaka was feeling proud while Ritsuka blinked again. Neat princess, anyway, the new member needs an explanation, right? Advocate of gender equality, so, it's the master of Chaldea. Good Echo, Chaldea's admin. Did Lucifer tell you about me? Neat princess, now, we just know. Advocate of gender equality, we are very wise and mighty, even wisdom bow down to us. Before Ritsuka's mind wandered into the horror of new clairvoyance's users, Missaka stopped the duo from continuing. Bree, sigh, just stop it. Neat princess, you're no fun at all. Fine, good Eiko, if you want to understand the chat room. Go read the explanation file. Advocate of gender equality, the upper right corner, tap the files icon and find the first file, which is the explanation one. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin. Bree, air. Sorry, but the real detailed explanation is on the file. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin. Big Sister Lion, is this what you guys told me about? That deja vu thing? With a blank face, Ritsuka exited the main channel and went to read the explanation file, completely ignoring Masha's eyes that were pleading for help. The explanation was rather simple, even if it's somehow slightly long because of the different aspects in it. However, when she reached the part of different worlds and universes, she stopped. Is this the second true magic? That was her first thought, but then, she saw the simple explanation to the members' worlds. Neat princess, oh, yeah. Before you say this is second true magic, I don't think the parallel world's operation can even surpass its own world, which is type moon. This chat room work with different verses, which contain worlds that has multiverses in them, each with their different laws and rules. Advocate of gender equality, I think someone needs to update the explanation file and also add type moon's world. Neat princess, are you that someone? Advocate of gender equality, nope, you? Neat princess, me neither. Bree, straight face, the strongest man in the world, gwahahaha. Ritsuka took a few moments to comprehend that the true magic, which originates from the swirl of the roots, the dream of all magus, is theoretically being surpassed by this chat room. No, if that was the case, then the chat room has completely crushed the second true magic, at least in the upper limit of power. However, she quickly stopped thinking about these very complicated things. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin then, can I ask something? Neat princess, it depends on the question. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin then, is Lucifer that you know is someone who usually keep an annoyed and bored look on his face, like he had enough of everything. But when something interesting happened, he'll grin like he's planning something. Despite that, when things become serious, he's the first one to stand up despite complaining about it. Big Sister Lion, that's oddly specific. Advocate of gender equality, I know and it's kinda scaring me. Neat princess, well, that's our Tsundere admin. It appears that you know him very well or at least interacted with him to know these things. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin. One last question, is his name, Leo? Advocate of gender equality, yeah, Lucifer Morningstar is like a middle name. When the chat's members were confused by this question, Ritsuka, who was still using telepathic typing, sent another message. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin Leo. He didn't even tell me his real name. Big Sister Lion, oh, well, maybe he didn't expect to meet you again, so he didn't want to leave more ties. Advocate of gender equality, yeah, knowing him, he'll probably finish the mission as soon as possible as long as the conditions were available. Neat princess, it'll be much painful and sad to separate with close people to you, and we don't know how or when the chat send invitation. Ritsuka clenched her fist. Although she understands their meaning very well, she's just. If someone was in her previous position, then a person came and offered a hand, even if that being was the literal manifestation of evil. Ritsuka just lowered her head a little before raising it as her eyes flashed. The confusion in her eyes was replaced with determination. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin I see, then I'll ask Lucifer about his name when I meet him. Big Sister Lion, didn't we just tell you that? Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin I know, but it doesn't matter. I'll hear it from him personally. Until then, I'll call him, Lucifer. Everyone in the chat room was slightly surprised by this development, however, that only increased their curiosity. Bree, Good Eiko. Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin you can just call me, Ritsuka Fujimura. Bree, then, Fujimura-san, can you tell me how did you know, Leo? Good Eiko, Chaldea's admin Well, I think I was kinda his master. Neat princess. Advocate of gender equality, PFFF. Neat princess, PFFFF, ha 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 ha. Advocate of gender equality, Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha. The chat exploded again as Ritsuka stared at it with a blank face. However, she didn't notice that Archer was looking at her. To be honest, Archer felt this period and this summon must be the weirdest in all his life as a counter-guardian. And he isn't talking about the last timeline of the Holy Grail War. It's this summon when Ritsuka managed to somehow call him from the heroic throne. Yes, she called him, Shiro Emiya, the heroic spirit, not the servant. The one standing here is the true prototype of all Archer servants' versions in different realities. That's why he could remember everything about Ritsuka and Leo. However, despite having the mind and memories, this shell can't support his power. No offense, but Archer thinks this must be one of the worst spirit core he ever saw. It's just one step away from falling into the shadow servant category. So, Archer can at best only perform as a normal servant, and slightly less. However, unlike the regular spirit core, Archer has a weird feeling that this shell can grow. He can't explain this feeling and he doesn't have any evidence about it. Actually, there are a couple of servants that can upgrade their spiritual core and even surpass their living or heroic spirit form sometimes. For example, Gilgamesh with his Gob or Solomon and his Grand Saint Graf. Archer couldn't be sure. Although he knows that the shield demi-servant is also in the same situation as him, that doesn't give him any good information because she apparently can't even release her noble phantasm. Also, since when humans could fuse with servants like this? Counter-Force actually allowed this. They didn't even show a single reaction. Shaking his head, Archer looked out of the window. The flames and smoke were still rising to the sky, forming an endless wave of black clouds. Yet, there was no sign that it'll rain. Looking at what happened to Fuyuki, Archer was slightly lost in thought, but that wasn't for long because he noticed something. When Ritsuka was still entangled in the chat room, she heard Archer's voice, "Master, I'm heading off." "Hey? Where are you going?" Ritsuka was startled before she said, "Are you going to scout the area?" "Yes and no, but it's something like that. After all, I'm an archer," Archer said without turning back, but Cu retorted immediately, "Playing with swords count as archery? Hey! What do you mean?" Ritsuka chose to ignore Cu's sarcasm and asked again. It isn't something important." Archer walked towards the classroom door and said, "I'm just going to kill myself." Olga and Mash froze in their place after hearing that declaration. Ritsuka blinked her eyes. Is her servant going to suicide? I thought they needed command seals for that. It's not what you think. I'm just going to kill myself, that's all. Archer shook his head before leaving the room. That doesn't explain anything. Ritsuka yelled before sighing. At least, Archer didn't seem to be going to fire a noble phantasm at his feet and die. Cu, who was the only calm one, grinned and grabbed his staff before walking towards the door. And where are you going? Olga recovered as she asked Cu. Her tone was like an order, but Cu just shrugged. I'm going to the rooftop. Cu looked at Ritsuka before he said to watch that guy kill himself. And like that, the two servants left the room quickly as Ritsuka, Olga, and Mash were still confused by this development of events. Chapter 134, Konosuba Side Part 19. Under the heavy clouds of smoke, the flames that spread to the end of sight were scorching anything they came across. The sound of crackling echoed in this ghost city while everything had a shade of redness because of the heat and fire. In this purgatory, several figures were spread across the city. Some of them were scorched and burned badly, and some of them were just skeletons. These creatures, which were generated from the huge amount of death, were wandering aimlessly or standing without moving. These creatures, coupled with the scene of flames purgatory, made this city look like hell spawned on earth. It's hard to believe that this place was just a normal town filled with people living in peace. Like there was no huge magic ritual that was able to achieve limited wishes at all. However, such situations only affect normal people. Anyone with some combat and intelligence can take care of himself, which made most of these creatures sandbags, especially after only servants were roaming around in the city. Above the clueless undead, a shadow was jumping from a building to another. Archer was crossing a large distance with few leaps, with no particular direction, like he was just strolling around. He didn't even seem to be prepared for battle. Just slightly closing his eyes while glancing at the surrounding. However, his eyes were completely calm as his projection was always ready to be triggered. Across the sea of flames, on the rooftop of a Fuyuki's school, 4 people were watching from afar. However, from outside the rooftop, they seemed to be transparent and very hard to detect. He's sure taking his time. Cu said while operating the boundary field he just made to cover everyone. This is a boundary field with some defensive and stealth capabilities. Well, it isn't all that strong, but its main objective is to prevent sneak attacks and allow Cu to have a reaction time if someone attacks now. Chaldea's team gathered here after the great announcement from Archer, so they came to watch, although only Cu and Mash can see that far while Olga didn't want to waste mana, and Ritsuka didn't have any spells of that category, but she could check Archer's location from her system. After arriving here, Ritsuka closed the chat and stared at the screen. She wore a serious expression from the moment Archer left. He won't just drop down, right? Mash looked at Archer jumping from a building to another with his eyes closed. She wasn't sure about this anymore. This is a waste of time. Why did you allow a servant, especially an archer, to go to the front? Olga frowned as she was muttering under her breath. Her expression darkened, which made her look so upset. Although I want to agree, I think you need to observe more, little girl. Cu grinned when he heard Olga's words. Don't worry, director, things don't seem to be simple. Before Olga said anything, Ritsuka said without taking her eyes off the screen. What do you mean, senior? Mash was confused slightly, so she asked. Do you think he went there just for a reason like killing himself? Ritsuka answered while studying the screen in front of her. She saw an icon showing Archer's picture and there were 3 icons at the side, which were named after her Mystic Code's spells. Maybe I can use my Mystic Code on the servants? No, does it work with this description? Ritsuka saw the description of spells was slightly different as she thought for a moment before saying the enemy is also an archer. Clever. Cu nodded before he said the enemy is an identical archer to that guy, who know no honor and can use a lot of underneath means. You want to say that an enemy in the dark might be staring at us? Mash understood immediately while Olga's expression became darker. Yeah, but there's still 2 more important reasons with Cu's words, Ritsuka said. The pillar creature from earlier, right? It seems that my current master is smart, hey. Cu nodded and said there are 2 sides in this HGW. After Saber hunted all servants and turned them into shadows, they went on a massacre, but is the pillar creature also with them? What is happening currently is baiting the enemy to get information. Archer found his other self in this reality and wanted to use him because he knew that there's no other person in the world who hates him more than himself. By appearing in the open, Archer wanted to see the reaction of his other self, Shadow Archer. If the demon god pillar was with him, he'll attack without hesitation to eliminate them, or he'll attract the demon god pillar to find them here. The demon god wants to kill Chaldea's team and Shadow Archer can never control such a thing, so him not appearing here means that Shadow Archer's party isn't in the same lines as the demon god. Cu realized that, which made him click his tongue. With this information, a lot can be done. For example, attracting both of their enemies and making them fight each other if possible. Or gather them in one place and bomb them all. What is the other reason? Mash asked innocently, but she realized the seriousness of the situation. The other reason, hey. Cu looked at the sky with a 45-degree angle. His voice was deep and serious that it made everyone feel that things aren't simple. Killing himself, heh. Cu grinned as the serious atmosphere was shattered like glass. Mash blinked innocently while Olga almost fell. Ritsuka felt speechless before she massaged her temples and said, so, don't worry, director. It's better if we use this time to think about our next move. Did you manage to contact Chaldea? Humph. You don't need to remind me, Ritsuka Fujimura. A master candidate with no Magicraft's knowledge doesn't need to worry about me, Olga replied sharply before glancing at Mash, who had a way to contact Chaldea. Ritsuka took her eyes off the screen and glanced at Olga. She wasn't surprised by Olga's response, but what surprised her was, it wasn't harsh enough. The director she knew would never stay silent about this. She didn't even ask how Ritsuka was able to summon servants. Phew. Without a warning, Cu heard a sound as he looked to the side. On the edge of the rooftop, a white fluffy creature was looking at them. How did this thing crack my field? Cu's eyes sharpened, but Mash was faster than him and said, Fu, how did you appear here? Fu jumped from the edge and landed in Mash's arms while saying, Fu, Fu. Is this the creature that lives in Chaldea? Olga was surprised by Fu's appearance while Cu noticed that everything was normal and ignored them. Did you follow us from Chaldea? Mash was talking and hugging Fu while Ritsuka was staring blankly. How long has she been ignorant? How long has she been blind? To be honest, if someone came to her and said that a fluffy white creature is one of the 7 grand calamities against all humanity, she'll think they are hallucinating. But after all that she saw, Ritsuka realized that the most dangerous thing in Chaldea was Fu. It's like you put a nuclear bomb in your home and slept next to it. A beast, the greatest disaster against humanity. Blankly staring at Fu, who was cuddling in Mash's arms, Ritsuka was beyond speechless. Do you still dare to call yourself a beast? Don't you have any dignity and honor as the greatest evil? If a beast was acting like this, what does this make humanity? Ritsuka continued with her thoughts before Fu looked at her and said, Fu. Fu said, they are pests. But why did Fu say this for senior? Mash was confused while Ritsuka didn't understand how, but she felt her whole species was insulted right now. However, only Cu noticed that Olga was staring at Ritsuka's hand with a complicated expression. Why? You know this will happen, so why didn't you say anything? Father glancing at Ritsuka's hand, which had traces of 6 wings command seals, Olga had a lot of complicated emotions. Ding, ding. Hello, can you hear me? Anyone there? Suddenly, the communication device of Mash was activated before a holographic screen appeared. Thank God, is everyone okay? Is that you, Director, but how? A man with a long orange ponytail appeared as a projection with a worried and confused expression on his face. After Romani Archaman appeared and the connection with Chaldea was established, Olga took the lead and started to ask questions. The other didn't bother her as she was talking about Chaldea's situation. When Olga's finished her commands to Chaldea, Cu was staring at Archer, who stopped on top of a building and took his bow. Hey, Master, I happen to know a way to help that guy, Cu said with a funny tone, but Ritsuka directly said, can you help him? You asked if before how. Cu was slightly surprised by this amount of trust, but he just shrugged and said, yeah, do you want to? Of course. Ritsuka glanced at her system while Olga and Mash noticed the situation. Okay. Raising his staff in the surprised eyes of everyone, Cu said with a smile that will make children cry, show me the best shocked expression you have. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Slamming his staff on the ground, the whole boundary field was broken as Cu released his mana, announcing his presence. And without any delay, several red arrows of mana crossed the distance towards Chaldea's team. Staring at the arrows rushing towards them and Archer projecting his bow, Ritsuka sighed helplessly. It's time to start again. What just happened? Can you hear me? Romani suddenly lost contact with the team as he shouted at the screen, even if he knew it was a useless act. Stabilize the signal, try all the means to reach them again. Giving the orders, Romani sighed as he glanced at the screen, but his eyes were slightly complicated. Things are coming together, aren't they? Romani closed his eyes slightly as he put his hand on his chest. There was a golden ring with small cracks hanging on his neck like a necklace. Shaking his head, Romani returned to work immediately. It isn't time to be lost in thoughts at all. Meanwhile, when Ritsuka exits the chat for a few minutes, a couple of hours passed in Konosuba's world, showing a huge difference between the two worlds' times. With Ritsuka leaving, the group quickly got bored and they exited the chat quickly. However, to their surprise, Kagaya told everyone to meet at the city gate before they left. After thinking for a moment, everyone went to the city gate. They didn't have anything important to do currently, and they were also curious about Kagaya's words. It didn't take long for everyone to gather together. Whitebeard was just around, punching frogs. Missaka and Leon were walking around the city, so they were slightly late, and Kazuma being the last to arrive. Kagaya didn't say anything as the team departed into the road. So, where are we going? Kazuma asked, but he kinda recognized this road. Somewhere interesting, Kagaya said ambiguously while smiling. You discovered something, didn't you? Misaka stared at Kagaya with suspiciousness, but the latter continued to smile. So mysterious, Leon said in a long tone while looking at the surroundings. Whitebeard, who was slightly taller than the trees, didn't say anything while walking forward in slow steps. Oh, right. Kazuma-san. Kagaya suddenly pumped her fist on her palm before looking at Kazuma. What? Kazuma's attention was drawn to Kagaya before she said, when I said everyone, I meant everyone, chat room, right? Yeah, Kazuma nodded naturally, of course, he knew this simple thing. Then, what is this? Kagaya pointed at Aqua, and Darkness holding Megaman while following them with Kazuma. Don't ask me. Kazuma shook his head while denying having any connection to the current situation. What? This goddess wanted to follow and help you, isn't this a great honor? Aqua buffed her chest, but Kazuma glanced at her and said, you just don't have money, so you followed. As a knight, it's my duty to protect my allies in their journey. Darkness was beaming with heroicness, but Kazuma looked at her with contempt and said, you sure about that? Of course, meeting some monsters that'll attack me and knock me while trying to subject me to all vile treat me. A blush appeared on Darkness' face, but Kazuma just stopped her before she continued. However, everyone, even Whitebeard, was staring at Darkness with a weird gaze. We're a team, Kazuma. We'll always support each other as friends, and with our powers together, nothing can stop us. Megaman's words and smile made Kazuma stop in his place before he sighed. Scratching his head, Kazuma looked at her with a smile and said, you know. His expression quickly vanished before he said, I'd believe you more if you could walk on your own and not tagging along just because you were afraid to be left alone. Cough. No, that's completely wrong. With our power combined, we can do anything. Aren't we comrades? Megaman said with a smile, but this time, her smile was slightly twitching and she didn't dare to make eye contact with Kazuma. Fuck your friendship power. Kazuma snapped immediately while waving the gun in his hand. Ignoring this farce, Kagaya shook her head before looking at the front. Between the trees, she could faintly see a large castle on top of the cliff. That's their destination. Chapter 135, Konosuba Side Part 20. Sir, please, think about it just for a moment. In a large hall inside an abandoned castle, a hoarse, yet helpless, voice echoed in the space. No, it isn't the right time yet, another voice sounded, but unlike the former one, the voice was deep, heavy, and carried some oppression. Unlike the rest of the castle, which is filled with different types of undead, this hall is the only place where they don't wander aimlessly. The cracks on the walls, partially broken chandelier, and the slightly tattered red carpet showed that this room might be the most preserved place in this old castle. In such a place, two figures could be seen at the end of the hall. This hall might make people feel creepy as their imagination starts to wander into all the horror plots, but those two weren't fazed at all. However, everything would make sense if you could see their looks. A dark headless armor holding his head in his arm and a hooded robe Lich. The former was sitting on a large chair and closing his eyes, and the latter was sighing with a helpless expression on his dead face. Rookie, you need to understand the dull Ahan. Beldia stood up from his seat and walked. Each step he took was slow and steady until he reached the window. Under the sunlight, Beldia looked at the clear blue sky as the sun rays shone on his body before he said, I know you're feeling, but this is our purpose. Staying here without doing anything despite. Lich said helplessly. The flames in his eyes were flickering weakly before they exploded, people throwing explosions at us every day. Beldia moved his head to look at Lich stomping on the ground in rage. The flames in his eyes were like a volcano, which rendered Beldia speechless for a moment. It made him forget the speech he was about to say. I'm with you. These explosions are annoying, but... Beldia recovered and nodded because he agreed with Lich, but his expression gradually turned strange, even his voice became mild as he said, why did you want to retreat now? The flames in Lich's eyes quickly vanished and turned into small sparks as he stood there silently. Both of them stood in their positions speechlessly with an awkward silence. During these days, nothing much happened to Beldia's army, they just stayed in the routine of waiting and fixing the castle after Megaman's explosions. All the undead didn't care about having an explosion on their heads once a day, especially because they don't have that much awareness, while Beldia felt the adventurers are trying to lure him out or test his strength, so he chuckled and sat on his seat waiting. However, Lich was a different story. With each red gleam and magic circle, he felt his sanity slipping away. Every explosion and blazing flames were knocking on his nerves, driving him step by step towards madness. He wanted to send the undead's army to Axel a couple of times amid his rage, but Beldia always stopped him by saying this isn't the right time. Despite that, Lich couldn't stay still this time. Those explosions are making him insane. He even started to talk to himself during this period. Well, he usually does that, but that's not the point. During his wrath, he sends some undead to scout the way ahead. After all, even if he was angry, he was still rational and knew this mission was unusual, so he took steps carefully. Sending just a few groups of undead, no one will suspect anything, especially because there's a graveyard with some undead in Axel. However, they all died against some sort of strong holy magic. They didn't even leave the vicinity of the castle before Lich lost all contact with his subordinate. Lich frowned as he felt things are tricky. Is there someone lurking around the castle and spying on them? This made him wary, but before he did anything, the feedback from his subordinate came as Lich sensed something that froze him like a statue. That holiness and purity like clear water. He'll never forget this feeling as the painful, pitiful, and begging howls of his bone dragon and death knights are always hunting him, especially with the screams and mad laughter of that cult. Lich moved like a rusted machine as he sat on the ground and hugged his knees in silence. It took him a moment to recover and rush to Beldia to ask him to run away from here. Beldia was confused, but then he understood from Lich the story. However, he didn't leave. In the eyes of Lich, who seemed to look at a madman, Beldia laughed and said, those adventurers started to understand what is coming for them and are trying to check my power? Very well, let them try. Then in the Lich's filled with despair eyes, Beldia refused any other suggestion. After that, Lich wanted to convince Beldia again, and this is how they are having the current conversation. I know your fears of them. But if we stay under their shadow our whole life, well, death, we'll never move forward. Beldia looked out of the window as his words silenced Lich. We're already dead, there's not much left for us as people. The only thing we can truly keep is our obsession and regret. If we allow them to take that, then... Beldia didn't continue, but Lich understood the meaning of his words. Now, look at us. Beldia did a turn to face Lich. His cape was flying behind him before he said, like pitiful creatures, they are silently lurking around, not daring to face us because they are afraid. Those lowlifes fear our strength and resort to the underhanded means, completely showing their true look. Do you understand now, rookie? Those newbie adventurers in Axel should fear us. Beldia clenched his fist as his voice vibrated in the empty hall. After those words, the silence filled the hall again before Lich sighed and said, I understand, but... I'll mobilize the army. The screams of my dragon are still in my ears. Cough him, permission granted, you can even mobilize my death knights. I'll summon more to prepare a gift for our lurking guests. Beldia felt awkward as he coughed and recovered his image. This guy doesn't play according to the rules. Shouldn't he be now excited and looking forward to life, death, and the future? Well, he's a good follow anyway. Despite his calm and collected look on the outside, an entire inner monologue was happening inside Beldia's mind. I wonder what plans and ideas those adventurers came up with this time. Beldia looked at the forest outside the window and said, humph. They should be already shaking from the number of undead in front of the castle and don't know how to pass them. Need to pass them? Lich asked with a weird tone. Do they need to pass them? Can't they just sneak around them, or throw one of those explosions? Lich was actually on his way to scatter the troops slightly and let at least half of them bury themselves to make a trap and trick the enemy. This is the basic necromancer's tactics. Lich wanted to give the enemy a false sense of security while Beldia wanted to crush them with sheer force. Of course. Step by step, they face all the trouble and danger to reach their goal, only to see me. Beldia turned around as his red eyes were glowing. Whoosh! A faint sound appeared from behind and something hit his body, but Beldia, who was in an excited state, didn't care and continued a mighty enemy in an empty ghostly hall. This will fill them with despair. Lord Beldia, Lich said uncertainly while tilting his head. They'll clench their weapons in fear, and... Suddenly, Beldia woke up from his fantasies and said, do you smell that? Beldia's head inside the helmet moved a little before showing a confused expression and said, this smell. Are you cooking something, rookie? Why the hell would undead cook? And how can you smell? Lich had a blank expression before he pointed at Beldia. Beldia felt weird, then he turned his head only to see his entire back burning in flames. Oh, I was the thing getting cooked, no wonder the smell was nice and fragrant. Beldia nodded naturally before his eyes winded and he screamed, I'm on flames. My beautiful cape. No. Put it down, put it down. Beldia started freaking out while Lich stood there speechless. Although he knew he should act now, Lich felt completely speechless and couldn't move at all while watching Beldia freaking out, land juggling his head in his arms. Crack! Suddenly, the window behind Beldia was completely shattered before a red shadow left a crimson trail in the air and hit Beldia's head. The red bullet hit Beldia's head in the air as the impact launched him like a missile. Ah! Beldia's head turned into a ball of smoke and flames while flying through the other side window. Lord Beldia! Lich ignored Beldia's body, which was rolling on the ground, and looked outside the window. At the garden of the castle, Beldia's head fell in the middle of the undead while screaming, put it down, hurry! Lord Beldia! Lich was concerned for a moment, but then, his expression became dull again. They are attacking. I need to go back and look cool. No. Beldia started to say random stuff in the middle of the flames before an undead threw dirt at him, which entered his mouth. These undead were working in repairing the castle, so they grabbed the shovels and poured dirt and sand on Beldia's head, drowning him while Lich watched in an awkward silence. Meanwhile, near the castle, Kazuma put the sniper rifle down as he had a strange expression on his face. Wow, even with those skills, you're so bad at this, Leon whistled while looking at how much Kazuma missed now. She had a bet with Kazuma to see if his skill could really help him aim that far, so they chose a target, which was a skeleton in front of the castle. But Kazuma missed with a long shot, which made Leon laugh. Shut up! Kazuma screamed before glancing at his hands. He selected the burning bullets and wanted to aim at the skeleton, but when the sniper rifle end passed a certain window direction, his snipe skill made him shoot immediately. He tried a second time to see what was behind the window, but the castle was very dim on the inside. Come on you two, let's go. Missaka said as she walked forward. Kazuma shrugged, but he suddenly noticed that Kagaya, who was next to them, appeared at the front. Does floating also need you to stop time? Kazuma spit in his mind about this NEET, who is too lazy to even move in normal time. And with this, the group approached the gates of the undead castle as Kagaya had a weird and uncertain expression on her face. Chapter 136, Konosuba Side Part 21. The clouds in the sky were grey and gloomy, covering the sun slightly, and casting a shade of the ground. Weather like this will make people wonder when it'll rain, but not a single drop of water fell. Strangely, this weather was only in this small area. In the empty and silent forest, the wind was blowing quite strongly, making the tree rustles, which brought a touch of creepiness to the area. Despite that, the most obvious thing about this place is the huge gloomy castle looming above the cliff. The whole building looked worn out, the walls filled with cracks, and the windows were broken, but it had a weird feeling lingering in the air. Like a dark shadow being cast on it, the whole castle was radiating with a creepy and dark aura. This type of aura usually shouldn't be felt by humans, but when moving close to the castle, they will instantly feel the different atmosphere carried by the building. Moreover, the red spots that were moving the shadows of the castle were more than enough to say, this is a bad place to be in. Those red lights were moving slowly around the castle as the shadows made it hard to see their true shape, but like eyes, they were all focusing on the area outside the building. Glancing at the castle with his skill, Kazuma Cloud easily identifies the real identity of those red spots. They were undead, a lot of undead, moving around the castle. Some were holding basic weapons like swords and spears while some were raiding dead horses, which Kazuma guessed were death knights. Isn't this too much? Kazuma couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he tried to count the number of undead within the castle. They were filling all the corners of the castle, leaving almost no gap. He didn't know if this should be all of them because his danger skill is reacting to the underground, which means either there are traps or some undead still didn't leave their coffins. This made Kazuma think about those zombies waves that he saw in movies. Although the number here was less than billions of zombies in the movie based on Earth, not everyone could keep a straight face while looking at hundreds of corpses rushing forward. TCH, if I know about this, I'd have used my explosion closer. A low tongue click was heard as Megaman showed a sad look on her face. Just imagining the scene of bones flying under her explosion, made Megaman regretful about this opportunity. Despite that, her expression would be wonderful if she knew this is the base of the Demon's King General. Pant, this is. Darkness had a fleshed look on her face while looking at the huge number of undead. Her mind was already wandering into some dangerous territories. Kazuma's eyes had a look of giving up on everything. Why can't he find some normal teammates? Is this a curse from you? Glancing at Dio's word, which was clearly crafted by the devil, Kazuma couldn't help but produce some ideas. Why do I feel they are staring at me? Compared to the others, Aqua was feeling a huge sense of crisis because all the eyes of the undead, without an exception, were aiming at her. Aqua felt goosebumps all over her skin before she looked at the side and said, I'm just imagining things, right? Right. However, she didn't know that Kazuma already classified her as bait number 1. Ugh. Missaka couldn't help but feel disgust when looking at the core moving. Things might be not respectable for the dead, but the dead are kinda alive and kicking right now. Calm down, Mikoto. Just, don't look at them and use iron sand. Yes, I can do this. Missaka was trying to prepare mentally while cheering herself up. When she was doing that, Whitebeard squinted his eyes because the gate of the castle was smaller than him. Whitebeard never felt a problem about his height in his world. Maybe because there are even 50 meters giants there, but in other worlds, he feels like someone is targeting his height. Yo, Kagaya, did you find something? Leon came walking next to Kagaya, who was floating and seemed to think about something. No, nothing important. Just a weird hunch. Kagaya curled her lips upward in the form of her usual elegant princess smile and answered Leon's question. Oh, I see. Leon nodded, but deep down, she wasn't completely convinced while sighing a bit. In all her years as an assassin who collected information, Leon had to admit that Kagaya is the hardest person she ever met. No, rather to say, her type is the hardest one. In this chat room, Missaka is a pure open book, Whitebeard is a straightforward old man, Kazuma is a pervert, she still didn't meet Saitama, except when he knocked her with one hit, and Ritsuka is still new. However, there are two difficult characters, and Kagaya is one of them. Kagaya might be smiling and joking around most of the time, but Leon can feel those things aren't all that simple, especially during something like a mission. Like every move, even if it's stupid messing around, has a reason and hidden meanings. Of course, Kagaya is genuine about her actions, which is exactly what makes her hidden moves hard to detect and understand. Leon always felt if Kagaya wasn't casual about this, then she'll never even spot a difference. However, do you know what makes this worse? It's the fact that Kagaya would never explain those things, even if they happened. This is also the case with the admin, who is called Leo. What is more scary about him is the fact he can see through everything. If someone thinks that a person like that has a simple mind and thoughts, then that someone must be dumb or something. It feels like these kinds of people hate explaining stuff, even if it puts them in an unfavorable situation. Or maybe they like to watch people guessing on their own. If that was the case, then Leon is declaring it now, she'll not join this game. Never. She'll never waste her energy on such things. Boom. Suddenly, when Leon was thinking, a loud sound rang before a storm hit the place. The earth was shaking and cracks like cobwebs filled the ground. Leaves and dust were flying, and trees were swaying from the strong winds, even some stones were flying in the air. The scene was like a typhoon hit the place. Leon moved quickly and covered her face with her hand, but the winds didn't last long before they calmed down. Opening her eyes, Leon saw a dark cloud flashing with electric sparks in front of her before it collapsed like sand. Missaka was shining with electric arcs like snakes around her forehead while iron sand was gushing from the ground, which stopped the winds. Feeling Leon's eyes, Missaka blinked before she raised her chest proudly, which made Leon blink before she also raised her plump chest. Misaka's face darkened instantly and Leon grinned at this scene. However, they quickly glanced at the front to see Whitebeard lowering his naginata as the whole castle wall turned into rubles. With just one wave of his weapon, the vacuum wave of the slash tore the air in half before it destroyed the castle wall completely. Some undead was already torn apart with broken bones and skulls, but this was like a signal as the undead started moving. Exhaling from his nose, Whitebeard looked forward and said, I made a proper door. If the world won't make a door in his size, then Whitebeard will make one, even if it meant to break every wall he comes across. The group couldn't help but be speechless by this action, but their attention was quickly attracted by the army of the dead, which is heading their way, or rather. Why me? Aqua screamed as the whole army of undead did a sharp turn and avoided Whitebeard before they headed straight towards Aqua. Everyone was speechless by this development, even Whitebeard had a scary look on his face when all undead moved around him while Kazuma nodded calmly. Kazuma figured out that bait number 1, Aqua, is working well, even before the battle started. However, that didn't last long because he saw darkness running towards Aqua to block the undead. No, she threw herself at them. Another moment of speechlessness fell on the group, especially when darkness dived into the group of undead to save Aqua, but the undead just ignored her. The same scene with Whitebeard surfaced again, but darkness stood there shaking all over. She probably thought that even lowly undead don't care about her at all. Kazuma dropped in his hands with a blank face. Looking at the side, he saw Missaka, who had seemed to shiver when she saw the undead while Kagaya and Leon were watching the show. Suddenly, I don't want to do this anymore. Maybe I should go back home and sleep. Yeah, I should do that. Kazuma was already ready to bail because his sanity won't support this, but before he took another step, an earthquake hit the place. Bayam. On the right side of the castle, the ground was shattered as some hidden skeletons and zombies flew towards the sky while the wind carried them like leaves. Oh? You're really courageous, isn't it? Whitebeard waved with his naginata again, dispelling all the raging airflow with his power. However, his expression was quite scary now. Every step was spreading cracks on the ground while a huge oppression was lingering around Whitebeard. This is just subconscious use for Conqueror Haki, but even so, the air became heavy. If Whitebeard didn't stop it, this aura would affect the people around him. However, compared with the heavy air and dangerous atmosphere, Kazuma's attention was on the huge number of undead that Whitebeard cleared. They were falling like dominoes with each step of Whitebeard, which made Kazuma's smile twitch. Oi! Don't take all the EXP. A man has to have his priorities, and Kazuma is seeing these undead as EXP packs more than danger at this point. So, he raised his gun and sword and began to clear the undead rushing behind Aqua. Although Kazuma still didn't understand why the strongest figure against undead is running away, he doesn't mind a good bait. Looking at this scene, Kagaya and Leon were watching and showing while Missaka sighed and joined the battle. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Lich looked at Beldia recovering his head and red cape before he sat on the large chair. Despite that, his cape still has burn traces and his head had small mud stains, which rendered Lich speechless. So, they have arrived, hey. Holding the large sword in a hand and his head in another, Beldia did a pose while speaking. However, in Lich's eyes, he seemed to be perfecting his image. So, adventurers from this world, hey? I didn't deal with those a lot. I only met those lunatics, but unlike the holy magic they have, I don't think adventurers are all priests with holy magic, and loose screws unlike Beldia, who was looking forward to this after all the bombardment. Lich is calculating the benefits and consequence of this fight. However, Lich didn't blame Beldia. He has to admit that Dullahan has some durable nerves to keep his calms during all those explosions and waiting patiently. Only a few have that kind of tolerance. If Lich would ask himself, he'd be already in Axel trying to curse this explosion madman to death. So, how long do you think they'll take, or will they even be able to arrive here? Although he asked, Lich, know that adventurers shouldn't all be that stupid to throw themselves to death, especially if they had a magician capable of using explosion magic. Lich didn't answer because he was checking the undead to figure the battle power of the so-called adventurers. If they weren't that strong, he'll let the undead finish them, elsewise he'll lurk from behind and command the battle or throw some curses. Suddenly, Beldia felt some vibrations under his feet. He even saw some dust falling from the hall ceiling and cracks slowly spreading. 100. 200, 300. What is happening? How did I lose all these soldiers? I didn't even sense a single holy magic being used. Lich tried to command his army as he felt his connections with the troops were being broken at an unimaginable speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Is this an earthquake? Although he asked, Beldia isn't feeling good about this, but before he did anything, the hall door flew away, with the wall. From the falling rubble and dust, a giant shadow was walking step by step before the picture became clear. A small giant with a height of more than 6 meters was walking inside the hall slowly. Looking at the sharp eyes of the man and the scary aura around him, Beldia blinked his eyes and the flames in Lich's empty sockets flickered. Especially when they glanced at the empty hole behind Whitebeard, and even saw the forest from it. What happened to the whole army? Glancing at Lich, Beldia started a side communication before Lich somehow responded I lost most of my connection with the front army. So, is this the goal of today? Whitebeard said with a low voice, but Lich and Beldia heard him clearly. However, they didn't know why, but they sensed some disappointment in his tone. They didn't know that Whitebeard was currently comparing the Demon's King General and the Horror Spaces player with frogs in Axel's fields. If they knew, their expressions would probably become very interesting to watch. Cough, shaking his head and clearing his throat, Beldia organized his thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Oh? Did you arrive this quickly? Wonderful." Just as he was about to stand up and complete his speech, a black wave of sand arrived carrying a small girl with brown hair. Her whole body was flashing with electricity before she said, "Second. I won." Like achieving something, Missaka raised her fist, but then she saw Beldia and Lich, which made her freeze. First of all, Lich, who looked like a mummy of an old man with very wrinkled skin and flames in his empty eye sockets, made Missaka have goosebumps all over her body, but then she saw Beldia. He looked like a knight wearing armor at first, even if his cape was slightly burned and his helmet had dirt on it, but the red gleam in his eyes and the fact he was holding his head, which had a worm moving in the dirt, made Missaka completely uncomfortable. Cough, ignoring Misaka's eyes, Beldia coughed again before he said congratulations, you made it this far. That's impressive, but now, you. EXP. Suddenly, a scream was heard from the hallway as a young man came running with a weird weapon and a screaming sword. The young man was running like crazy while waving both weapons in the air randomly, but strangely, each wave and random swing was hitting undead in their weaknesses. However, Beldia was focusing more on the sword in Kazuma's hand. What? Is that a demonic sword? What a hideous sound! Beldia's eyes became serious as Kazuma entered the room. Coughing for the third time, Beldia looked at the people here and said, now, your luck has come to an EXP. However, Beldia didn't finish his words again because Kazuma, in his mad rush, shot him directly without warning. Beldia's instinct kicked in and blocked the bullet with his large sword, which left some flames burning strangely on his sword. However, looking at the flames and the familiar way of attack, Beldia solidified for a moment before he said, it was you. What, me? Kazuma asked in confusion, but Beldia pointed at him and said, you're quite courageous to actually attempt to sneak attack me, yet. Oh, everyone's in here, we were looking. Leon and the rest came slowly, but this time, Beldia interrupted them. Again, and again, God damn it, what wrong with you people? Screaming to the top of his lungs, Beldia's eyes shone with ominous light before he said, let me finish my words in peace. Although the method was unusual, Beldia's actions made everyone speechless as they looked at him. Pant. Well, now. Without further ado, I'm one of the Demons King General, the Dullahan, Beldia. You foolish humans, who dares to bomb my castle and attack me, be ready for your end. A dark aura began to surface of Beldia as he prepared himself for the battle. However, Kazuma, Missaka, and Aqua had a long look on their faces before they turned to look at Megaman, who was trying to lower her sense of presence. The great archwizard from the Crimson Demons is reconsidering her choices of bombing. But for now, she can only hope that Beldia didn't notice her. You evil monster! Don't you dare to raise your weapon on my allies? As a knight, I'll be your opponent. Ignoring everyone, Darkness was the first to jump forward and raise her sword. Oh? A knight you say? Very well, prepare yourself. Beldia said with interest. Darkness, just let the old man punch this guy and get over with, Kazuma advised from the side, but Darkness shook her head and said, no, this is the duty of a knight. Also, can't you see how this Dullahan is eyeing my body like a beast with his filthy eyes? What? Excuse me? Kazuma and Beldia said at the same time as the former became expressionless and the latter blinked in confusion. Can't you see how his evil and filthy eyes are measuring every part of my body like an animal? He's probably thinking of which cell he's going to throw me in after catching me, and Darkness blushed like a tomato before she said, Kazuma. Yes, I'm Kazuma, Kazuma said monotony. What should I do, Kazuma? Darkness said as Kazuma replied again, yes, this is Kazuma. This evil being is probably thinking of catching me and subjecting all kinds of harsh treatments and torture on my body. Just to break me and make me surrender, but never. A knight will never surrender. Even if you. Darkness started to speak about some dangerous things as a weird atmosphere appeared. Missaka and Megaman were blushing, Whitebeard and Leon didn't expect they'll actually see something like this in their lives, Kazuma seemed like he's giving up, and Kagaya and Aqua were watching. I think there's a misunderstanding. Beldia tried to speak for himself, but Darkness screamed, never. I'll never surrender. Darkness, calm down. Can't you see that you're bothering Dullahan? Kazuma pointed at Beldia, who has a look of confusion and absolute terror on his face. When everyone was focusing on this exchange, a dark weird fog, like miasma, quickly attracted attention, but the undead standing next to Beldia already made his move. Weakness, frail, sleepiness, slowness, dizziness, strength, call of death, whisper of night. Lich started to throw curses without stopping before using buffs as undead crawled from the ground. Using these spells, most of the group quickly felt strength leaving their bodies. Kazuma, Megaman, and Missaka were having a hard time standing up, even Leon was struggling as a few drops of sweat appeared on her forehead. Honestly, this was so unexpected. The so-called magic is very weird and hard to guard against, as Leon clicked her tongue. It seems she need to be more careful in the future against magic, but for now, she glanced around her to see Whitebeard, Aqua, and Kagaya completely normal. Howl of Banshee, Before continuing to use the curses, Lich saw the anomaly as he frowned. There's a thing when using skills and abilities on something or someone called attributes judgment. Basically, it's a measurement according to the 4 attributes of strength, agility, vitality, and intelligence, which determine the effectiveness of abilities on the said targets. However, Lich blinked when he saw 2 complete immunity and a very weak effect 1, the difference in attributes is very huge at a glance. Did you just try to curse this goddess? Aqua titled her head like looking at a retard. Feeling the slight weakness on his body, Whitebeard frowned before he stepped fiercely on the ground. Boom! A shockwave hit the place before the undead underground were crushed as the cobwebs of cracks kept spreading and the castle was shaking. Aqua also raised her hand, purified all the undead around and dispelled the curses easily. She didn't forget to act smugly as all the thanks in Kazuma's heart vanished. TCH Lich frowned as he started to prepare the escape plan before he screamed corpses explosion. The ceiling was broken before several zombies jumped and their bodies started to swell, like they're going to explode. Bam! This time, a faint white light appeared on Whitebeard's fist before he punched upwards. Then the zombies and the whole upper part of the castle vanished. Lich and Beldia stood in a daze while looking at the sky and the clouds from the new window that Whitebeard made. Damn it! What the hell? How could this be an easy world for the love of God? The situation entered the worst possible scenario. Lich's thoughts moved quickly before he was going to detonate the rest of the zombies to create an opportunity to escape by an underground tunnel he prepared. However, Whitebeard waved his naginata, which was vibrating, again. On the right side of the castle, there was a cliff, but now, the cliff vanished as half of the castle fell like a piece of domino. Both the group, Lich and Beldia, stood there in silence as Whitebeard lowered his weapon. Oi, oi, oi! Isn't Axel a city of newbies? What the hell is this monster? Beldia almost dropped his head from the shock. Humph, not bad. Beldia would never show his thoughts on his face, but Lich next to him threw his staff and said, "Okay, I'm done." What? Beldia turned his head to see Lich lying on the ground. Honestly, I should have died long ago. If I knew something like this would happen, I wouldn't have raised from the dead at all. With a self-mocking laugh, Lich looked at the sky and continued, "It's an easy world," they said. "It's easy money," they said. "Think of it like a vacation," they said. But what did I get? A bunch of madmen chasing after me at the start, and look, pointing at Aqua, Lich said, "Their cult leader is here." After that, Lich continued to speak about his experience as everyone's expression became strange. Gradually, it turned into a sigh and pity. "Ah, you broke him," Kazuma said as he shook his head, but he clearly heard the word world, and easy money, so if he isn't completely wrong, then this is a player. Never say that, rookie. Suddenly, Lich heard a voice before he looked at Beldia staring at him seriously. "Even if it looked impossible and we'll get purified now, we'll never go down like this. As long as our last obsession and regret are here, we'll never go down. So, get up, Lich." Hearing those words, Lich's eyes flickered before he said, "Beldia." Some light went back to Lich's eyes fire as he gritted his teeth and looked at the surrender option. Looking at this scene from a shonen show, Missaka looked around before she said, "Guys, I think we are the bad guys here." Strangely, and for some reason, everyone nodded slowly, but they stopped like that. Out of the blue, a strange wave of energy spread to the surrounding as the world's colors inverted before everything stood still. Well, this was a scene to behold. Kagaya shook her head when she remembered what she just witnessed. Honestly, she regrets not taking the camera out. Anyway. Floating in the air, Kagaya got closer to Lich before she was lost in thoughts. After a while, she said, "Do I do it or not?" Without knowing when, there was a small milky white crystal in her hand, shining with mysterious gleam. Closing her eyes, Kagaya's thoughts circled quickly about this subject. Before the team entered the castle, Kagaya jumped into the time stop because she wanted to check some things. Like if there's a player or an anomaly in the castle, or maybe with them leaving, something will happen in Axel. Although it's tiring to check, Kagaya just sighed and went with it. However, before when she got the first glance on Lich, the chat room reacted. Opening the chat room, Kagaya was surprised by a new optional objective that appeared in the mission. Optional objective: grab the gemming crystal and attach it to the player in the castle. The attachment must be made in the irregular time zone, and no other member, except Neat Princess, has to be present. Press here to receive the objective item. P.S. If you want some answers, perform this task. Kagaya stood in her place as a lot of questions appeared on her mind. What is the gemming crystal? What the reason for this mission? If the chat room can find players, then it didn't provide any assistance until now? And why it has to be only her? A lot of questions, but no answers. Kagaya couldn't help but sigh at this situation. The time passed quickly and Kagaya is in front of the choice again. Will she do this mysterious mission and attach the crystal, or she'll just ignore it? Minutes are passing quickly in the type stop as Kagaya didn't make up her mind yet. Honestly, in normal times, she'll never do or even consider such a hidden and ambiguous thing like this mission, but the current situation isn't all that optimistic. Also, the last note must be from the world's will, there's no doubt about it. So, what exactly are these answers? Sighing, Kagaya took a deep breath before her expression became serious. There's no helping it, hey? I just hope this wouldn't go completely bad. Kagaya raised her hand before dropping the crystal above Lich. In Kagaya's eyes, the crystal actually fell normal in the time stop, like the gravity is operating normally before it sank into Lich's bones. Kagaya stood there in shock as Lich began to vanish a bit by bit before the crystal appeared again, but its color changed from white to green. It rose slowly in the air before it began to rotate quickly. With each rotation, some weird words and runes kept moving and flying around it. Kagaya tried to read them, but she couldn't understand anything, and their speed is very fast. However, the situation didn't last long as it didn't give Kagaya time to think before all the runes and words gathered back to the crystal. A few faint readable words quickly surfaced the crystal as Kagaya glanced at them. Log ___ successful number _ authority number %% resonance _ complete. Welcome to Chaos Particles Resonance Ship number horror 4. Then the words quickly shattered into those weird runes again as a splitting headache hit Kagaya, which made her hold her head in pain. What was that? Holding her head in pain, Kagaya frowned before she saw several rays of light shine from the crystal and fall on the ground. Those rays quickly solidified into crystals and began to turn into a shape that made Kagaya open her mouth from shock. Meanwhile, inside the horror space, a green light flashed before Liches appeared inside a small space. This space had a desk filled with weird bones and items, and there was a crystal-like heart in a special container. But the most remarkable thing is the pale green pillar in the middle of space. I'm back. Looking around, Lich stood up slightly and sighed. He's back into the horror space, which means he died in the last world. His features as a Lich allow him to keep his vassal in his room, so he can revive here by paying a small price to fix it afterward. A nice tactic for Liches, he must say. Frowning and thinking about his experience, Lich shook his head before looking at the desk. However, he quickly stopped because he saw his vassal, completely fine. How is this possible? Horror space, are you there? Frowning, Lich knew that there was no way he could survive that accident, so he hurried and called the green pillar, which is a small command window to interact with the horror space. However, he didn't get a response, and to his complete shock, he saw few small words on the pillar. The player is currently in the mission world. What is going on? The situation surpassed Lich's understanding as he stood there in a daze. Meanwhile, in Konosuba, Kagaya was looking at the crystals quickly forming a shape of a skeleton. Faster and faster, the crystals turned into a completely identical copy of Lich as Kagaya didn't know what to say. Chapter 137, Konosuba Side Part 22. Tick. A sound echoed in an empty space. It sounded faint and weak, but it continued for a long time like it was lengthened. Tick. The sound was heard again. This time, it was clearer and with a higher pitch, but it still carries that feeling of vagueness and ambiguity. Tick. Once again, the sound reverberated. This time it adds a humming to it, which was almost instantaneous. This kind of sound kept playing like a special and weird symphony. Changing from time to time or sounding the same for moments, yet they were never the same. It was like different frequencies are being used and changing the wavelength of the sound with each time they move. Of course, this would be accurate in the material world, but the laws of science are kind of far-fetched to try to explain the situation here. This is a dark grey space stretching to the end of the site. It was strange and gave people dizziness and a nauseating feeling after going through a big roller coaster a few times. In other words, the dark grey space was like a mysterious fog that made people lose their senses. In such a place where nothing resembles the material world, there was an anomaly that made this scene stranger. In this complete dark grey space, there was a hard-to-detect white and green light in the middle. It was like a grey dark mass or substance blending with this dark space, which is very hard to detect if it weren't for the faint milky white light around it. The mass was in humanoid shape, but it didn't keep that form completely as it moved like a liquid once in a while. In the hands of the grey mass, the white light reduced into an aurora that locked a green gleam like a cage. The green light resembled a screen filled with different symbols and runes that kept moving non-stop, but under the white halo, it slowly became under control until it turned into a normal text. The text was crude and seemed to be written in a hurry with terrible handwriting, but it's still readable and could be understood. However, it looked very strange for a high-end thing like a light screen to have such writing. The grey mass didn't seem to be bothered by the terrible handwriting as it looked with its faceless face, which for some reason, had a white weird symbol that looked like this, straight face, DX. Horror 4 has achieved initial success and I can finally relax a little. Phew, I have to say that I worked really hard these days. Well, my goal requires even someone as magnificent, great, and humble as myself to work a lot. Wait, what was my goal again? The grey mass didn't move while scrolling the screen down, but for some reason, the white mark on its face deepened. DX. So, I figured my goal. It took me a while, but I remembered. I don't want to move a muscle, that's why I made these ships. As I expect from myself. The grey mass expression slightly distorted, even the white aura became dim for a moment. DX. Sigh, I found a problem with the initial design. I made the ships to check every element and particle. But with the engines, frequency receivers, and the ability to cross the grand void. I didn't design the automatic service system. I have to walk to every ship and activate them manually, for every element and particle. I want to murder someone. DX. Okay, today for sure, everything is ready and I started my travel. I wonder what I'll find or who I'll meet, however, I'm sure this will be an adventure that I'm looking forward to. If I wasn't lost right now. I still want to murder somebody. The grey mass raised its head, like looking at the sky in silence before reading again. DX. The time is passing quickly, yet slow at the same time. Looking at the original worlds and illusionary realities coloring this tasteless void in a daze, I think I achieved some enlightenment from this. After all this time, I have been taught a lot, taught that I'm losing my sanity with each minute passing, that it. DX. I broke every clock in my ship. But wait a minute, how the fuck time supposed to work here? My life has been a lie. DX. After I put my sanity on the side, I should start to think about what I should do. Honestly, I don't have much to do here, the elements are scanning normally. Am I useless? DX. Father. Why? Why did you have to leave me? Why? Wait, I don't have a dad, oh well. The grey mass expression became, surprised face, but it quickly returned into, straight face, after reading the whole memo. DX. My frequency receivers and element scanners are catching something, or maybe this is just my mind playing tricks on me. However, be it an illusion or not, the usual elements and particles can't keep up with me anymore. I need to find a replacement. DX. We live in a society, wrong memo, oops. For anyone who is reading this, you'll die a horrible death. The grey mass clenched its fist, even the expression became underscore, in the end, it calmed down and returned to reading. DX. In this cursed void that should be burned in the most horrible place in existence, I spotted a weird bend in reality far away. I suppose it's a void hole, one of the greatest disasters in the grand void. It has the reputation of turning the radius of thousands of universes into a wasteland. I don't know what to do anymore and I'm fucking bored, so I went to it directly. I might drift next to it because I'm so outstanding, but then I remembered that my driving skill is shit and I crashed directly into it. Fuck. Good news. That wasn't a void hole, I'm so lucky. However, the bad news is, it's a giant tentacles monster that looks like a giant mass of glowing orbs with eyes that shoot sanity-dropping rays. This isn't so bad, to be honest. DX. Finally, I was saved. With its glowing orbs and millions of eyes that send chills to the souls, the giant tentacles monster saved me from my scariest nightmares, boredom. I now have a new traveling buddy, well, more like it wants to kill me and devour my whole being, but I'm so happy that I have a big buddy. My buddy likes me a lot. I remember that time I came out of the ship and started my amazing speech to enlighten it. He liked it a lot, even if he started to twist the fabric of reality to kill me because I said he's a dumbass, which he is by the way. The grey mass clenched its fists slowly as the green screen was cracking a little by little, but the text was still clear. DX. After my buddy teleported and blocked my ship, I accidentally blew him into atoms. You can't blame me. Who can stay calm when you just woke up and see thousands of eyes sticking out of your window? Anyway, my buddy recovered almost instantly and the chase continued. Speaking of this, I think I know who my buddy is. He's one of those original Grand Void races, which usually just swim around in this void. Sometimes when they pass by the original worlds, their scent will fall on the world and actually translate into somehow understandable information. That information will be received by some individuals in the said world, like some sort of divination. I remember only the original worlds did this, so I was surprised that those hermits allowed this. Oh, I forgot to mention, I finally learned my buddy's name after I ran him over by my ship, a couple of times. His name is Yog-Sothoth, a great, massive orbs, smiley face. At this moment, the grey mass expression became O.O, which looked so confused by these things it read, but it continued anyway. Day X. After a lot of experiments and trials, I found particular particles named chaos particles, which gave the best result compared to the other elements, but honestly, this kind of particle is so chaotic. Get it? Chaos particles, chaotic. Shut up. Anyway, I found these particles contain a lot of variables, which isn't idealistic if I want exact data, but I don't have much choice because my buddy left me. He disappeared without saying goodbye, son of a bitch. Day X. I found that my progress became close to none. It's like I'm running in circles without a goal. The reading from the chaotic particles is changing constantly, even if it leads me closer, I'm not completely sure if it's correct. I need to change my ways. However, glancing behind me, I was shocked by the scene of the destruction. Everything was crushed and destroyed in the tag game between me and my buddy. Looking at this, the guilt filled my heart. Although I know these are mostly illusions and fake realities compared to the original worlds, I have no idea how many lives were lost. I stood there in silence observing without a word as the end was reflected in my eyes. Then I took a bubble bath, laughing face. I also found that the guilt was actually me feeling hungry. Funny, isn't it? Ha ha ha, laugh now. Log end. Crack. The whole screen and green light were broken into pieces as the grey mass covered its face like it had a massive headache. After some time, the grey mass summoned the screen again and kept looking through it, but it didn't find anything like the previous log. Doing an action like sighing, the grey mass shook its head before a sound appeared from it. I guess this is better than nothing. Yog-Sothoth, hey? From it looks, I don't think I'll find anything from him, or even if he knew something, the possibility of telling me anything about his dark past is close to none. The grey mass sighed again before it started to check the screen again. I was always suspicious of how these junks were still functioning after all this time, but I guess some stains always stays. The grey mass nodded before it glanced up. Its eyes seemed to piece through the grey fog and look at a very weird space. In that space, a giant distorted mosaic bubble was floating aimlessly in the void. It kept flashing with green color as several threads were attached to the grey fog. However, it seemed like it wanted to move away, but like it was moving in circles like it didn't know the left from right. I really want to check the ship more, but my resources are almost gone. Also, this is just a resonance ship, so there's no point in wasting more. If it was an observation or analysis ship. I spent a long time collecting the essences of these abnormalities. The grey mass shook its head before it waved its hand on the screen. The picture on the screen kept distorting and changing until it transformed into a mirror. In the mirror, there was a small town filled with people, but the mirror only focused on a man and a woman. The grey fog area next to the mass also changed quickly to show the picture of chat members and Kagaya looking at the crystal lich in surprise. Although I'm not really a fan of the concept of fighting fire with fire, especially if we're the one making the fire to accept this solution, route, I guess they helped me save a considerable amount of resources. The grey mass nodded its head as the mark of its face became, dot. Speaking of the analysis ship, you are really daring, route. Attracting the ship to act as a decoy despite the risk involved. Were you confident of succeeding in your new project, or did you have another way out, I wonder? The grey mass, which is Konosuba Worlds, will shook his head before saying, alas, now that Analysis ship is full of fuel and won't appear for a long time. Not all worlds will could have a full avatar, and Konosuba Worlds will, even with its huge experience, can't change that fact. Despite having the ability to take a temporary avatar, he felt this is a waste of time, so he kept this mass shape, which is quite convenient. Waving his hand, the grey fog suddenly became clear before several mirrors appeared in the air. Each mirror showed a different scene. The first one was about a middle-aged man appearing in a modern city. After checking a light screen in front of him, the man sighed with relief as he showed a victorious smile and said, "I actually appeared in the modern world of Konosuba. Now, I need to use my second item and move to the reincarnation place of gods to take a cheat." The man pulled a card from his pocket as the light shined on his body. His body turned into a ray of light flying towards the sky, but instead of passing through space, it stopped there. Struggling for a while, the light dimmed quickly before it vanished. In another mirror, a girl appeared on a chair in a dark space. Looking forward, the man saw a woman with golden wings like an angel facing him. "Greetings, I would like to welcome you." Yes, the angel, who was greeting the girl, suddenly stopped and put her hand on her ear, like she's listening to someone. "I'm sorry, it seems we picked the wrong person. You have done a lot of bad things in your life, and the judges will decide your fate now." Without giving the girl a chance to speak, the angel waved as the girl teleported to the place where the sinners were getting judged. A lot of scenes similar to this were playing on the screen. A young man, who joined Kazuma's party, died unexpectedly, but Aqua couldn't revive him no matter how much she tried. A woman and her team got killed after the destroyed passed by the dungeon they were in, etc. Konosuba Worlds will look at these scenes with its faceless face as the mark on its face didn't even appear. For him, doing something like this is easy. Although it required training at first, after all this time, he can manipulate his own world to a huge degree and even affect the anomalies. This was an ability that belonged to all worlds originally, but after all that time and events, just a few worlds still have this ability. Now, I found some traces. I believe with some time and luck, I'll be able to change this. Looking at the Chaos Particles Resonance Ship, or rather called the Horror Space, Konosuba Worlds will rubbed his chin. If it weren't for them to act as bait, I won't be able to deceive the ship this easily, but I guess they're losing their temper a lot. Rubbing his chin, Konosuba Worlds will looked at the screen showing the chat's members, then he looked at the two remaining players across his realities before pumping his fist on his palm. "I guess it won't hurt anyone to do this." Speaking those words, the mark on Konosuba Worlds' face became smiley face, which was particularly horrifying on his empty face. Meanwhile, Kagaya was still looking at the crystal Lich, which appeared from the crystal rotating in the air. However, after being separated from the glowing crystal, the copy of Lich was included in the time stop and froze in its place. Glancing at these two and the completed optional mission in the chat, Kagaya took a moment of silence before it retreated towards the group and lifted the time stop. The colors returned to the world before everything went back to motion. The fire was burning, and dust was falling because of Whitebeard while the fire kept burning because of Kazuma. However, the reactions after the time stop have split into two. Kazuma's party and Beldia acted like nothing was wrong, but the chat's members widened their eyes. Did you kill him, Kagaya?" Kazuma looked at the crystal statue of Lich as he couldn't help but ask. "What do you mean, Kazuma? That disgusting Lich is still there. Also, when did your friends have this kind of power?" Aqua blinked before it pointed at Beldia and Lich, Crystal, having a shonen conversation before she pointed at Whitebeard, who destroyed the castle with one punch. "What are you saying?" Kazuma stopped before he looked at the others. Except for Megaman and Darkness, everyone nodded at him, which means he isn't crazy. "I'll explain to you later, but now, what are we supposed to do with this?" Kagaya shook her head and pointed at Lich, Crystal, completely ignoring Aqua. When everyone was lost, the long-lost chat's notification sounded as the screen jumped in front of their faces. Number, Konosuba Worlds will. "Hey, kids! Who wanna help Daddy Konosuba in something?" Laughing face, the chat members froze in their places as their minds almost lost the ability to think because of the sudden message. All that was going on in their minds was Worlds will, Daddy. What the hell? Click. Suddenly, the chat room flashed before a picture of them looking completely confused appeared on the chat's screen. Everyone confused. JPG has been pinned to the channel. Number, Konosuba Worlds will. Smiley face. The sound of a fist getting clenched was particularly loud at this moment as all the chat members looked at these messages. In the main channel. Annihilation Maker, admin sipping tea calmly. Interesting. Looking at the other message, a vein appeared on everyone's head. Their faces darkened because of anger as Kazuma's party and Beldia were scared because of the sudden change. Chapter 138, Konosuba Side Part 23. In the broken castle, the chat members looked at the message from their current boss, Worlds will, and didn't know how to respond. However, there was a clear emotion, which was anger. Imagine it like this: you started a new job, but your manager didn't give you any instructions or information. He just left you to run in circles, play tricks behind your back, and when you started to get a hang of it, he came to the clueless you with a smile to ask if you could do extra work. At this moment, it'll be kind if you didn't flip the table. Considering this world and vast universe, a situation like this might be rare, but not impossible, and the chat members were experiencing it right now. First, their emotions went from confusion to shock and speechlessness, then a shadow was cast on their faces as a dangerous atmosphere was radiating. Missaka was staring at the message and the picture pinned on top of the channel as electric sparks were moving along her forehead. She still has a lot of questions, but sadly, after all this time, all those questions became a sigh. Not all the world's wills like this, right? However, looking at her little meeting with the world's wills and their reactions, Missaka wasn't optimistic about the future. Whitebeard was opening and closing his fist repeatedly as the sound of his action was particularly loud at this moment. His expression didn't change at all, he didn't even know what the pinned picture means, but that message was enough to make the look on his face more scary than usual. How can I see this picture? Like Whitebeard, Leon was actually clueless because she didn't understand what the pinned picture meant, but that strange mark, emoji, was making her mad for some reason. Don't screw with me! Kazuma exploded as he lost his shit and started to shoot the chat's screen. Of course, all his bullets just phased through the screen. In the eyes of his party, Kazuma started attacking something invisible in the air, like he was releasing all the frustration accumulated in his life. Megaman and Darkness had a strange expression on their faces while Aqua had an expression of realization. Shaking her head as a pained look surfaced her face, Aqua sighed and said, "We were too late. He's already a goner." Megaman and Darkness turned to look at Aqua, who clenched her fist with a dramatic expression and said, He went full retard." Amid her pained expression, Aqua remembered that the reincarnation system had a small, tiny flaw of the probability of putting a lot of burden on the subject's brain, which may lead to permanent brain damage. Basically, they can become retarded. Kazuma stopped as he turned slowly to see his party giving him a pained look filled with pity, even that Dull Ahan and Lich, Crystal, were looking at him weirdly before he said with a blank expression, "You, don't give me that look, bastards." Looking at Kazuma almost committing a party shooting, Kagaya took a deep breath, which was one of the longest breaths in her life before she activated her ability. As the world was engulfed in complete silence, Kagaya rubbed her temples as only she and the chat remembers were excluded from the eternal moment. Although it's a time stop, she actually just stretches the length of a moment into eternity, but even an eternity doesn't feel enough to cure her current headache. "From the moment I put that crystal, I got this headache. While the headache is almost completely gone, Kagaya can be sure that it wasn't just because of the stupidity going on." Opening her eyes, Kagaya took a glance at everyone. Obviously, all of them were angry as they exchanged a look with Kagaya. No words or signs were needed, just with one eye contact, the chats remembered nodded slowly before opening their chat and typing. They even sent the message at the same time. This amount of synchronization between completely different people without any training was very surprisingly shocking, but their messages were another story. "Advocate of gender equality, die. Neat princess, I refuse. Bree, I won't accept. Big sister lion, no deal. The strongest man in the world, no." The complete harmony in refusing their boss without changing expression strangely made the chat's members one step closer together. "Isn't this your world?" Leon looked at Kazuma's message and asked, but Kazuma didn't raise his head while saying with a monotone voice, "You see, I already gave up on this good-for-nothing world." Leon just turned her head away while thinking she shouldn't have asked. Number, Konosuba worlds. "Well, I got rejected, how sad, sad face." Number, Konosuba worlds. "Well, oh, well. There's still two abnormalities in this reality, enjoy looking for them, have few on dash." Another moment of silence fell on this place, which was more quiet and awkward than the time stop itself. "You bastard! Giving a borderline impossible mission without any explanation, and now you want help? And what the fuck is daddy shit?" Kazuma was losing his shit again as everyone watched him in silence. Although they were speechless because of Kazuma's actions, the chat's members completely agree with him. Number, Konosuba worlds. "Will borderline impossible?" Shocked, "Oh, don't even try to say it was easy or something. These bastards have anti-detection and our boss doesn't want to give any clues, but also wants to screw with us." Do you think it's easy? Kazuma was getting angrier with each word, but the next message froze him. From the beginning to the end, who the idiot that thinks he can find a hidden target in such a backward world easily? Not to forget this world isn't technically a peaceful place. Wars are going every day at the borders of the kingdom between the Demon King's army, all the monsters and natural disasters, and coupled with some shenanigans from the reincarnators of Aqua, make this almost impossible. On top of that, there was a little to no clue at all. Even this current Lich was just a lucky guess. Heck! The first guess was actually it's Aqua's fault, which says a lot. Number, Konosuba worlds will know. No, I meant why do you think it's borderline? It's, in fact, impossible, smiley face. Another wave of silence hit the place. So, you gave us an impossible mission. Missaka blinked as her calculation power stagnated for a moment. Number, Konosuba worlds will accept blowing up the planet or somehow finding them, yes. Here A for you. Do you think this is funny? Kazuma glared at the chat screen while almost shoving his face inside. Number, Konosuba worlds will yes, dash. Why you little? Then what's the point of this mission? Kazuma still wants to continue his shooting on the screen, but he heard a deep voice. Looking at it like this, an impossible mission is pointless, but that's just from our perspective. Whitebeard sat on the ground, but he was still taller than Kazuma before he said maybe because the recent mission was a one clear goal, you'll get the feeling all the other missions will be the same. However, not every journey is the same, and not every problem has one fixed solution. Impossible, but here we are. This might also mean that the goal from the mission is unnecessary or even undesirable. Kagaya glanced at Lich, Crystal, before she said this makes me wonder, what's the true goal and how did we contribute to it? Number, Konosuba worlds will wow, you're really thinking this through. I just needed you. Needed us? Like us? I mean, just. Leon was having a hard time with this complicated stuff, but Missaka just said you mean just our presence is necessary. Number, Konosuba worlds will ooh. Here another star. Waving with her hand, Missaka slapped away the cartoonish looking star flying from the chat screen. You mean like a condition to start a quest? But this time, we were the condition, or at least, one of them. Kazuma sighed while shaking his head. If his guess is correct, then they and the players were actually both necessary conditions to start whatever this worlds will want. Maybe even the players were also invited here purposefully because this guy isn't showing any concern about them. No, this worlds will is even treating the players as a casual thing, like it can get rid of them at any time it wants. However, what makes Kazuma confused is what's happening now. They were only able to guess this far because the worlds will, even if it's keeping the annoying hidden style, is dropping hints like crazy. It even confirmed a few guesses. Why does this happen to me? Kazuma secretly sighed as he had an urge to cry. It wasn't enough for his world to be filled with idiots, but his worlds will looks like those hidden figures that only be mentioned in the lore and guide things from the shadows. Just say what you want. Kazuma wanted to skip all this talk because his head started to hurt. Number, Konosuba worlds will didn't you just refuse? Yeah, they all nodded at the same time, which made the message delay for a moment. Number, Konosuba worlds will you're quite honest. There's no helping it. Your actions and unclear goals aren't all that encouraging. Kagaya shrugged. Number, Konosuba worlds will oh, although I'm not that supportive of fighting fire with fire projects, after all, this thing is usually for the new generation, but I won't drop you into the death zone. You should be ashamed of yourself for accusing me like that, how dare you, sad face. Kagaya clenched her fist as she had a huge desire to launch a barrage of bullets on this screen. Why getting a little amount of information has to be so infuriating? Wait, isn't this what they usually do to all new members? Floating slowly in the air, Kagaya looked at the sky as she felt karma is proving again how big of a bitch it is. Shaking her head, Kagaya's eyes gradually became serious. This reminds me, you said that an optional mission can give me some information. What exactly is that information, except from you making a copy of a player? Kagaya remembered the mission that gave her a headache while the chat's members looked at each other before trying to find this optional mission in the chat room. Number, Konosuba worlds will what? Hold on, you didn't understand anything from what happened? Kagaya just shook her head, but the moment she did that, a long message flashed on the screen. Number, Konosuba worlds will ha 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 ha. Wait, you're serious? Oh. Number, Konosuba worlds will well, I used to always deal with all-knowing entities, which made me forget that there's still mortals like you, my bad, surprised face. Looking at the sorry, I forget your dumb type of message. Light flashed from Kagaya as an energy bullet flew through the screen and erased the other half of the castle. After calming down and ignoring the weird gazes on her back, Kagaya said anyway, now that you have contacted us, what is your goal or at least the current one? Number, Konosuba worlds will it's nothing important actually. We are a bunch of civilized and productive members of society. The colors of confusion filled everyone's faces while reading this nonsense. Number, Konosuba worlds will we are a helpful and kind bunch, we spread love, not war, so peace can fill the world, hey, that's me, laughing face. This amount of bullshit started to give Kazuma a stomachache. Number, Konosuba worlds will so, because we're generous and kind, let's help our guests in their journey, smiley face. Yup, those things are scary, Leon thought while looking at the emojis, which was a thought shared by most of the members, especially after they looked at Lich, Crystal. They couldn't imagine what this worlds will has done to that player, but it certainly isn't a good thing at all. Ah, it's another screw loose person. Not, it's a world. Missaka facepalmed before she said with a quiet voice what would happen if we refused completely. Number, Konosuba worlds will nothing, I'll just end the mission and give you bad reviews because you didn't finish it. Of course, you could keep going on this, smiley face, and the players? Leon asked quickly. Number, Konosuba worlds will. Laughing face. After this, the chat's members basically confirmed that this worlds will absolutely doesn't care about players, and those emoji are becoming scarier. Does this have something to do with this new generation thing? Do the worlds has generations? Glancing at each other, they quickly nodded. Although they got permission to end the mission now, they won't do that because after reaching this far and enduring the stupidity of this world, there's no way they're stopping now, especially if everything was going to be pointless if they refused. Number, Konosuba worlds will oh, something came up. Let's finish our conversation by, according to this reality time, tomorrow, bye. And with that, the chat members wait for a moment, but apparently, the worlds will left completely. Despite not knowing what came up, Kagaya just sighed at this meeting with one of the hardest figures that she dealt with in her life. She knew from the previous experience that Konosuba worlds will isn't an easy one, but she didn't expect it to reach this level. Even in the current conversation, Kagaya can swear that this worlds will already done something and didn't just come for a pointless conversation, but what is it? This feeling is so annoying. Maybe rejection would be a good choice, but don't forget, unlike them, this is Kazuma's world, so at least, they should keep going and help him while figuring out a few things. Staying in the dark like this is really irritating. You have a unique world, Kazuma. Leon cleared her throat while looking at Kazuma, who was covering his face. Kazuma might really start crying right now. However, while they were still comprehending what just happened, the chat screen flashed again with a new notification. Annihilation Maker, admin replying to advocate of gender equality. Oh, I'm technically incapable of dying, but I appreciate your try. Although I suggest exterminating humanity for better results. Annihilation Maker, admin, you here? Did you guys die? Anyway, what is this picture? You even pinned it into the chat. Are you into self-humiliation? Looking at the screen, they realized that they forgot about the Eldritch Angel, who ran that day without saying anything. However, the second message was enough to trigger some of them. Advocate of gender equality, shut up, you retarded angel. That message was for another asshole. Annihilation Maker, admin, then you should have put it in private chat, you dumbass. Advocate of gender equality, dumbass. Said the angel, who lost his brain cells. Annihilation Maker, admin, said the guy who came from a retarded world. Looking at the trash talk on the screen, Kagaya rubbed her temples before an idea flashed in her head. Although it doesn't seem like it most of the time, they do have a kinda all-knowing entity. Advocate of gender equality, fuck off. Annihilation Make, admin, no, you fuck off. Advocate of gender equality, no, you. Annihilation Make, admin, no, you. Advocate of gender equality, no, you. Annihilation Make, admin, no, you. Before Kagaya began anything, the spam of no, you that filled the screen made her rub her temples again. This is really a long and tiring day. She even started to add a few regrets with each moment passing by. Chapter 139, Konosuba Side Part 24. In Konosuba's world, it was already afternoon with the sun up high in the sky. During this period, the towns and cities in the kingdom are usually bustling with people. Citizens, adventurers, merchants, even monsters are in full activity, but strangely, everything was frozen. At this moment, the familiar material world had all its usual colors flipped and a dead silence filled every corner of it. Birds in the sky, people walking, monsters and adventurers fighting, everything was fixed in its place like a photo. In this world, a castle in the forest was the only thing that still had movement and sound. Inside, there were few frozen people and 2 monsters. All of them had different expressions, like the headless knight, who was able to raise his sword and declare a battle or something, while the crystal-made Lich had a bitter expression. The other were 3 girls, who had an expression filled with sadness and pity, which was particularly annoying for someone. However, inside this room, there were still only 5 people, who still have the ability to move normally. Despite that, since they started to look at an invisible thing in the air, all of them were pretty much frozen like the other statues. Neat Princess, Leo, can I have a word with you? Annihilation Maker, Admin I refuse. GIF. Kagaya, who was going all serious in trying to solve this, froze again in her place. Neat Princess, why? I didn't even say a thing. Annihilation Maker, Admin I don't care. When something really bad happens, you'll usually directly state it. Beating around the bush like this means it either something annoying or you're just trying to troll me. Neat Princess. Kagaya glared at the screen. Why can't she do one thing seriously in this world? The resentment and anger in this period manifested into a dark aura around her. If the time was working properly, everyone would take a step away from her. Oi, oi, oi. For real? Did her resentment manifest into a substance? I thought this was just a stupid thing in anime. Kazuma was having an internal war inside while realizing that the previous world logic is so fragile with these magical beings and characters. However, she just shrugged before he went back to his earlier activity, trash talking. Advocate of gender equality, what kind of shitty reasoning is this? Annihilation Maker, Admin a reasoning that you'll also use. Advocate of gender equality, of course, but that doesn't mean that I'll not judge you for it, which is something you'll also do. Annihilation Maker, Admin touche. Big Sister Lion, you two are just hypocrites. Annihilation Maker, Admin thank you. Advocate of gender equality, thank you very much. Big Sister Lion, you're not welcome. The strongest man in the world, goo ha 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 ha. Goo ha 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 ha. Whitebeard slapped his thigh while laughing at the conversation going on, even his previous anger almost vanished. Missaka stared at Whitebeard, who was laughing loudly that the castle, or what was left from it, was trembling a little. She thought that the favorite thing for the old man is to lurk in the chat and laugh at these shenanigans, but why did he type his laugh? This is an old question that Missaka decided to better forget about. Speaking of lurking, Missaka turned her head and stared at the members list to see an online member with no sense of presence. Saitama icon was flashing with a conspicuous green point next to his username in the chat. Bree, it seems almost everyone is in the chat room today. Another ancient lurker is currently in the chat room. Saitama, who usually doesn't chat, just lurks in the chat silently unless someone mentions him, but even if they do, he'll only answer with "oh" or "that's interesting." Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that the chat room doesn't provide an option to set status, they'll never know if he's online or not without asking. Big Sister Lion, oh, is the Beldia here? A hero for fun. Yes. Big Sister Lion, sorry, but it really hard to remember you're here because you don't talk much, also, your presence is kinda low too. A hero for fun. Advocate of gender equality, everyone? Oh, you reminded me. We have a harem king, I mean a harem queen. Shouldn't she has the ability to change genders, or maybe I'm tripping. Big Sister Lion, Bree, she what? Advocate of gender equality, forget it. FGO is always confusing. Bree, don't try to avoid the question. And why am I typing here while you're next to me? Misaka's eyebrow twitched while looking at the screen. She felt if this continues, it would become a bad habit eventually. Advocate of gender equality, anyway, the new member knows you very well, stupid angel. Annihilation Maker, admin I don't know what you're talking about, retarded human. Advocate of gender equality, oi. Don't try to pretend. Your glorious deeds and noble sacrifice has already been spread to the chat, they are so beautiful that I can't call them superficial. Ha 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 ha. Annihilation Maker, admin. Ah, I'm satisfied. No matter what happened after this, I don't have any regrets. Kazuma had a wide smile on his face. They have been under the tyranny of the devil for far too long, it's time for karma to become a bitch again. Looking at Kazuma's smile, the chat members had a weird look because that smile was creepy for some reason. Neat princess, all of you shut up. You. Tell me everything you know. Annihilation Maker, admin what? Fine, everything started from when I was a little kid. I always asked myself, why people are idiots. So, I went on a journey to control my hollow side and just to become the Hokage, but to do so, I need to collect the 7 Dragon BA. Advocate of gender equality, PFFFF. Neat princess, Destiny. Fate. Keep it in this category, tell me what you know about them. Annihilation Maker, admin EO, why? I don't like Destiny. It's all sticky, intricate, irritating, and it gets everywhere. Neat princess. The dark aura around Kagaya was on the verge of exploding. She one step away from rage quitting this mission once and for all. Advocate of gender equality, thank you. Very cool, Mr. Starwalker. But I have to admit that the situation isn't easy. Annihilation Maker, admin Is it really important? I feel some negative energy from Kagaya's message for some reason, but maybe my senses are playing tricks on me. Advocate of gender equality, well, I don't know how to describe it, to be honest, but it's getting to my nerves and it involves the world's will. Despite that, I have to say that you got some accurate senses. Bree, calm down, take a deep breath, and explain it slowly. Neat princess, I'll remember this. Anyway, it started like this. Meanwhile, inside a convenience store in Kuah town, a young angel wearing a pair of round glasses was looking at the shelves, but his focus was on a holographic screen. World's will, hey. Putting his hand on his chin, Leo read the messages as his mind was processing the current information. Sir. Plot adjustment? Butterfly effect nullifying? Or is it just a fine manipulation of events and causality? Narrowing his eyes, Leo couldn't help but come with a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of abilities that could achieve the feat of correcting history and guiding events, even the basic mind manipulation could do it, but the situation here is too weird. Sir. No, maybe all of them. The data is too little to even come with a proper theory. And this world's will attitude, the more he read the messages, the more Leo felt this situation was tricky before he typed into the chat. Annihilation Maker, admin I need all that you know, every piece of information. I'll use all my knowledge to analyze this, but I can't guarantee anything because this is a completely unknown area. Big Sister Lion, oh, suddenly gone serious. Bree, a completely unknown area, hey. They only explained the situation briefly, I need something like an example, like a change in events. They also mentioned that the worlds will contact. When Leo's brain was going at high speeds, a voice interrupted his train of thoughts. Sir. Looking at the side, Leo saw the store clerk looking at him weirdly and pointing at his hand. Tilting his head, Leo saw that the cereal box he was holding was squeezed until it burst open. No, it was torn to pieces under a huge force as its content fell on the ground. Considering it's the weekend, and because he's a productive person, Leo wasn't going to do anything today, well, maybe watch the earth rotate in peace while preparing a couple of plans. However, the devil had to be here to buy stuff for the higher authorities, parents, only to get a chat notification. As for the accident, let's say that mentioning the dark history isn't helping to control the power. Dropping the rest of the box from his hand and calmly waving the fragments away, Leo nodded at the clerk and said I'm paying for it. The clerk, who was about to say something, almost choked on his words. Why does this sound like it isn't his first time? Ignoring the confused clerk, Leo looked at the screen again only for his expression to solidify. Advocate of gender equality, becoming serious, hey? Sigh only if the new members, Good Eiko was also here, but alas, she's offline. I think she would love to hear about this. Don't you think so, Leo? Expressionlessly, Leo raised his hand as green gleam flashed before a stack of money materialized. Just for you know, I might pay for this shelf, and the other behind it. So, you are experienced. And who the hell walks with stacks of money in their pockets? No, why do you want to break stuff in the first place? What a weirdo. The poor clerk, who didn't seem to notice the supernatural event for some reason, was completely confused and decided to leave while wondering, is this the world of the rich? Ignoring the clerk again, Leo didn't bother with this and continued checking the chat because, in a sense, he's filthy rich. As long as humans' blinding greed laid an eye upon something, a sin will be committed. And as long as the snake of wisdom reaches it, a record will be made. Using the second noble phantasm, Leo is able to summon and materialize those records, which means full access to the wealth with human attributes. Although because of the restrictions, this noble phantasm is heavily limited, but materializing papers completely is simple. Even throwing gold bars like a machine gun is also possible, especially because this world's rules are much looser than Type Moon. Neat princess, and these are that world's words. He said that he'll contact us tomorrow, which I have no idea about what'll happen. Annihilation Maker, admin I see, so he was the one who pinned that picture. Hey. Bree, focus on the important stuff. Annihilation Maker, admin, this is important. It looked like he was trolling you, which is true by the way, but it also played the role in throwing you off, and reducing your concentration and vigilance, so he can control the conversation from the start. Advocate of gender equality, Brew. What do you have in your brain? Annihilation Maker, admin, my brain is in other dimensions, which you can't comprehend. Advocate of gender equality, another step away from humanity. Hey. Annihilation Maker, admin, your humanity is a disgrace to the godly sword in your hands. Neat princess, enough. But now, you mentioned it, he did that a couple of times. Hold on, why couldn't I see it? I'm not dumb as Kazuma. Advocate of gender equality, oi. Leo's eyebrow twitched from this response, but the main reason was because, in the corner of his eye, he was able to see a blonde hog from the shelf corner as a gaze was focusing on him. Annihilation Maker, admin, anyway, let's take a step back to the very beginning, and try to. Let's not talk about the occult for now, but just to make sure, you guys know a thing or two about high-energy physics, right? Big Sister Lion. Advocate of gender equality. A hero for fun. Bree, raise one hand slowly for anyone wondering, it's also called particle physics. Advocate of gender equality, ah, I see, so it was that. Ha ha ha, silly me, but do you know what's funny? That isn't helping. Neat princess. Right. Annihilation Maker, admin. Fine, I'll try to simplify it. The strongest man in the world, ahem, what are the particles, and physics? Staring at the screen with empty eyes, Leo finally realized that between the limited data, knowledge, and the pain in the soul that sting his brain, explaining this will be challenging. Chapter 140, Konosuba Side Part 25. So, how can you explain to someone, who is in ignorance, a full system of complex meaning? Taking into consideration that the said person didn't even have a starting point in such things? Well, if they are close, you can use information implanting, memorizing, or any spell in that category, but sadly, Leo doesn't have such convenience. Maybe this is one of the drawbacks of knowing a lot of things beyond humans' understanding. Even 93, IWAS, only gave the knowledge to Aleister Crowley when he was a very powerful magician. Sighing helplessly, Leo just accepted the situation. There's no point in thinking too much about it. It's not like he'll explain how and why the microcosmic forces interweave with the macrocosmic forces. Annihilation Maker, admin, there's no helping it and it isn't anyone's fault anyway. But now I look at it, in a sense, we have two members in the Aeon of Isis. Advocate of gender equality, the what? Annihilation Maker, admin, it's something much more complicated, so don't worry about it. Anyway, let's start with the basics, which all of you should be able to understand easily. You know what our job and main mission in this chat, right? Walking away from the shelf and ignoring certain eyes on him, Leo kept typing in the chat with his mind. However, some of his calculation power gathered on his hand. Bree, help the entities called the world's wills by stopping the abnormalities, which are the agents of outer gods and multiversal spaces. Annihilation Maker, admin, correct, but I need you to focus on the word help. In fact, our main focus is to help the world's will in the problems that generate from external factors. The agents of multiversal spaces and champions of outer gods just happen to be one of the major problems. Big Sister Lion, so, you want to say we're still doing our job, just the way and form changed, hey? That sneaky world's will. Annihilation Maker, admin, he wasn't really sneaky, but okay, moving on. I would like to tell you that because of this job, the moment you join, you'll probably get the biggest payment from the world's will, which I still think it's some sort of an apology for the clickbait. It's a chance to change and bend that fate of yours. Advocate of gender equality, now, you mentioned it. Those clickbait. The world's strongest man, bend our fate? Annihilation Maker, admin, knowledge is also power. With the information about the original trajectory, you have the initial ability to change events. In this aspect, we don't differ much from the agents and champions of the outer gods. We both have the ability to change the original trajectory easily, mostly because we can also be counted as anomalies. The moment you got this chat room, the original trajectory of fate has changed. Some of you were supposed to experience different events, one of you was even supposed to die, and we originally weren't supposed to meet at all. Big Sister Lion, I guess you're talking about me, hey? Bree, that file you guys send about Leon's world. Big Sister Lion, don't be like that, Mikoto-chan. It isn't a big deal anyway, we know what we'll face when we agreed to be assassins. Missaka remembered the file of Akame Kill's world as she couldn't help but bite her lips. She didn't believe a world like that could exist before, but she had already visited it. Despite that, because of the other members' help, she didn't get the chance to see the situation there with her own eyes. Neat princess, but if you say it like that, then what is the difference? Wait. Annihilation Maker, admin, finally you started to get it. You're strangely slow these days. Advocate of gender equality, don't play riddles and speak directly, please. While reading the chat, Leo lifted his eyebrow before looking down. A few sparks, particles of light, and electricity arcs were appearing without a warning around his hand. The balance was really distorted. Leo frowned before he cancelled his power. He was about to use the energy in the 11th dimension to teleport some stuff, but apparently, there's some deviation in his usual formulas and calculations. Adjusting the calculations, formulas, and adding Pakia's power in an instant, Leo walked towards the cashier as some stuff disappeared from their places and appeared next to the cashier. Yet, everyone was acting normal, like nothing supernatural happened. Annihilation Maker, admin, fine, I am also trying to keep this short anyway. Here the difference lies in between the positions of you and players of the multiversal spaces. You two are supposed to apply two different forces in different directions, yet that changed by an external factor, which is the world's will. Bree, what forces are you talking about? The only player we met was that Lich, and we didn't do much to apply a force or any kind of energy on him. Neat princess, the world's will already said it. He needed us here for a reason, even if just our presence. Annihilation Maker, admin, there where I need to stop you, Mikoto. From the moment you entered this world, you guys are applying a force on all the world, especially on Destiny. Now, your next line will be, how could you refer or link a vague thing like Destiny by a simple applied force? Bree, how cowl? Are you looking at the future again? Annihilation Maker, admin, I'm not, and remember that we're trying to keep this simple. Destiny isn't that absolute, unchangeable factor all the time, in fact, it's flexible. Hard things break, soft things bend. It's just that the majority can't push it to the point of bending, but that doesn't apply to us for some reason. The simplest way to explain it is by imagining that destiny is a stretched rubber line. All the acts that go against the established trajectory, which are all the changes that you may intentionally or accidentally cause, are like applying a force on the line and bending it. Neat princess, honestly, I can see that with the ways this worlds will keep changing stuff. Annihilation Maker, admin, I see. But keep in mind that there isn't one single line, there's a bunch of them, so if you bend a line, there's a chance for it to interact with others. Moreover, there is always a difference between the requirement for each change. After all, changing what you'll eat for breakfast can't be compared to changing the moment of your death. Of course, without forgetting about the consequences of such acts, yet we are spared from all those annoying stuff. Neat princess, but if you bend it, a force will be applied back. Is this one of the ways those outer gods get that origin power? Annihilation Maker, admin, correct. Such a phenomenon is explained in Newton Guy's third law: for every action, force, in nature there is an equal and opposite reaction. Destiny is a vague concept, it's not like the opposite force will come and slap you. To be honest, that'll be interesting to watch. But sadly, it'll appear in ambiguous ways, like a change in luck or unfortunate events. This is why most gods were afraid of those destiny-related deities, because it's such a pain to mess with them. Theoretically, the outer gods use such acts by sending their agents to wreak havoc, then absorb the energy generated. This is why they love to boost their agent's ego to let them act recklessly and control them better. Thus, the easiest way is to give conquering quests or world-ending ones. Here comes the difference between us and them: the power generated by our actions will go directly to the world's will. Those guys are stingy, so they won't let it go to waste in some bad luck. The best theory I can come up with is that they use it to recover the damage we cause, yet, they are a lazy bunch that doesn't want to work. Oops, my thoughts on my world's will slipped, moving on. For the old man and the unprofessional assassin, think of the time that you punched something hard and felt pain and resistance in your fist. That's the opposite force. Big Sister Lion, I see. Bree, I'll explain it for you later. Big Sister Lion, thank you. Leo stopped and gave the chat's members a moment to comprehend the current information. To be honest, such a subject is nearly impossible to explain fully and be tackled from all sides in a short period. These are still rather very simple, yet. I think the word simple is different between me and them. Shaking his head, Leo glanced to the side as his eyes met the current stalker. The stalker turned his head away while crossing her arms, but Leo had an expressionless face while saying, "Are you still mad?" Humph. Nero puffed her cheeks at Leo's bland question. I see. Nodding, Leo walked calmly toward the cashier, leaving Nero, who was angry because she turned into a class card, madder because of his nonchalant attitude. Bree, if you explain it like this, does destiny have effects on scientific laws? Annihilation Maker, admin. Even if science is strict and its rules are heavier than magic, there's still a chance for variables to appear. For example, interactions between particles. Even Newton's third law isn't universal. I would like to go in depth in this subject, but looking at the situation, I'll go straight and tackle the main problem. What is Konosuba World's will doing and why did it do it? I need to remind you that this part is pure theories, even the upper part still has theories in it. Like I said, this is a completely unknown area. The strongest man in the world, Big Sister Lion. Okay. Whitebeard closed his eyes like he's trying to understand, but honestly, he was already lost from the moment that Newton or whatever his name was mentioned. Leon also kinda gave up. Now, she can only hope to understand later, or maybe she'll just follow the assassin's rules and only do the job without understanding why. Advocate of gender equality, now, you lost me. Well, I should have expected this from destiny-related stuff. Annihilation Maker, admin. There's no helping it, so let me just finish it. The world's wills, or at least what I saw until now, always aim to reduce the losses and consumption. First, you and players are two different parties applying different forces on the destiny. Rather than the multiversal space absorbing that generated energy, the world will interrupt it and gather it all. We can assume that because this world's will doesn't seem to be putting the intruders in his eyes. Somehow, the worlds will put these two parties in opposite directions, then it will preserve energy and symmetry, making the force jump up and down between you two. Each time, the generated energy will get stronger because of the two external factors, which are the players and the chat's members. By doing so, the world's will is lowering the costs of what it's doing by using the energy from you two. Neat princess, if you say that, that means that the fixing and adjusting the plot is also a result of that plan? Annihilation Maker, admin. I'd like to think of it more like a side effect of his actions. To balance and keep the symmetry somehow, the world's will surely go for a familiar place or gather the energy where it can use it to the fullest, which is the most familiar destiny line, the original trajectory. You also said something about a crystal of some kind. Maybe that crystal was the container or the guide of energy, which took off like a warhead using that player's coordinates. Reading the long explanations and theories, the chat's members couldn't help but be silent. Honestly, they got a large amount of information, even if it's still in the category of theory. However, knowing this makes them more and more confused about this world's will and its actions, but like Leo's said, this is a completely unknown domain, which is hard to understand. Considering they have a lot of time because of Kagaya's ability, the chat's members, who understood a little, took a moment to comprehend the current information. Meanwhile, in DXD, Leo saw the chat went silent as he stopped typing and shrugged because he could guess what's happening. Paying for the stuff, throwing them in a subspace, and leaving the store. Leo nodded before he heard a sound behind him. Nobody notices what you're doing. The devil appears in many forms, the devil is always around us, but we just don't notice. The ability to lurk around humans without notice is something basic to demons, yet, Leo's darkness is deceptive, so he can push that aspect further by making a whole domain. Leo glanced at Nero and said, "Are you still mad?" "Of course. Why did you lock me in the class card like that?" Nero expressed her feeling directly, like she was wronged, but before she continued, she reacted quickly and grabbed a kin thrown at her. "You know that you brought that upon yourself, right? Do you think it's okay to invade a magician's, angel's, workshop casually?" Leo opened the can of iced tea with a blank expression because he can see how this will go. "Yes. I was able to enter the workshop of my court magicians at any time I wanted. They were honored that the emperor is visiting them." Answering instantly, Nero had a tone of take for granted, which isn't strange for the emperor. "But what is this?" Raising the can, a look of confusion surfaced on Nero's face before Leo said, "Open it, and drink what's inside. Isn't these things included in the Spirit Core's information?" "Ooh. Is this an offering?" "Moo. I accept your apology for some reason." Nero did a 180-degree and brightened up while opening the iced tea can. "I did nothing to apologize though." "And she isn't listening." Shrugging his shoulders, Leo took a sip from the iced tea while checking the chat. "Neat princess, can I ask how much are you sure about this theory?" "Annihilation Maker, admin, based on what you gave, I ran several simulations in my mind, yet this is the best I could come up with. I advise to not rely on it a lot because this is still ridiculous even for me. This theory still has a lot of holes. For example, the amount of energy generated. Taking the Tree of Life theory as a reference, the world is split into 4 layers. Asaya, world of action, is the material realm where you guys are in the lowest layer, so the world's will actions are starting from this place, yet it can generate enough energy to impact the higher realms. Wait, maybe the energy generated isn't a regular one, maybe it has some different rules and laws that allow this. I also believe that Tree of Life theory isn't enough to explain the world's will and outer gods, so let's theoretically assume that there's a 5th realm, a realm beyond Atziluth, world of emanation, where the light of the Ein Sof radiates and is still united with its source. Just how could this world's will do this? If this theory is correct, even if I think there's still a lot of data missing, this act is breaking all the rules and laws. No, maybe this theoretical 5th realm has its own rules and laws that allows. I think I went a little overboard. Big Sister Lion, I think I'll take a step back from here. Bree. Neat princess. A little? Advocate of gender equality, I see. I understood everything. Who I'm kidding, I need a break. A hero for fun is offline. Advocate of gender equality, he gave up. His mind must have been overloaded. Neat princess, we lost a brave soldier. The strongest man in the world, nods. Bree, I still can't get over the fact that you actually used Newton's third law to explain destiny. Annihilation Maker, admin shrugs. Well, I did what I had to do, everything else is up to you now. But I'm also curious about this phenomenon, so let me give you something. Bree, what do you mean? Advocate of gender equality, I smell a large amount of trouble and headache is coming. Annihilation Maker, admin, has uploaded. I swear this is not a satanic ritual file. A/N, check the end of the chapter. Advocate of gender equality, I knew it. Looking at the file name, Kazuma instantly knew that his fears became true, but like everyone else, he also clicked on the file. There's a saying that the curiosity killed the cat, however, the cat didn't die in this situation, it just walked casually while Kazuma felt his mind almost stop functioning when he saw the complex magic circle and the explanation. Big Sister Lion is offline. Advocate of gender equality, come back here you coward. Come back here you coward. Screaming the same thing he typed, Kazuma looked at Leon closing the chat room and leaving to catch a breather. Advocate of gender equality, what did the poor pigeons do to you? Annihilation Maker, admin. Well, this is it for today, if you have a question ask it. Neat princess, what is this for? And are you sure this is not satanic? Annihilation Maker, admin. Think of it as a failsafe and also as a thing I'm interested in. Can my spiritual vision reach another world? Neat princess, let me be more specific, what is this exactly? Annihilation Maker, admin the simplified version of the Grand Magic Angel Fall toned with the Holy Grail summoning ritual. Neat princess, wait. Toru and Type Moon. Does this thing exist? Annihilation Maker, admin of course, it exists. I just made it, something like that is simple for me, so don't worry. Neat princess, asterisk press X to doubt. JPG asterisk. Advocate of gender equality, I take it back, I admit you're so knowledgeable, but just stop, please, my mind can't do this anymore. And how do you expect this to work? We don't have a magician, who can understand this. Or are you planning to teach because I feel I'll really lose brain cells? Annihilation Maker, admin you want me to teach you magic? Well, I suppose I can teach you everything except angelic techniques, but not now, you can in the meantime check those books that I uploaded. Although the magic of DXD isn't that advanced, it's very good as a starter. Neat princess, I'm with him. Don't forget that this world doesn't have idle theory for the magic to work, neither it has the legends and myth in the regular worlds. Annihilation Maker, admin I'll take care of that, if my spiritual vision reaches the ritual, my personal reality can take care of the other problems. Also, there's that parallel world, which Kazuma came from. Trust me, did my actions ever affect something negatively? Neat princess, DXD's Asgard torn to pieces while an angel raging like a calamity. Annihilation Maker, admin accept that. Neat princess, Venus close to Earth's orbit. Annihilation Maker, admin you get the point. Advocate of gender equality, why don't you just buy a transmutation ticket? Annihilation Maker, admin we have no evidence that the worlds will not ban me, so this is safer and it's also an experiment. Advocate of gender equality, do I look like a lab rat for you? Hold on, I feel this is fishy. Neat princess, me too. Don't tell me you don't even have the points to buy a ticket. Annihilation Maker, admin so, today lesson is finished, take care and direct message me if something bad happen. Annihilation Maker, admin, is offline. Advocate of gender equality, coward. Neat princess, ha 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 ha. Looking at Kagaya and Kazuma, who seemed to achieve something and became proud, Missaka couldn't help but sigh while Whitebeard already quit the chat. These things are not for an old man like him. Now, what they are supposed to do with this Lich, crystal? Bastards, why did they get smarter just for this? Leo closed the chat directly while clicking his tongue. For some reason, he felt these guys became dumber, especially Kagaya, who should be an immortal with a lot of experience in life. Yet, they only recovered in the dumbest moment. However, this somehow gave me peace of mind. Not all the world's wills are that supportive to this chat room, hey. Leo closed his eyes as he sighed silently. To be honest, if this was true, then Leo will feel more of a peace of mind. Nothing is absolute, nothing can only have a good side. Knowing that the worlds will might have different opinions on this chat room, from supporting, neutral, and maybe rejective, is much more believable for Leo than blind trust. The support should be root and maybe DXD, the neutral is only Toru for now, and somehow between rejective and neutral is Konosuba's world will. Ugh, although it isn't all that obvious, I smell the disgusting politics. Leo shuddered at one of the most hateful things for him. What happened? Nero saw the sudden burst and asked, but Leo only shook his head and said nothing important. I wonder what will happen now. Looking at the sky, Leo's thoughts couldn't help but drift, then he was pulled by Nero. Hey, what is that? Nero spotted something at the commercial street of Kaur. Idle stuff. Japan is filled with those, Leo responded casually, but then Nero's eyes sparkled and said let's go and check it. What? Fine, count it as the unfinished thanks. Leo felt this will be a major pain, yet he sighed and walked forward. Nero stopped for a moment before she guessed that he meant the time in the previous reality, so she smiled and said although there wasn't much to be thankful at that situation. Leo didn't answer, neither did he stop moving, which made Nero's smile grew up wider before dragged him and said only for that. Ugh, I'm already regretting this. Leo just fixed his glasses while thinking of what the next step he should take. Well, he might start by having a talk with someone. Meanwhile, in a special space, DXD World's Will, who was watching the show with interest while laughing, shuddered. Vision. Spiritually, a vision is something seen in a dream, trance, or religious ecstasy, especially a supernatural appearance that usually conveys a revelation. Visions generally have more clarity than dreams, but traditionally fewer psychological connotations. Visions are known to emerge from spiritual traditions and could provide a lens into human nature and reality. Prophecy is often associated with visions. Details Zone. File, I swear this is not a satanic ritual. First, you need to draw this magic circle by using the blood of 3 pigeons/doves. The caster should use a brush made from his/her hair or their old cloth, but in this case, we can ignore it. Also, you can use chalk, but you need to soak it in the blood of pigeons/doves. 3 doves/pigeons means the Holy Spirit and also sacrifice. Secondly, when drawing, you don't have to aim for absolute perfection. Those small flaws can also represent distortion, so they are good to have here. Thirdly, after you finish drawing, you need to fix the symbolism of the spell. You require the following. Lotus wand is the angel staff, it represents ether element, putting that on the higher position in Kabbalah. Ether is the element of gods, which is the element that links the 4 elements. The dagger, the colors need to be red, represents the element of fire. Fire is the symbol of power, yet wisdom. This spell is you asking for assistance from the higher beings, so fire is the best medium. Put it on the color of red, Gavura, in Kabbalah. Lastly, the disc, the color needs to be green, represents the earth element and it also means humans, who are made of clay. This represents the destination of the spell and it links with the caster because you are lowering the higher spirituality into the mortal realm. It is required to be put in Makath, which is the position of humans in Kabbalah. The ether that represents the higher divinity will fall down from the highest position, then it'll be converted into fire element, which symbolizes giving wisdom and power to mortals, then the earth will refer to the destination, which means the caster and receiver of power. Usually, I would like to include the 4 elements, but considering that I'm doing the heavy lifting, these 3 components focus on the Holy Trinity and the higher heaven. This is an act of giving the priority to have contact with the higher realm more, which means you are linking it with me. The spell will drag my spiritual vision through Kabbalah positions into the mortal realm, it's an act of making an angel fall, yet because I'm also a beast, using the summoning ritual will make it much more simpler, especially because there are humans in the opposite world. If the experiment was successful, this ritual will be a fail-safe if things went out of control. Yet, I suggest stopping the spell immediately if you felt something wrong. I don't know how it'll manifest for you, but using a technique like this will usually result in toxins because the spell is beyond your mind understanding, especially because it'll be linked to me. After all, I'm still an angel that humans can't comprehend. Warning! There's an additional step in the ritual that I like you to don't take unless it's absolutely necessary. It's taking the lotus staff and erasing the highest crown, Keter, from Kabbalah during the ritual. Have fun, smiley face.
Thanks for listening.